Hi, this is an AI narrating a fanfic, so you might hear a random number every 15 minutes. Just don't worry about it. I am so sorry for that. This is one of my favorite fanfics I have read. BTW, I read fanfics before uploading them. I only upload fanfics that I read and like. Get this video to 5 likes and 3 comments and I will release the next part. It had been about 4 days since Temari came to Konoha, and those 4 days were some of the most enjoyable days of Naruto's life. He was off duty on strict orders by Tsunade. Naruto had no problem with using his time to either train with the sand siblings or work on his newest sealing project he found in his father's study. Training with Temari was fun because they hadn't trained together since Chunin exams and they both enjoyed every second of it. It was clear that Naruto held the upper hand in taijutsu due to his speed and reflexes. Temari had on more than one occasion suspiciously asked him and his friends whether Naruto had a bloodline that allowed him to this fast at his age, because no other shinobi of his age was that fast. They had spent more time together than before. They could be seen together training on one of the grounds sometimes, or just taking a walk around the village or eating at Ichiraku's. Even though his marriage to Temari gave Naruto plenty of good reasons to spend more time with her, he unfortunately had become a victim of his friends and worse, Jiraiya's teasing. He had accomplished quite a bit in the 4 days that she and her brothers had been in Konoha. He had talked to Temari about how their relationship would progress if they could make it work or not, followed by an extremely hot make-out session, and they had been having a lot of those recently. Most of them were either in the house when they were alone or sometimes in the training grounds. They even had 2 of them in alleyways. Just like any teenage couple with raging hormones, Kurama had made himself a cave in his mind to block it all out. They had been steadily getting bolder with each other, and Naruto knew that it won't be long before the Naruto shook his head violently, trying to get rid of the blush that had been forming on his face. He was on an errand, quite a serious one, because he needed to talk to both Jiraiya and Tsunade about this. If his father's notes were anything to go by, the journal was about something that Naruto would never have expected from his father. It was filled to the last page with sealing equations and math, all of which required a constant study from Naruto's clones over 2 days. In the end, it all came down to one thing: Namikaze Minato had used Fuinjutsu to successfully enhance the human body, namely his own. Now, if it were any other person, Naruto was pretty sure he would have set the book on fire with a kaiten jutsu, then shut the ashes in a box and then fried the box. But this was his father he was talking about here, the Yondaime Hokage, the Yellow Flash, one of the greatest seal masters to ever live. One can't just throw away the work of a genius like that on the first day. The day after they came, he had fixed Gaara's seal with Jiraiya's help. To say that the seal was a shoddy piece of work was the greatest understatement ever. When he had examined the seal after removing the Gogyo Fuin he had put over it, there was no other way to say this. Naruto had been fucking pissed. So pissed off he was that he had destroyed almost half of a training ground. In his rage, he wanted to find whoever made that insult to Fuinjutsu and raze them into the ground. He wanted to make them suffer because they deliberately made Gaara suffer. The seal was designed such that it barely kept Shukaku inside Gaara, which was most probably the reason for Gaara's insomnia. Shukaku had more control over Gaara than Gaara had control of him. The seal was meant to grant Gaara all of Shukaku's abilities from the very beginning itself, even if they didn't have any friendship like his and Kurama's between them at all. It was a process of 7 hours to fix the seal. First, Naruto and Jiraiya figured out the way to safely remove the seal without setting Shukaku free. Then Naruto had, using his father's and mother's notes about seals for Jinchuriki, chosen a seal that would work on Gaara he did not even think about using the 8 trigrams seal once the seal Naruto had chosen to replace Gaara's seal was a bit more simpler. He had asked Gaara whether he still wanted access to Shukaku's powers because that was what he had based his selection of seal on. After a little deliberation with his siblings, Gaara had told him that he did not want any more access to that power. If it always meant losing his mind and sanity in the process, and Naruto doubted Shukaku was willing to get along with humans, but if Gaara were to ever run out of his chakra he would have no backup to fall back on, as is the perk for all the Jinchuriki. So in the end Naruto tweaked the seal a little, placing a limit and an additional gate on it without compromising the rest of the seal. The gate would allow a certain amount of Biju chakra to flow through the seal, the amount being determined by the limiter. After the limit has been reached, the limiter would shut the gate. Like that, Gaara would have a back supply to fall back on without ever needing to interact with Shukaku. The actual practical part of the process only took 1 hour. First, Jiraiya would remove the seal with Naruto using a weak but temporary seal to hold Shukaku from escaping, while Jiraiya applied the new improved seal. Since the seal was temporary and therefore very weak, it required an enormous amount of chakra to be held in place against a tailed beast. The job was given to Naruto because he possessed those monstrous reserves of chakra, but even for someone like Naruto whose chakra reserves were like an ocean among ponds, the job was hard. When Jiraiya had finally finished applying the seal, Naruto had almost run out of chakra, which was a first for him. He had fallen unconscious just as the new seal had activated. When he had woken up, he had found himself not for the first time in a room in the hospital. Tsunade had proceeded to yell at him for making her worry like that, and then she almost broke him bones by hugging him to death. She then proceeded to tell him that he had been unconscious for a good 5 hours because he had nearly emptied his chakra tank after getting released. He had then went back to his house with Temari, who had been in tears, though of joy or worry Naruto hadn't been able to tell. Flashback: Naruto had just flashed back to his home's living room when he was tackled by a blonde blur straight into the couch. It took him 1 second to realize that the sobbing person hugging him was his soon-to-be wife. He just sighed in relaxation and wrapped his arms around her, returning her hug. Temari hadn't stopped worrying about Naruto from the moment he had fallen unconscious. She had so badly wanted to rush to him, but Shizune-san held her back, forcibly telling her that Tsunade-sama wanted to make sure that Naruto was alright, although she assured Temari that Naruto had probably fallen unconscious due to chakra exhaustion. Even if that did little to assure her, she failed to mention the extreme part. For Temari, it felt like every second was as long as a minute. For Naruto showed no signs of waking up at all. Tsunade had ordered her to go back home after her 4th hour of staying in the room. She had assured her that she would be the first person Tsunade would send Naruto after she had discharged him. "You had me completely worried, Baka," she whispered as she clung to him. Naruto placed a soft kiss on her hair. Removing a seal is tricky business. Temari holding a Biju back from escaping. "Even more so. I told you that before we began the procedure, you know, but you never told me you would almost empty your chakra reserves." Naruto chuckled as he adjusted her on his lap so she was facing him more comfortably. Her eyes were red from crying and tear tracks had formed on her cheeks. A lone tear made its way down only to be kissed away by him. "Well, I was holding a Biju back, so my chakra reserves had to take a hit." Temari smiled and just leaned into him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "You don't get to worry me like that, Naruto." Naruto wrapped his own arms around her. "I know, and I'm really sorry, but this is one of the times when it just can't be helped. Sometime in the future something might happen to you and I would lose my head and give you the same lecture you are giving me now." After a moment of pause he continued, in a more positive tone, "Look on the bright side though, Gaara will be able to sleep to his heart's content now. I look forward to not seeing him look like an actual raccoon." Temari couldn't help the chuckle. "You're right, he will finally be able to sleep after years of insomnia." Naruto smiled, just nodding in reply. They just enjoyed each other's company for the moment. Gaara was under observation for now to check if the seal holds. With Konkuro with him, there was a very slim chance of the seal breaking, though Naruto had made sure of that. Apparently Temari also realized the absence of her brothers, for she leaned away from him, giving him a coy look. "I think I haven't thanked you properly enough, Naruto, for doing such a favor to Gaara." He shivered as she leaned in and started placing kisses along his neck. His own hands roamed her body as he allowed her to do that. He enjoyed the moments where he allowed Temari to be the dominant one. "How about we just pass the time for now?" Flashback end. The makeout session that had followed was the most intense one they had had, and the first one in which they had reached the height of pleasure. Well, the height they could without having sex, that is, the excitement and the thrill had broke the roof. That evening Naruto's lower had gotten really messy along with Temari's panties. Anyways, the day was over with Naruto and Temari having dinner together, for Gaara was to stay at the hospital for at least one more day. The second day is a bit of a mystery for both you readers and Temari. Naruto had left the house very early, leaving his clones to prepare breakfast for the siblings, and with a message that there was something very important that Naruto had to do, and as such he would be busy the whole day. Temari had been quite upset about that because she enjoyed the training sessions she and Naruto had. Every session she learned something new, either about shinobi skills or just about Naruto himself. She had asked the clones just what was Naruto doing, but the clones said that they had been instructed to keep it a secret from her. Temari had not been pleased but relented. She had then gone out to find Naruto's friends to spend some time to get to know them. The first person she had met was the pink-head Sakura. She had first spotted her on one of the training grounds. Sakura had offered to show her around if she liked to introduce her to Naruto's friends. Temari had accepted the offer and tagged along. Let's just say that it was a very long day and leave it at that. Naruto, on the other hand, had gone to conduct some extremely personal business. He figured that since he was about to get married, might as well follow the tradition. The third day he had introduced Temari to his summons. She had already been familiar to Raiden, but he let her get to know him a bit more. She would be seeing a lot of him after all. Finding out that Raiden now had a new tail was a surprise, though he introduced to her to Raiden's brother as well, Toshi, Raiden's elder brother, who was a part of the trackers of the Kitsune. As a tracker, his size and power would be restricted to 3 tails, for he was not a fighter unlike Raiden, who would grow up to be as big as his father. Toshi had a quiet, serious personality with a light sense of humor that shone through when he was not training or on a mission. However, he was extremely good at what he did. At first Naruto had doubted he could form a friendship with Toshi like he had did with Raiden, but that doubt had been quickly washed away when they had bonded. Toshi was a pretty cool guy in the short time that Naruto had known him, and he had a lot of stories to tell about his job as one of the trackers and as the brother of Raiden. Him and Temari had not bonded as fast as he and Naruto did, but that was understandable considering Temari already had a summons the fourth day. That was today. Naruto had an important errand to run. He had discussed with Temari the rules that concerned his study. Right now he had not given her the password because the mechanism behind it was a little tricky and took time to explain, but he would once he was done with the errand. He arrived outside Tsunade's office, knocking the door thrice once he heard her permission to enter. He opened the door, finding her and Jiraiya talking, well, more like bickering. Tsunade looked annoyed by the fact that Jiraiya kept using one of her windows to enter, while Jiraiya honestly looked insulted at the thought of using doors, but Naruto knew that no matter what happened to Jiraiya, he would never stop using windows to enter rooms. He liked annoying people that way. Naruto, Jiraiya exclaimed briskly, walking over to him and wrapping an arm around his shoulders, almost dragging him in front of Tsunade's table. Tell her how insulting it is to use doors when you are a ninja. No, I will not. Naruto sighed in exasperation. Better you than me. At the end of her fist, Tsunade smirked while Jiraiya gasped, looking betrayed. How could you, Naruto? Can we please just get to business? I'd rather finish this as quickly as possible and spend the rest of the day with Temari instead of some old people. As he expected, Tsunade was the only one who took any offense to the old comment. Jiraiya, on the other hand, seemed to have not heard it at all. Instead, he focused his attention on the other part of the statement, his mouth stretched into a perverted line. Oh, spend the day with her? How? A fist crashed on top of his head, courtesy of the female blonde in the room. That is none of your business. Naruto gave a thankful nod to her as Jiraiya grumbled and fell in line with him. Both standing in front of the Hokage table, Tsunade took her seat while he and Jiraiya stood. So Naruto, what is it that you want to discuss so badly? In answer, Naruto just took out a storage scroll from one of the pockets in his Jonin vests and unsealed the contents, which was his father's journal. The effect was instantaneous. Both the faces of the adults hardened into seriousness, and quick as a flash, Tsunade flashed through hand seals that sealed the room completely. All the Anbu were outside and Jiraiya was beside him in an instant. Where did you get that? The question was asked with such gruffness that it surprised Naruto. The man had never seemed more serious than before. It seemed, however, that these two had knowledge of what was written in the journal. Tsunade also seemed equally, if not more serious than Jiraiya. Naruto put the journal on the desk and answered, I found it in my study. Tsunade quirked an eyebrow. Your study? Naruto deadpanned at her. It was my father's, but since he's not here it is now mine. But that's not relevant. He motioned to the journal. What do you know about that? He quickly got annoyed though when he saw the hesitation on their faces. As clear as water, he narrowed his eyes, folding his arms across his chest. I'm waiting. It was Minato's pet project ever since he got the idea in his head that the human body could be enhanced without any drawback. Jiraiya's answer only increased Naruto's curiosity and irritation. I already know that, he snapped. You don't think I've read the journal and studied it ever since the delegate from Suna has arrived? I have had my clones do the studying for me to understand one of my father's masterpieces. What I want to know is whether he actually performed it on himself or not. He did. Naruto released a breath, giving them a look to continue. Tsunade continued, Jiraiya told me that it was only a stray idea that popped into Minato's head one day. He wanted to know if seals were capable of pushing the human body beyond the peak of its highest potential. He wanted to create a super soldier. Naruto whispered in amazement. Jiraiya nodded. That's exactly what he wanted to do. But I had firmly told him that it was not possible, no matter how versatile Fuinjutsu is. The seals required for what he wanted to achieve simply didn't exist, not mention even if he succeeded in creating such seals. Hypothetically, what would he test them upon? He shook his head. It was an impossible task to create an entirely new series of seals that would work together to enhance the human body beyond its limits. But again, your father treated the word like he had never heard of it. A fond yet impossibly proud at the same time look came upon his face. It took him 4 years of work on the seals along with Kushina to perfect it. Not only that, but he created an entirely new type of clone to test the seals out and perfect the seals, the blood clone, Naruto whispered Tsunade. Took off from where Jiraiya left, exactly the type of clone that is entirely separate from the user. Having no connection to it at all other than being made from the user's blood and one aspect of the user's personality. When he made it, Minato had no uses for it in mind other than using it for his tests. It was entirely useless and too impractical. It took up way too much of the user's chakra. Almost half a quarter more than the shadow clone. Jiraiya took over from there, but in the end it worked very well for his trials. In the end, Minato had conducted a total of 98 trials, 86 of which were failures back to back, but the last 12, they were the successes Minato was desperately hoping for. After the 12th success, Minato finally imprinted the seals on himself. As much as I liked the tale, how were you involved in this process? Naruto's sarcasm wasn't missed. A guilty look came across Jiraiya's face. Tsunade sighed and looked down. I wasn't exactly involved. Jiraiya admitted, more like I told him that it just wasn't possible. Tsunade, on the other hand, was the medical advisor on the project. Since Minato was creating an entirely new set of seals, he asked me to be the advisor for this project. My knowledge of the human body and medical seals was required for him to calculate how exactly to enhance a specific part of the body and by how much. Tsunade revealed, and he was successful in the end. Naruto concluded. Jiraiya nodded. We were there. Of course, when he decided to apply the seals onto himself to intervene in any sort of an emergency. But it wasn't needed. Minato was in pain for over an hour, but when it was finally over, he had succeeded. He had enhanced his own body perfectly. There was a reason that only 4 people were involved in this project. He even kept the Hokage in the dark about this, as daring as it was. Tsunade revealed. Why? Jiraiya's face turned grim. There was no way we could risk this project to fall into someone else's hands. Orochimaru. Naruto realized. Tsunade nodded. The rumors surrounding him at that time made us very suspicious of him. If he even got the wind of what Minato had achieved, he would have done anything to get his hands on the formulae. Naruto nodded and slowly walked around the office trying to think about what he should do. Jiraiya did not need to be a Yamanaka to know what was going on in Naruto's mind. You want to perform the procedure as well, don't you? But Naruto wasn't listening to him anymore. What do you think, Kurama, that you father was? One smart son of a bitch, Kurama drawled back. Naruto gave an internal annoying sigh. Not that I'm against you praising my father, I am talking about another matter. I'm not praising that blonde vermin, Kurama snarled inside his mind. Then in a much calmer voice he continued, also it would give you quite an advantage for you should you undergo the procedure. I have seen it from inside your mother and I know what the results would be. Naruto rose an eyebrow. I sense a but coming. Kurama nodded. I think that you should wait for 1 or 2 years before undergoing the procedure. It would be wise if you underwent it at the same age your father did. Best not to take any chances. Naruto was excited as any child of his age when he heard that he could get stronger in a way that would be cool, but he rarely let excitement make his decisions for him. Disappointed yet accepting of Kurama's advice, he nodded. Turning back, he saw the concerned look over the adults' faces. What? Tsunade spoke up. You all right? Naruto waved away her concern. Nothing, I was just talking to the Kyuubi. Tsunade's eyes bugged out in horror. What? Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. Ero Sennin didn't tell you that. Tsunade's face twisted into one of rage and annoyance as she turned to the white-haired sage who was trembling in his place. He weakly defended himself. I forgot. Tsunade cracked her knuckles as she walked forward menacingly. I'll give you a dose of medicine that will strengthen your memory. What followed next was history repeating itself. Naruto just shrugged and took his leave. He had another errand to do anyways. Temari was sitting in the dining area of her soon-to-be home, sipping some tea she had made for herself as she relished the hot steaming beverage soothing her throat. She thought back to the last few days she spent with Naruto. He was very affectionate to her. She had observed he was very gentle when talking to her, but too much as to treat her like she was precious glass. He respected her akunoichi in her own right, and wasn't afraid to beat her into the ground to get a point across when they trained together. He genuinely seemed to love her. If the small but sweet gestures by him were anything to go by, she greatly enjoyed the times when they were intimate. The hot steamy make-out sessions with him that got bolder every time were something she would always enjoy, but the occasional hug, snuggle and cuddle with him was she would never get bored of. Such sweet gestures made her love him even more. The love between them was growing stronger steadily. She didn't even need to say how accomplished he was as a shinobi at such a young age. However, it was how he normally acted that surprised her. Naruto was generally a very calm person and very observant. He was not a foolish idealist, but rather his ideals were approached with a realistic and a pragmatic approach. This was something he told her himself. He did not disapprove of having ideals to live by and accomplish, but he seemed to genuinely loathe those people who blindly tried to achieve those ideals without taking the reality into account. Naruto had told her in a joking way that people seemed to think he was a very patient person, and it was true. Mostly on the outside, though rarely did anyone of his friends say that they had seen Naruto get angry, but Naruto had quietly told her the truth one time when they were cuddling in the living room. He preferred not to show his rage on the outside but keep it within him and channel it in an effective way. Naruto hated when he was not in control of things, but that did not go to say that he was a control freak. He was more than happy to let others control things for him when he deemed himself incapable to do so. Before she could dwell on her thoughts more, she jumped a bit when the door to the gardens outside was opened. A figure stepping inside. She had almost thrown a kunai at the figure. When she recognized the blonde hair of Naruto, she relaxed and let out the breath she was holding. At least knock before you enter, will you? She muttered. Naruto smiled sheepishly and raised his hands. I just wanted to see how you would react. Temari snorted. I almost threw a kunai at your head. Naruto nodded approvingly and walked around the sofa to sit with her. He wrapped an arm around her, gently pulling her into his side. I had something to talk about with our Hokage. Temari rested her head on his shoulder. They rested like that for a while, after which Temari muttered, today has been a slow day. Naruto's hand that was rubbing her side absently, not that she minded, stopped. Slow as in boring. Temari nodded in reply. She had been bored out of her mind. She would have trained or explored the village, but for some reason she was feeling quite lazy today. You want to go on a date? Her brow furrowed as she tilted her head to gaze into his azures. His eyes were twinkling with mischief, which caused her to put up her guard. From what she had seen, Naruto was not a person to pull many pranks, but she did not know that he was the resident prankster of the village. She raised an eyebrow questioningly. A date? Naruto nodded excitedly. Yeah. She thought about it a bit. It had been a while since they had been on one of those in the past 2 days. Sure, why not? Naruto grinned like the cat who got the canary. Great, be ready at 8 in the evening. Wear something nice and casual. With that, he suddenly got up from the couch, whistling a random tune. Temari chuckled and shook her head fondly at his amusing antics. Naruto was sure a peculiar person. XXXXXXX. It was 15 minutes to 8 when Temari finished getting ready. She had taken a hot shower at 8:20 and then got ready. She did not usually apply makeup, but since this was a date with Naruto and not a meal After one of their training sessions she applied a little bit of it. She had a feeling this would be special. She had put on a sleeveless loose white blouse with straps over her shoulders and a blue jeans that hugged her legs nicely. She had only put on some powder and lipstick mainly because she had no idea how to properly put it on, as she never cared much for it. She exited her room and went down the stairs into the living room and saw Naruto. This was the first time she had seen him in a casual look, and she had to say he looked exceptionally handsome in the look. He wore a peach t-shirt inside a brown full-sleeved shirt with buttons open and the sleeves rolled up to the elbows. He wore khaki pants underneath, finishing with a different pair of sport shoes than she usually saw him. He also wore a blank black headband instead of his hite ate into his usual hairstyle. Needless to say, Temari loved the look. Naruto, on the other hand, was blown away by how exceptionally beautiful Temari looked. For their date she always looked beautiful to him, but today it looked more special than it usually did. Even her hair was tied into two ponytails, contrary to her usual four. He smiled as she came close to him and wrapped her arms around his neck, him automatically wrapping his around her waist, pushing them close. She smiled like an angel. "So where are you taking me tonight?" Naruto smiled as he stole a quick kiss from her. "Your look alone makes me want to ravish you here and now. Forget about the wedding," he said as he planted light kisses on her neck. Temari blushed, making her face go dark red. The blush looked darker than usual because of her makeup, but she couldn't resist the moan when Naruto began planting kisses on her neck. She pulled him closer and tilted her neck to give him more access. Much to her silent protests, he pulled away. "As much as I would like to do that," he said with a protesting face. "We have an appointment in 10 minutes, shall we?" She smiled and hooked her arm with his, both of them going out of the house. It was somewhat nice. Naruto mused to walk to places sometimes instead of just teleporting. It made you notice certain things that were not possible to be noticed in flashing, like how the people wore smiles and not so subtly pointed at them, and whispering, like how a little girl would blush when he looked at her and hid her face behind her mother's legs, peeking out to look at them. He chuckled in amusement, drawing Temari's attention. "What is it?" Naruto shook his head. "Just a little girl blushing at the sight of us." Temari gave a meaningful look to him. "At the sight of you, you mean?" she said in a teasing voice. Naruto smoothly shot back at her. "I never said that. It could also be at the sight of you." "Then why didn't you say that earlier?" Naruto had no reply to that question. Why made Temari giggle. It was rare for Naruto to not have a comeback, and she relished the few times she had been able to achieve that. After 5 minutes of walking they arrived at a fancy-looking restaurant, fancy as in the kind where most of the people could come and eat, not the one that was only attended by the most snobbish people, which turned out to be most of the times the rich ones. Temari could see a lot of people in the restaurant, which was fairly big. Naruto and her walked up to the receptionist, the former addressing him. "I have an 8:15 reservation." The receptionist frowned and looked up. "Namikaze Naruto?" "Yes." The receptionist motioned one of the waiters. "He will guide you to your table." "Naruto-sama." Naruto barely kept from rolling his eyes while Temari quietly giggled beside him. He good-naturedly elbowed her in the ribs. "Yeah, very funny." To her surprise, the waiter led them upstairs to the roof where the table were arranged. Few people were on the roof chatting among themselves quietly. Temari figured that the tables up on the roof must be for the people who wanted some privacy. The waiter sat them down on the table and they quickly gave their orders. Once he was gone they started talking. "You know, Naruto, your choice for where our date would be is commendable." Naruto smiled and replied, "Yeah, I kind of wanted our date to be in a place where we both would be comfortable, but not so much as to come off like showing my wealth." He spread out his arms. "This place offers great food and privacy. As well, not to mention the view from the roof is just mind-blowing. It was for me when I came here. For the first time, Temari looked around, feeling the cool breeze blowing around them. She got up and went to the railing, smiling at the view of the village that met her. Lights everywhere, it looked like. The village itself was breathing with life, not as great as the view that was offered from the Hokage mountain, but it was beautiful nonetheless. She went back to her seat. You chose a great place, she told him as she took his hand in hers. Naruto smiled as he rubbed his thumb on her hand. Funny story. Actually, how I got us this seat. Temari tilted her head in question, which he answered, normally they don't give rooftop reservations to teenagers. You must have noticed that we are the only teenagers up here. Temari wasn't an idiot. She had noticed that particular detail and she quickly pieced together what he was trying to say. Her lips turned upwards into a smirk. You used your name to get this table, didn't you? Naruto's eyes twinkled with mischief and pride, the latter aimed at Temari. You know, you alarm me sometimes with how sharp you are. Temari accepted the compliment with a nod. It wasn't exactly hard. Also, if you used your influence to get us this table, does this mean that clan heirs can come here as well? Naruto smirked. You know, with some training we can make a great detective out of you. Temari laughed lightly. I'm not suited for that. Maybe something little more kick-ass. Both of them lightly chuckled at that. Yes, clan heirs can come here. You need to understand that in Konoha, people who have good influence are treated a little better than those who don't, which is not to say the people with less influence get mediocre service. He leaned forward as if sharing a secret. It's even better if you are related to the Hokage. Between us, I plan on using my influence whenever I can. He smirked at the last bit. Temari gave him an approving look. Good to see that you are not overly modest. Naruto just looked to the sky with a smile out of the corner of his eye. He spotted a waiter coming their way. Looks like our meals have arrived. They made small talk between their meals, mostly about what they would like to become in the future. Of course, Temari already knew that Naruto's dream was to become the greatest Hokage ever, but it came as a surprise to Naruto that Temari wanted to be the greatest master of wind release there ever was. Of course, Naruto knew that she was already highly proficient with her large war fan, but had yet to begin training with the smaller ones. That sparked an idea in his mind, but he would get to that later. They finished their meals, paid for it, and left. They were just strolling in the village with no destination in mind. Unknown to Temari, Naruto was steadily getting nervous. He had something he had to do tonight. Something very important, and he did not want to mess it up. You won't? Naruto smiled a bit at Kurama's reassurance and turned his head to look at Temari. She was looking around, admiring the sights. He nudged her, causing her to face him. How about we get somewhere private to sit down? She smiled. I don't have a problem. Suddenly they were standing on top of Yondaimi's head, overlooking the village. Naruto sat down, leaning his back against a spike of hair. Temari sat down beside him. Leaning against his side, he wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close. Naruto always treasured the time when he just got to sit like this with Temari and enjoy the silence. You ever wonder about the future? Temari's sudden question startled him out of his thoughts, and he turned to look at her. She was still facing the village, head on his shoulder. Sometimes I do, though I prefer to live in the present. Why? Naruto thought a bit about the answer and then replied, I can control what I do in the present. The future I cannot. Temari turned her head towards him with a frown. But the actions you do influence your future. Wouldn't you know the outcome of your actions? Naruto smiled as he gave his answer. I'm not the only one influencing my future now, am I? Temari looked deep in thought. At that, Naruto turned his gaze back to the village with a smile, but in his mind it was like a brooding feeling. He could feel it. A storm was coming towards them, and he wasn't sure if they were Prepared or not, but he would do whatever he could to ensure that whatever was his would remain safe. But then he remembered what he came here to do. He unwrapped his arm around Temari and got up, getting a confused look from her. "Will you stand up for a second?" When she obliged, he gently grabbed her shoulders and stared into her teal eyes. Suddenly it seemed a lot harder and he almost wanted to turn around, but he was an Uzumaki. Damn it, they don't run away from their problems. "Temari, I am going to ask you a question. You just need to say yes or no, got it?" He asked it with all the seriousness he could muster. Temari frowned as she was baffled by his request but nodded. Naruto let out a breath and removed his arms from her shoulders, putting them into his pockets. He took a deep breath and relaxed. "I really don't know how to say this, but I'll try my best. Temari, we both are powerful shinobi of our generations and perhaps the most loyal, considering that we are willing to marry each other to cement our alliance." Temari stood before him looking completely confused and a bit alarmed nonetheless. Naruto continued, "It was one of my happiest days when we made out in that alleyway. In fact, that may have been the foundation to our growing love." Even though Temari was blushing, the words felt alien to his tongue. He was not used to speaking in this way for a person who always went straight to the point. This was difficult for him. "A lot of time has passed since then and we are about to get married in the next 3 days, but I felt that I must not break the tradition of a wedding, so," he took out a small box from his pocket and opened it, revealing a stunning gold ring with intricate design on its band. But she had already gotten the point. Temari gasped in surprise and delight, her eyes filling with tears. This was what he had in mind all along. "Marry me?" Naruto had barely asked her the question when she jumped into his arms, her own wrapping around his neck tightly. His own wrapped themselves around her waist as he gave an ear-to-ear smile. This probably, no, without doubt, was the happiest moment in his life. Yes, yes. Temari hugged Naruto with all her might as her tears finally escaped, but the tears were of joy and she was sure she had never been more happier in her life. It was every girl's dream to be proposed by the guy she loved, and since it was a political marriage, it had never occurred to Temari that Naruto would pop the question to her. They had been extremely lucky in the first place that they had gotten engaged to each other. She pulled back and held out her left hand for him to slide the ring on, which he did with the biggest smile she had ever seen on his face. When she looked closer, even his eyes seemed a little wet. It was then she got a close look at the ring. It was gold, shining like his hair. It perplexed her a little that the intricate design on it seemed to be on the inside instead of the outside. The outside was plain gold with a surprisingly head of a fox. Temari already knew which fox was that, and she turned to him in question. Naruto smiled and replied, "He has been a large part of my life till now and will continue to be. In fact, he would never leave me, so I just had to include him." Temari smiled and brushed her tears. He continued, "You see the intricate design on the inside? Those are seals. One of them is a tiny version of my Hiraishin marker. Just channel a bit your chakra in the ring and I'll be there. Also, I incorporated a blood seal as well. Whoever tries to remove that ring by surprise will have a nasty surprise waiting for him, including cutting off your finger." She looked at the ring on her finger in wonder. "How did you write the seals on the inside?" Naruto shrugged. "Shadow clones are very handy. They can transform into literally anything, including smaller versions of themselves." Temari laughed and hugged him tightly. After what happened in the last minute, she didn't want to let go of him. She realized in this moment, and she was no longer afraid of telling him. She was completely sure. "I love you." Naruto was completely taken aback with those words. They were the words that he had been yearning to hear all of his life from someone. Sure, Jiraiya had his own way of saying that he cared about him, but hearing the words out loud was a different feeling entirely. It was, he really didn't have words for it, really. His voice broke for the first time when speaking to someone, but somehow he didn't hate himself for it. Temari smiled and just hugged him tenderly, yes, his own arms wrapped around her waist tightly, and tears flowed from his eyes for the first time in a very long time. He was able to whisper back to her, I love you too. XXXXXXX. Gaara and Konkuro were sitting in the living room just passing time. Konkuro was actually explaining to Gaara how he worked his puppets. When the redhead expressed his interest in them, they both jumped. However, when Naruto and Temari suddenly appeared in front of them, arms wrapped around each other and giggling, Konkuro immediately assumed the worst, which was Naruto doing naughty things with his sister. But before he could act foolishly as always, he noticed that Temari seemed to be unusually happy. In fact, she was glowing from happiness. Gaara noticed it too, for he asked her, what is it that you're so happy about, Temari? Temari stopped giggling, but the huge smile didn't leave her face. Naruto proposed to me, at that. Konkuro stupidly asked her, why you were already going to get married, there was no need to. As long as Temari is happy. Gaara interrupted, knowing that Konkuro would probably say something that would ruin Temari's mood. I have no problem with it. Temari smiled as she hugged Gaara, thank you so much, Gaara. She made Naruto sit down with her and recounted the details of their date to them with unusual excitement. It was the first time that Naruto had seen her acting like Ino or Sakura, though the latter had cut down on her fangirling ways. Gaara was genuinely happy for them. While Konkuro earned himself a bashing from Temari when he told Naruto in no uncertain terms that he was to inform Konkuro when he would go out with Temari. While that left Naruto annoyed, he simply told Konkuro that he earned the bashing from his sister and he would deliver it as well if he continued spouting bullshit. Gaara simply shook his head at his brother's foolishness, happy that he at least had common sense that his brother seemed to eternally lack. He congratulated the couple and retired for the night. It was a strange feeling to be asleep, and it had tickled Naruto's funny bone when Gaara had asked him if it was okay to get addicted to sleep. Naruto had laughed for an entire minute at that question, and when he stopped, he clapped Gaara on the shoulder and said, you aren't the only one, buddy. He also took Konkuro with him, using his sand, taking care that he did not litter the house with it. Soon enough night came and Naruto prepared to sleep. To be truthful, he still hadn't gotten off the high that Temari had told him she loved him. He knew that he wouldn't be getting sleep anytime soon due to his excitement, so he pulled out a card deck and settled himself on his bed for a few games with his clones. Kami, he was crazy. He was about to summon his clones when his door was knocked. He frowned and looked at the clock on the wall. Who could be knocking at 11? He opened the door only for his breath to hitch slightly. Temari was leaning against his doorframe, dressed in a loose t-shirt that went down till her half-thighs, exposing her long legs. Naruto seriously thought that they were the best feature about her. After her eyes, she smiled. Hey. He managed to return, hey. Yourself. If those are your nightclothes, I will never get tired of seeing you in that. Temari chuckled. So glad you like it. Naruto found himself in an awkward position. What was he supposed to say? You can't sleep either. Temari shook her head gently, her hair moving with her. With all the excitement you put me through today, I know I won't be able to sleep. I was wondering whether you wanted to pass the time with me. Naruto blinked. Sure, if you want to. Temari smiled serenely and held out 2 fingers. Choose one. Naruto frowned. What are these? Nothing that would hurt you. Warning lime scene. Naruto huffed at her vagueness and abruptly grabbed her index finger. Suddenly her smile turned teasing, and catching him off guard, she pulled him out of his room and smashed her lips against his. He wasted no time in returning her kiss, his arms wrapping around her waist and in her hair pulling her flush against him. In the back of his mind he approved her way of burning of the excitement. One of her hands was wrapped around his neck and the other was fisted in his hair, making it more of a mess than it usually was. Naruto pulled one of his hands so both of them were wrapped around her waist. He turned them around, gently slamming Temari into the wall. Neither of them cared whether the other inhabitants of the house were awake or sleeping, both just wanted to experience the pleasure. Naruto's left hand went down her thigh, going up the t-shirt she was wearing, and softly massaged the skin of her toned stomach. The contact of flesh spurred Temari further as her left leg came up to wrap around Naruto's hips, his other hand instantly going to support it. Naruto's right hand was now brushing over the underside of her thigh, and his excitement only grew when his hand wasn't stopped from exploring the naked flesh of her ass even though she was wearing panties. Naruto's heart soared at the amount of trust she had in him. He broke off the kiss and started sucking at her pulse point. The gasp that followed his action swelled his ego a little, and he decided that he could get a little more bolder. Temari was doing everything she could to keep her moans and gasps as quiet as possible, but it was proving to be a difficult job. She couldn't quieten the gasp when Naruto started sucking her pulse point, and it wasn't helping at all that one of his hands was massaging her waist, occasionally brushing her braless sides. The other hand was exploring the underside of the thigh that was wrapped around his hips, squeezing her ass cheek occasionally. Not to mention she could feel his excitement poking her on her inner thigh. She wanted some payback, but before she could act on her thoughts, the hand that was massaging her sides went up, gently grabbing her breast and squeezing it. The loud gasp that erupted from her throat would have almost woken up the other residents had Naruto not slammed his mouth onto hers at the last second. They resumed their tongue fight, but Naruto held the advantage because of his pleasurable actions to her breast. His thumb started playing with her nipple, and it was then she decided to take action. She knew that her hands brushing his abs made him shiver, but she was looking for something even more drastic, even bolder. Her right hand came down and went right inside his lower, wrapping around his flesh and squeezing it. The effect was instantaneous. His mouth opened in a gasp and his actions faltered for a long second, in which she seized her chance. Her tongue invaded his mouth, not so gently, and explored every nook and corner of it, all the while giving him a soft hand job. She had to admit it was very long and thick. Naruto resumed his actions while Temari continued hers. They knew that they were slowly breaking the physical boundaries between them, and whenever they did, they never spoke about it. They just did it, and it felt good. Suddenly Temari stopped her ministrations and jumped up, wrapping her legs around his waist so Naruto's excitement was pressed into her crotch. She could see from his expression that he was barely keeping himself from slamming her into the wall and humping her then and there. Temari, Kami. Even his voice sounded sexy right now with all the huskiness. His hands were supporting her by her ass. Both of them were breathing heavily, their faces inches from one another. "Let's go into your room," she suggested breathlessly. Naruto was all too happy to accept her suggestion and carried her into his room, making sure to shut his door gently. He then laid her down on his bed with him on top of her. The intimate contact they had was not yet broken. Temari grinned like the devil. "Let's burn off this excitement." She then pulled him down, engaging in another heated make-out session. Lime scene, and both of them would later admit that the night was one for the books. Sleep always came to Naruto quite easily. It was one of the benefits of following a strict training schedule and thus maintaining his body at its physical peak, but having a strict timetable also meant that his body had an alarm clock of its own informing him when it was time to eat, train, drink, sleep, or in this case wake up. As soon as it was 5 in the morning, Naruto's eyes fluttered open and, as was his habit, blinked his eyes repeatedly to get the sleep out of his eyes. He was about to roll over and get up but stopped when he felt his hand was hooked with something another hand last night's. Events flashed into his mind and a small smile crossed over his face as he got back into his place. His front was pressed against a bare back, his legs tangled with his bed partner's, his left hand resting on her stomach and hooked with her own left hand. His breath brushed against the back of her neck, but she was too deep in sleep to react to that. He looked under the sheet and felt a small relief about the fact that they were still wearing their underwear. He had an eidetic memory, but visual confirmation still made him feel a bit better. They had not done sex last night but came very damn close. Naruto respected Temari's wishes that they not have sex until their wedding night because she wanted that moment to be special for both of them. However, that did not mean they couldn't try certain adventurous things. He looked back up and just pulled Temari closer to him by her stomach. She responded to him in her sleep by shuffling behind so that they were in full contact under the covers. Naruto then realized that he might have made a mistake pulling her closer. The reason he thought that way was that he was a teenage boy, and being one of those beings meant he tended to have something of a morning wood. His excitement only rose when his girl shifted closer to him, her hips pressing against his flesh and causing his breath to hitch. He took a deep breath and tried to strengthen his resolve. There was no getting out of this. Well, there was, but a part of him didn't want to. Also, he was sure that Temari would wake up after feeling something pressed against her private parts. He would just have to wait, as painful as it was. XXXXXXX. Temari's eyes slowly fluttered open as her mind rebooted from REM sleep. She felt warm, which was odd considering she wasn't wearing her night t-shirt. She looked down and blinked, then cracked a small smile on seeing the slightly larger hand resting over her smaller one. Memories of last night came to the front of her mind and her face broke into a large grin at what had happened. She and Naruto had continued their activities for over an hour after they began, after which they had decided to sleep, not even minding the mess on the sheets. Last night was the first time she and Naruto had ever went this far, but that wasn't anything new for them. Every time they made out, they went a little farther than the last time. What would be more correct to say was last night was the first time they had engaged in any sort of sexual contact. She had given her first hand job and gotten her vagina stimulated by someone else's fingers for the first time as well, and both of them had loved it regardless of the mess they had made on the sheets. As more of her memories returned, the sensations to her body returned as well. She became aware how her back was pressed to Naruto's chest, her legs were tangled with his, and something was poking her in the ass. Like she could feel Naruto's own heart beating fast at the contact. Hers sped up as well. Before she could take a course of action, she moaned at the feeling of feather-light kisses brushing the back of her neck. The hand that was overlapping her own started roaming as well. I see you had a good night's sleep. She managed to get out. She felt Naruto's smile against her skin. I'm sure you did too. Temari was lightly panting by now because of Naruto's ministrations. Her delightfully rose up and down to Naruto's entertainment. Temari slowly shifted so she was lying on her back, legs spreading on their own. Naruto maneuvered himself so he was between her legs, both of their crotch areas in contact. We should probably get up, Temari gasped out, pleasure increasing as Naruto massaged her nipples. Naruto didn't even pause. It's 5 in the morning right now. That was enough of an incentive for Temari to grab his head with her hands and bring him down for a ferocious lip lock. Their tongues dueled as her legs tightened around him. That prompted Naruto to slowly start moving backwards and forwards. 45 minutes later, both of them were panting as they cuddled on the bed, the sheets wet once again. Naruto rested against the headboard with Temari laying her head on his chest, her legs resting over his. Under the sheets, she was idly drawing circles with her finger on his chest. I can't imagine how sex would feel if only this feels so incredible, Temari commented. Naruto chuckled. I'm sure it would be at least 10 times more incredible than this, Temari gave him a sultry look. I'm sure you can't wait to find out, Naruto truthfully replied. You're right, I can't. But I will exercise the incredible willpower I have to restrain myself until our wedding night. Temari softly giggled and kissed him on his cheek. And I can't wait to see what happens when you break that restraint. They both went silent after that, just enjoying the quiet till it lasted. Of course both of them froze when they heard the light yet unmistakable sound of a door opening. It was the bedroom right across from them, which meant it was Gaara and Konkuro's room. Light but sure footsteps exited and slowly made their way to the living room. That was Gaara. Naruto released a breath. I think it's best if you made your way to your room now. Good idea, Temari whispered as she got out of the covers. Naruto's eyes drank in the form of a mostly naked Temari hungrily. His excitement started to rise up once again at the sight, making it uncomfortable for him since it was restrained by his boxers as she was picking up her t-shirt from the floor, giving Naruto a great view of her behind. She noticed a tent forming under the sheets and smirked. Aren't you a horny one? She remarked. Can you blame me? You are the one tempting me by standing nude like that, Naruto returned. Temari looked at him and then the clock turning back to him, she said, you know I don't wake up until at least 6:30, so my room remains undisturbed, so we still have, warning, small lime scene, a bit of time was left unsaid as a pair of lips crashed against hers. The t-shirt dropped from her hand to the ground as both of them came to wrap around Naruto's neck, pulling their bodies flush. Her chest pressed against his and his erection pressed against her stomach, his boxers looking like they were close to tearing in half. His hands cupped her behind, pressing her into him even more. They both furiously made out, standing in the middle of the room for a short while, after which Naruto pulled her up. Her legs immediately wrapped around his waist in response. His erection that was pressing into her stomach was now pressed directly into her crotch. She moaned lightly as Naruto used his hands to move her up and down, but he seemed to get a better idea as he backed slowly until the back of his knees pressed against the bed. He slowly sat down, allowing Temari to comfortably put her weight on his crotch. She began grinding him as one of his hands came to massage her breast. Temari broke the lip lock just long enough to say, "You sure have endurance." She then attacked his neck. Naruto's hand that was cupping her behind pressed against the small of her back to pull them flush. No one can top an Uzumaki in endurance. They continued making out for another 20 minutes before reaching a crescendo. Once more the both panted as they made eye contact, neither wanting to leave each other. Lime scene, and Naruto was the one who broke the silence. "You were making me addicted to you," Temari smirked before giving him a soft kiss. "I believe that's my line." She then got up from his lap. Her panties were all wet, as were the bedsheets. She looked at Naruto and raised her eyebrows. "Seriously, can you even run out of that?" To say Naruto's boxers were a mess was an understatement. He shrugged and got up. "Who knows, maybe we'll test it out." Temari blushed before putting on her t-shirt. Making her way to the door, she then froze and turned to him with a slightly panicky look. "Gaara's still outside." Naruto waved away her worry. "He likes to take a walk in the ground behind the house at this time, and Konkuro doesn't get up until 8, so you're good." Temari raised an eyebrow slightly. "I don't know if I should be impressed or creeped out that you know my brother's timetable so well." Naruto smirked at her. "I make it a point to know who my guests are very thoroughly." Temari shook her head off the blush at the double meaning in the statement, then opened the door quietly, checking whether Gaara was there or not. Upon seeing no one, she exited, winking at him before closing the door. Naruto released a sigh followed by a chuckle. "Never thought I would get Addicted to something other than training might need to correct that. He would have created clones to clean his room up, but first he needed a shower. He headed into the bathroom, and as hot water washed over him, he remarked to himself, correct seems a bit harsh, I'll have to control it. XXXXXXX. Naruto came out for breakfast when it was 5 minutes to 6:30 and found Gaara drinking a cup of tea that he had made for himself. Gaara rose an eyebrow at him. It's quite unusual of you to wake up this late. Naruto shrugged as he took a seat, making 4 clones to start making breakfast for him. Temari and Gaara Konkuro prepared his own since he got up later than everyone. I do have my off days sometimes. I just like to wake up and lie in the bed staring up and getting lost in my thoughts. Gaara nodded as he sipped the last of his tea. I like to do that too, except I do it when I'm outside. They both were quiet after that. The only sound coming was from the cooking that the clones were doing. Suddenly Gaara surprised Naruto with a question. How are the preparations for the wedding going? Naruto frowned a little. Well, Tsunade Ba-chan said they were on schedule in 2 days as the wedding, so we should be fine. Then he frowned a bit more heavily. On second thought, I might not be so fine. I might have to run an important errand today itself. His eyes narrowed along with the frown, or two. Gaara's curiosity grew at Naruto's serious expression. Must be some very important errands. Naruto nodded. They are indeed. The breakfast was ready and soon they started eating, occasionally talking about some trivial things or the wedding. Just as they had finished eating it, Temari came out of her room in her usual attire. She sat down on the dining table beside Naruto. Good morning, Gaara. Naruto, good morning, Ne-san, to you as well. Temari served herself the breakfast that was reserved for her and started eating. So Naruto, anything special you have to do today? Naruto looked up and spoke in a mocking tone. Let's see, there's training, studying, a meeting with Tsunade. I think that's it. He was treated to deadpan look from Temari. Naruto, she began slowly. That's what you do practically every day. Naruto pretended to be surprised. Oh, do I? Seeing as Temari was starting to look irritated, he chuckled and said, sorry, just messing with you. I have 2 important errands to run today, and I also need to talk to you alone about something. Temari slowly gulped what was in her mouth. Is it related to the wedding? Naruto shook his head. Temari slowly nodded and said after thinking for a while, how about we talk in the evening after you've done your errands? Sounds good to me. After the breakfast was finished, they got up and got started on their days. Naruto and Temari went to do a bit of personal training while Gaara went to do his own thing. XXXXXXX. Sasuke heavily panted as he stared at the silver-haired man before him. He was training with Kakashi right now, since this was one of the rare days that they weren't doing D-rank missions. As soon as Kakashi had told them that they could do whatever they wanted this day, Sasuke had grabbed the chance and asked him to train with him. Sakura had gone to do some extra medical training at the hospital. Luckily, it seemed that Kakashi was in a good mood today. He had agreed, and for the last 3 hours they had been fighting non-stop. Kakashi was trying to get Sasuke used to making some tactical decisions when fighting instead of letting his emotions get in the way, and he was not afraid to beat his ass hard. It seriously irked Sasuke that Kakashi had not even broken a sweat, which meant Sasuke had yet to push the man outside of his comfort zone. Not even that, but Kakashi had not even revealed his Sharingan yet, while Sasuke had activated it as soon as the fight had begun. But he appreciated that Kakashi was at least being serious. It's good that you want to train your Sharingan, but don't make the same mistake that your clan did. Well, most of them anyway. Kakashi's voice snapped him out of his thoughts, and he snapped back at him. What mistake? Kakashi looked as lazy as usual, but his voice was serious. don't rely on it too much. Doing so would make it a handicap more than a tool. Anger rose up in Sasuke, but he ruthlessly pushed it back down. Sharingan was his bloodline and he would use it as he saw fit, but there was a truth in Kakashi's words. Sasuke did use it in every fight ever since he activated it. Kakashi walked towards Sasuke. The Sharingan is a part of you, but it is a tool that you make use of in battle, and the tool is only as good as its wielder. In your case, it augments the way you fight. You control the tool, not the other way around. Take 10. Then we'll resume. Sasuke saw the truth in those words. The Sharingan was incredible but useless if you didn't know how to use it. It gave him the ability to predict attacks, but Sasuke was still trying to control his body's reaction upon knowing where the attack would hit. He was automatically moving around the attack according to the Sharingan, and that was exactly what Kakashi had taken advantage of. The man knew how he would react and capitalized on it. Kakashi's understanding of the Sharingan was truly genius level. Sasuke sat down to take a break while Kakashi pulled out his book. While Sasuke appreciated how good of a teacher Kakashi was when he put his mind to it, it was rare. Most of the time Sasuke did his training alone. He would ask Naruto, but the guy was busy in preparations of his wedding, and hadn't that been a surprise, and not to mention he trained on his own while Sasuke was slowly improving. The pace was still too slow to his liking. Every day he felt like Itachi was getting further and further away from him while he desperately tried to keep up, and not just Itachi. Naruto was leaps ahead of him, and Sasuke didn't even know what he was fully capable of still. Regardless of what Naruto had told him in the hospital room, Sasuke was getting endlessly frustrated at how slowly he was improving. Was it because of his drive lacking motivation? His desire to get revenge on Itachi was motivation enough, but he was nowhere near Itachi's level when his brother was his age. Itachi was like Naruto, leaps and bounds ahead of everyone, but like Naruto had said, Itachi was a sort of genius that came once in generations. It would be completely wrong of him to say that he could progress with the same pace as his brother, but Naruto had also said that you can get stronger when you have something to protect. Was that the reason why he was not getting strong quick enough? That he didn't have something to protect was his desire to protect Naruto when Itachi was after him. Fake whatever Naruto said. Sasuke was starting to think that he wouldn't get strong quickly enough if he were to remain in this village. He had nothing to protect the bonds he had formed. They had to be strong enough to hurt. If he loses them, he empathized with him, that was for sure, but they were not the same. They both had different circumstances while growing up, which meant Sasuke couldn't grow strong like the way Naruto did. His means of getting stronger would have to be drastically different. His re-encounter with Itachi had reminded him what he was supposed to focus on. The curse mark on his neck burned slightly, causing him to suppress a hiss. It was no good if Kakashi saw, and being the genius he was, would quickly figure out what kind of thoughts were running in Sasuke's head. On the other hand, the burning of the curse mark reminded Sasuke of the person who gave it to him. Orochimaru was one of the Sannin like Jiraiya and one of the most powerful shinobi in the world. Personally trained by the Sandaime, the man was even rumored to become the Yondaime, ousted because of his highly unethical experimentations. Orochimaru became a S-rank missing nin and an enemy of Konoha. An epiphany struck Sasuke. Naruto was being trained by Jiraiya, and Sasuke was pretty sure he would become the man's apprentice. Given his genius, he had heard from Kakashi that Sakura was taking medical lessons at the hospital and was the only one who was personally trained by Tsunade, even if it was only sometimes. She was not Tsunade's apprentice, but she was still being trained by a Sannin. The entirety of Team 7 was being trained by a Sannin, save for him. Both Naruto and Sakura are each getting stronger in their own ways, assisted by some of the most powerful shinobi in the world. Why the hell was he being left out, leaving the village to train under the remaining Sannin? Was looking like a very good idea. I could have killed you over 5 times by now. The voice snapped Sasuke out of his thoughts, and by pure reflex he stood up and threw a kunai in the direction of the voice. Naruto lazily caught the kunai with just 2 fingers, hooking it with his finger. He rotated it. Nice reaction time, but unneeded if you were aware of my presence in the first place. Kakashi closed his book. So nice of you to visit us, Naruto. I'm really glad you still remember us. He said it with an eye smile. Naruto rolled his eyes. I would have apologized for that if I didn't have a really good reason. Kakashi rose an eyebrow. Which is? Naruto spread out his arms. I'm preparing for my wedding. He walked up to them, a lazy smile on his face. His left hand went in his back pocket and he held out 2 teal envelopes. I wanted to personally invite Team 7. Normally you wouldn't be sent invitations, but you know that I don't do normal. Kakashi and Sasuke took out the invitations from inside. Kakashi was happy, for he would get to see Naruto on his wedding day. I wish you were there on the day, sensei, he thought nostalgically. Sasuke, on the other hand, didn't know what to feel. He tried to feel happy for him, but his mind was wandering elsewhere. He settled for a congratulations in the end. So were you training? Yes, actually I was training Sasuke to improve on his Sharingan. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Wow, learn any new jutsu lately? Sasuke dryly remarked, pointing a thumb to Kakashi. No, he's a selfish man. I thought you would have known. Naruto snorted. Never expected a sense of humor from you, but it's a pleasant surprise. Sasuke got up. What about you? Have you learned anything new? Naruto's eyes lit up. Yes, I have. Kakashi was curious as well. Do show. Naruto gazed around, seeing a large rock that had numerous cracks running from a center that showed a repeated single-point penetration. He pointed a thumb at it. Mind if I have a go? Sasuke was about to refuse him, telling him he needed that rock, but stopped himself in time. That actually sounded a bit stupid. By all means. Naruto walked over to the rock and asked Sasuke, you were practicing the Chidori on this, right? Sasuke nodded, curious to see what Naruto would do. He watched as Naruto slowly lifted his right hand, palm turned upwards. He turned on his Sharingan to watch more closely. And he was glad that he did, because one moment his palm held nothing but air, the next moment a solid rotating sphere of chakra the size of a toy football hovered in his hand. He heard Kakashi suck in a breath next to him. He was blown away by what happened next. Naruto pulled back his arm and pushed it forward, slamming the sphere of chakra right at the point where Sasuke practiced his Chidori. It took only a little more than a second for the rock to completely obliterate into pieces from the cracks that spread out. Nothing remained of the rock that was previously standing there. Sasuke was gaping at the sheer destructive power of the jutsu. He was aware that Chidori was an assassination jutsu and therefore not capable of causing such destruction, since the electricity was concentrated at a single point to penetrate. But he couldn't help but wonder what would happen if that jutsu were to go against Chidori. When did you learn the Rasengan? Kakashi's question gave Sasuke insight into the jutsu's name. He felt like he had read about that somewhere. Arrow Sennin taught me while we were searching for our wayward Hokage, Naruto answered while walking back to them. Kakashi shook his head in wonder. Even Jiraiya-sama took 7 months to learn that. How the hell did you manage to learn it in 1 month? Naruto shrugged. Perks of being a genius, though. Between the 3 of us, he leaned in as if sharing a secret. It frustrated the hell out of me. Sasuke smirked at the image of Naruto scowling in frustration at his own hand as if it was betraying him. It felt vaguely satisfying. He Looked up to see Naruto holding out a scroll to him. He frowned. What's this? Naruto just handed it to him. A Kaiten jutsu I thought you might find interesting, being a pyromaniac and all that. Sasuke scowled. I'm not a pyromaniac. He accepted the scroll nonetheless. Naruto smirked. Could have fooled me. Anyways, I have a few more errands to run today, so I'll see you later. Oh, and don't forget to come at the wedding if you do. You know what I will do, Kakashi. You better not be late. He flashed away. After that, Sasuke looked down at the invitation and felt his lips twitching upwards. He knew exactly what Naruto would do. XXXXXXX. Sakura was walking back to where she had left her lab coat. The lunch break was over and she was to work with Arashi-sensei, who would teach her about how to identify poisons and create antidotes. She found her coat and put it on, frowning when she felt something in her pocket. She took it out and her eyes widened in delight when she found a teal envelope. She instantly knew that it was a wedding invitation to her teammate's wedding. She found another note in her pocket, this time a folded piece of paper. Unfolding it, she read it. Sakura, I'm inviting you along with Kakashi and Sasuke to my wedding, seeing as you were the only ones of the rookies to not receive an invitation. Well, except Team 9, but I can't invite them, as unfortunate as it is, seeing as almost all of the Genin teams would be there. It wouldn't do for Team 7 to not be there. Don't be late, Naruto. Sakura gave a small squeal at the note. She put it into her pocket and happily skipped to the lab. She would have to search for a dress to wear that evening. XXXXXXX. Anko was sitting at the dango shop, eating her favorite food in the world, when someone sat down in front of her. You will get fat if you don't compensate all of that with some training, you know. If it had been anyone, she would have chucked a stick at the person for insinuating that she would get fat. She was one of the hottest kunoichis in Konoha, damn it, but she knew that voice anywhere and she snapped open her eyes. Naruto was sitting in front of her, smiling fondly. She leant back in her seat with a smirk. Well, look who dropped by. I was beginning to think you had forgotten me. Naruto sighed. I don't know if you were in touch, but Kakashi pretty much told me the same thing. Anko shrugged. Well, as much as I want to, I can't blame you. Preparations for a wedding can be hectic, I guess. Naruto nodded. That and spending some time with my fiancé. Anko leaned forward on the desk, a teasing smile on her face. Oh, and how do you like the pleasures that the female body has to offer? His cheeks went a little red, but he did manage to reply, we have not done it yet, if that's what you mean. Anko shrugged innocently. When did I say anything about fucking? You can do a whole lot of things other than that, and I can see it on your face that you have done other things, she finished with a perverted leer. Naruto looked away at that. She was not wrong. Listen, I came to talk to you about something important. An eyebrow raise. Oh, and about what? Naruto stood up. I think we need a little privacy. One moment later, they were standing in a training field. Anko blinked at the sudden change in scenery. That is handy, she commented. Naruto smiled softly. Don't I know it? He took a deep breath. He would not hesitate on this. Would you attend my wedding as my mother? That shocked Anko into silence. She could do nothing but stare at him, a hand going to cover her open mouth. Tears prickled her eyes at how high Naruto seemed to hold her. Is this what you wanted to ask me? Naruto smiled and nodded. You have been there and taken care of me for years, sensei. Besides the Sandaime, you have been there for me the longest, so it only seemed fit to invite you as my mother. It's totally fine though if you don't want to. I don't want to pressure you or anything. He was cut off when Anko wrapped him in a hug, tears trickling down her cheeks. Thank you, Naruto. That was perhaps the most heartfelt thing Naruto had ever heard from his sensei, and it was beautiful. The hug felt exactly like the one he got from Temari. Full of love, he wrapped his own arms around her. No thank you. XXXXXXX. After a goodbye to Her Naruto proceeded to the place that held some of his, not so fond memories but who cared about. The place he was there to meet someone. Naruto walked through the halls slowly recalling each and every incident or prank he had played and got punished for it, even if they could never prove it. Only one person believed him, but it was one person against everyone else. The lunch hour had been over for 15 minutes, but Naruto was sure that he could hustle Iruka-sensei out for a minute or two. He knew what the chakra signature felt like and followed it to where it was in the academy. He was surprised though, because it seemed Iruka's class seemed to have changed from the ground floor to the first. He stopped outside the door that Iruka was standing behind along with one other Chunin level chakra signature good, which means the class won't start howling at his absence. He knocked on the door, his keen ears picking up the silence that followed after his knocking. Thankfully it was Iruka who approached the door and not the other instructor. The door opened, causing Iruka's eyes to widen in surprise on seeing Naruto. Naruto was standing behind the door such that the class wouldn't be able to see him. He whispered, "Can we talk?" Iruka blinked. Sure, 1 second." He turned to the other instructor in the room. "Haruki, will you take over for a few minutes? Thanks." Without waiting for a reply, Iruka exited and closed the door. He turned to Naruto, face laced with concern. "Is everything all right?" Naruto motioned with his head. "Let's talk on the roof." 2 minutes later they both were standing on the roof with Iruka standing in front of Naruto. "So what is this about, Naruto?" Naruto took a deep breath. "Will you attend my wedding as my father?" Iruka's blinked first in shock, and then when the question finally settled his eyes started watering, but he immediately wiped them. He never thought that Naruto saw him as one, since their relationship leaned more towards the older brother younger brother line. But if Naruto thought he could stand in place of Namikaze Minato, then he would do his best. He gave a heartfelt smile. "I would be honored, Naruto. XXXXXXX. What's up?" The moment he had finished the words, 4 swords were pointed at his throat from 4 directions. Naruto stood there calmly, not even fazed by the swords. Tsunade, who was already annoyed that the day's paperwork was increasing, looked up in irritation at the intruder. Naruto did not have an ounce of guilt barging in her office like that. "You got some nerve, I'll give you that." Naruto chuckled as the guards went back to their posts after being waved away by Tsunade. "If I didn't, I wouldn't be here, so to what do I owe the displeasure?" Naruto deadpanned. "That is harsh. Anyway, you were the one who called me today, so you tell me." Tsunade blinked. "I did." She then suddenly remembered. "Oh, right, I did have some business with you. Have you read up on what you were supposed to do in the ceremony?" Naruto rolled his eyes but replied, "Yes, I did read up on that. I thought that my brain would shrivel up from boredom." Deciding to ignore that, she stood up. "All right, make 2 clones. There is something else we need to get done today itself." Doing as she asked, 2 clones of him appeared on his right and left. Tsunade made 2 clones herself. She then paired one of her own with one of Naruto's and assigned them their jobs. She pointed to the pair on the right of Naruto. "You get him fitted with a wedding kimono and tell them we need before tomorrow ends." Naruto's eyes widened as he cursed himself for forgetting that detail. Pointing to the other pairs, she said, "Go with him and make sure everything is properly prepared for the reception at his house." When they were gone, Tsunade flashed through hand seals, pressing her hand onto a part of the wall. Seals flashed over the room, ensuring their privacy. Naruto had upgraded the seals on the behest of Tsunade for a very handsome pay. Naruto rose an eyebrow when Tsunade sat down on her chair. "Grab a chair and sit down." He internally wondered what was so serious but complied anyway. Once he was settled, Tsunade pulled out a book from her drawer. "I remembered that since you were practically alone when you were growing up, you missed some very vital education. What is she talking about crap? When Tsunade opened a page of the book, Naruto's eyes immediately saw what was in there and he blanked out. Kurama was snickering within him. The utter bastard that he was. Naruto knew what sex was and how to do it even if he hadn't done it, but after numerous makeout sessions with his fiancée he had a pretty solid idea of what he was supposed to do. It was human instinct after all. I figured it out that no one has explained the birds and the bees to you, so I'm going to remedy that. You should count yourself lucky since I'm the best medical kunoichi there is, Tsunade nonchalantly said, unaware of the horror that was internally growing in Naruto. Naruto was torn on the inside. On one hand, he wanted nothing more to flash away from here and hide in his study where no one can come in, but on the other hand, education on sex was pretty important. He didn't know anything about the dangers of it or how to prevent those dangers, so with a long-suffering sigh he mentally prepared himself. Kurama couldn't stop laughing in mirth within him. XXXXXXX. And that's about it, Tsunade finished thoughtfully. Trying to think whether she missed anything, she looked up from the copy to see Naruto with a completely blank face, devoid of any horror that is the usual reaction when parents talk to their children about sex. She knew she was, and it was even more awkward because that talk was given to her by her grandfather because he was the greatest medical nin of his time. It also did not help that he was the biggest goof she knew before. Jiraiya Naruto might have looked calm on the inside, but he was mentally asking himself the question that why did it require an hour and a half to do this talk? Right now he wanted nothing more than to go into a training ground and train himself to exhaustion. Anything to get his mind off this, but it really wouldn't work. Eidetic memory can be a curse sometimes. Case in point, this is that all. His voice came out calm, yet he was anything but that. Tsunade nodded with a cheerful smile. Yes, you can go now. She disabled the privacy seals, and as soon as she did that, Naruto was gone in a flash. She chuckled. You can't fool me, brat, I know you are. Completely freaked out on the inside, Naruto had flashed to the Hokage mountain and spread out his senses. Once he had what he was looking for, he used the body flicker to get there. Since the person he was looking for had no marking on his body, Sasuke, the shout surprised the boy, but he turned around and found Naruto briskly walking towards him. By his expression he looked calm, but his body told him anything but that. Naruto neared him and spoke, "You and I are going to have a spar right now." That shocked him greatly, for Naruto never sought out a fight with him. It was usually the other way around, but he was never the one to turn down a challenge like that. He smirked as he activated his Sharingan. I don't have a problem with that. I've been wanting to test out some of the new stuff I've learnt lately. 1 hour later, Sasuke was lying on the ground, fully exhausted. Even lifting an arm seemed like a chore. With great difficulty he made use of his hands to sit up, leaning against one of the training posts. He then observed Naruto, who was standing 10 feet from him, and scowled. Naruto was looking equally exhausted, but the guy still had enough energy to remain standing. Sasuke had started using resistance seals as well and was sure that Naruto did too, but only at a higher level. Kakashi was the one who put those on him, and the results had shown he was faster. His stamina had improved along with his strength and endurance, but it was clear that he had a long way to go if he wanted to catch up to Naruto. If the guy was looking that exhausted after just 1 hour of continuous sparring, Sasuke could only wonder how much resistance Naruto was using, but even then Naruto had held the upper hand. Naruto was slowly getting his breath back. Wow, he really has improved. There were fewer holes in his style, and the ones I could see were difficult to exploit. He also has gotten faster lately, although that could be because of the resistance seals I spotted. He might almost be as good as Lee now. He took out a storage scroll from one of his jacket pockets, unsealing 2 bottles of Water. Walking towards Sasuke, he sat down next to him and handed over one bottle. The Uchiha gratefully accepted this with a nod and opened it. Both of them finished the contents in one go. Thanks buddy, I really needed that, Naruto spoke after he had gotten most of his breath back. Why did you though? Naruto shook his head. Had to get my mind off something. Hardly does me any good because of my perfect memory, but I still appreciate it. The spar had been very good for Sasuke as well. It had been a very long time since he had actually enjoyed a spar like that. No one among his age group was good enough to give him a challenge except for Naruto. The spar told him a lot about how Naruto fought. Good information if they ever fought seriously in the future, of course. He wasn't naive enough to think that Naruto did not analyze his fighting style as well. Naruto was a genius of fighting, whether it be ninjutsu or taijutsu. Naruto got up with a grunt, mumbling, "I'm going to feel that for some time." Louder, he said, "Well, I should go. There is something I have to talk to Temari about." Thanks for the spar. Naruto turned at Sasuke's voice, surprise flickering his face for a moment before being replaced with a smirk. "To you as well." He was gone in a flash, leaving Sasuke to his thoughts. Temari was just finished with her shower and coming out of her room. When she saw Naruto sitting in the living room, he saw her and gave a small smile. Hey, was your day interesting?" Naruto made a face like he was considering. "You could say that. Listen, there's something I need to talk to you about." Surprise flashed over Temari's face. "Oh." Over the next half an hour, Naruto explained everything about what was written in his father's journal. Temari was patient through all of it, and when Naruto was finished, she took a minute to gather her thoughts. "So, let me get this straight. Your father figured out a way to enhance the human body without any ramifications?" Naruto nodded. "I am glad that you didn't keep this as a secret from me, Naruto, but what am I supposed to do with this information?" Naruto leaned back, shrugging. "Keeping it a secret would be good. Also, would you consider doing it?" Temari raised her eyebrows in shock and disbelief. "What?" Naruto looked a bit uncomfortable but made eye contact nonetheless. "I talked it out with Ero Sennin and Ba-chan Temari. They have said that the operation is perfectly safe. My father and my mom made sure that all the flaws were corrected before Dad underwent the procedure. I decided to do this because I wanted to be as strong as possible so I could protect what was close to me. If this is one of the ways, then I will do it." Temari's shock had still yet to recede. "Naruto, I don't know what to say." Naruto reached out and held one of Temari's hands. "Temari, one of the reasons shinobi strive to get stronger is so they can endure and therefore protect people. Don't care about the means of getting stronger if you are doing the right thing with the power you get." My father left a special note for me in this, saying that he hoped with how strong he will get from this, he would be able to protect me and my mom. Temari looked unsure. "Naruto, I don't know about this. Of course I won't force you to undergo it. Is completely your choice. I just wanted to make you see the benefits of this," Naruto said, getting up. Temari got up with him. "Can I get some time to think about this?" Naruto smiled. "Take all the time you need. If you want some more details about this, just come into my study. I have to key you in and show you the password, so come with me. You might have to drag me out in the future if I get too engrossed," he added, making her smirk. After about 20 minutes, Naruto had keyed in Temari's chakra signature to his study. He went in and took out his journal, putting it on the table and sliding it to her. "It's best if you read it inside here." She nodded and stood up, sliding it back to him. "I'll read it whenever I can. In the meantime," she smiled a bit shyly, "would you like to have some dinner?" Naruto rose an eyebrow. "You can cook?" She nodded, shuffling her feet. "Kankuro always told me he liked my cooking and I have always found it very soothing." Naruto was a Bit wary but thought he should show a bit of trust in his soon-to-be wife. All right, do you want some kitchen staff? Though my clones are awesome. Temari was already walking away though, no thanks. Turns out Temari was a very good cook. Naruto was struggling to keep his table manners. This is really good, he said between bites. Temari grinned as she ate her own food. Thank you, it's good to know that all that time spent in the kitchen seeing the servants cook wasn't a waste of time. Naruto finished his food quickly and put down his sticks, looking at Temari with an expression of utmost seriousness. I want to propose something. Temari was caught off guard by the sudden change in the atmosphere. What? Would you please cook at least 3 days of the week? That statement did not deserve the amount of seriousness Naruto was giving it, and so Temari broke into peals of laughter. Oh Naruto, she said once the laughter had subsided. I'll cook for you anytime you want. Naruto backpedaled a little. No, it's just that I don't want to put this as a duty or a burden on you. Temari stood up and walked over to Naruto. She wrapped her arms around him from behind and gave him a kiss on the cheek. It's not a burden at all, sweetie, especially if I like doing it. XXXXXXX2 days passed like a breeze, and soon it was the day of his wedding, and like any other man he was incredibly nervous. Anko was standing beside him adjusting his robes and fussing over his makeup, which he had worn for the first time in his life. Also, Anko's fussing was incredibly out of character for her, but somehow she made it look very natural, very motherly. Seriously, you should just relax, or you'll ruin your makeup. Think of it as another mission. She lightly chastised him. Naruto rolled his eyes. Maybe I'll get to say it to you on your wedding day. He received a light slap on his arm for that. Tsunade had been informed of Naruto's decision of asking Iruka and Anko to attend his wedding, and she was a bit confused since she wasn't aware of their history. However, that was quickly remedied. After a brief history lesson, now you readers would think that Naruto should have asked Jiraiya to be there as his father, but Naruto acknowledged Iruka close to him before Jiraiya. For reference, go to Chapter 5. The door to his room was knocked. You ready in there, Naruto? Naruto replied back, come in. And almost, the door opened and Iruka stepped in dressed in formal robes as well. Wow, you look really good. Naruto gave a tight smile. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. It was easy for Iruka to see how nervous Naruto was. Knowing him for many years now, he leaned against the doorframe. If it's Anko who's making you nervous, I don't fault you at all. Anko rolled her eyes. Please, you are more nervous around me than him. You honestly stutter whenever I try to talk to you. True to that statement, Iruka sputtered, trying to come up with a reply. Naruto took this chance to rib him some more. We all know what it means when a boy or a man stutters in front of a girl or a woman, don't we? Iruka-sensei. Iruka had a light blush on his face now, while Anko gave a mock surprised expression. Iruka likes me, you don't say. Naruto smirked. Now we know who will marry who in the future. He winced at the slap to the back of his head. How about you concentrate on what's going to happen tonight, smartass? Naruto nodded as he straightened up. Kurama spoke to him inside. Maybe you should try some of that liquid courage the woman was suggesting. I already have to drink in the ceremony. Kurama, besides, with you inside me, I doubt it will have any effect. True that, still you should calm down if it helps you. Any, your mate is equally nervous. Naruto frowned suspiciously at that. How would you know that? One of my abilities is I can sense negative emotions. Just remember, you have no reason to be nervous when you have someone like me with you. Naruto's sarcasm was on point. Thanks, Kurama. I'm so confident now because of your belief in yourself. Good, then let's go. It really annoyed Naruto that Kurama could sometimes be blind to his sarcasm. Still, he was right. It was time. Right. he said, taking a moment to steel himself. It's showtime. XXXXXXX. The shrine was full of people when he entered it. The fact that he would have to stand in front of so many people during his ceremony unnerved him a bit, but then Kurama's filtered yang chakra entered his system and he immediately felt calm. Sending a silent thank you to his friend, he scanned the crowd. All of his friends were there with their parents, and he gave a small smile on seeing Team 7 with Kakashi standing at the back. Kakashi was standing in a formal jacket and like he usually did, but this time the eye smile felt genuine, and that made Naruto happy. On the inside, Sakura was energetically waving at him, dressed in a pretty red dress, and Sasuke was dressed exceptionally and immaculately. He was dressed to impress, with his immaculate tux hair looking combed for once in his life. Naruto could see that Ino was already undressing him with her eyes, and girls of the families that were invited looked torn between looking at him and Sasuke. Sasuke caught his eye and gave a small smirk, raising a glass to him in silent congratulations. Naruto scoffed, but it warmed him on the inside that Sasuke attended his wedding. If he were allowed to drink right now, he would have raised it back at him. They shared a bond that Naruto could not describe. They were not friends, but at the same time they were something beyond that. Sure, sometimes he hated the way he acted, but he would hate it if they were to stand on opposite sides. He let his eyes roamed purposely, not catching the eye of several important figures like clan heads and daimyos alike. He caught Hinata's eyes and had to hide a wince. She looked very beautiful, but he could see that she was trying really hard not to cry. It must have broken her heart, he thought, because she genuinely seemed to love him but never got a chance because he loved someone else. Maybe if she had approached him all those years ago, he would not be standing here right now. Perhaps if Hiyashi had brought Neji, he might have been able to console her. He found Jiraiya, who standing next to Kakashi now, and caught his eye. The man gave a big grin that was simply filled with pride and happiness. Naruto wished he could return the grin, but he was under close scrutiny right now. He settled for a nod and a small smile, but he would hug the death out of the man. When the ceremony was over, he looked to his right and saw Gigi on the altar giving him a wink of assurance. Naruto internally smiled at how he had come to officiate the wedding. Tsunade should have been standing on the altar because she was the Hokage, but that made no sense to Naruto. He had jokingly commented to her that they should get the Sandaime to officiate, for the man really looked the part of the priest as well, so it shocked him when Tsunade briefly considered the idea and agreed, saying that sensei would be better at those things. The music began and Naruto turned his head, only for his breath to get caught in his throat. Later he would say it was Temari's fault because it totally was. She looked absolutely breathtaking in her wedding kimono. The dress fit her figure perfectly and the makeup was done expertly. Her hair was done beautifully into a bun, a single thick band styled over her right eye. Her lips never looked more delicious before. The blush on her face, coupled with that small grin of anticipation under her veil, made Naruto want to kiss her all over. He smiled back at her, and he could care less if the guests thought that it was wrong of his eyes to be filled with love. Kankuro was escorting his sister since their father was dead, and Naruto had to admit the guy would catch the attention of many girls if he just didn't apply his war paint. Temari stopped beside him, and after Naruto lifted the veil off her, they both held each other's hands. Gigi took this as a signal to begin the ceremony. Naruto and Temari simply stared in each other's eyes, conveying everything and nothing at the same time before he knew it was time for them to drink the traditional sake. Naruto reached forward to take a cup, knowing that once this was done with, he and Temari would be married for life, together forever. He gently held out the cup for her to drink from, with her doing the same to him. The sake burned his throat a little and Naruto couldn't See why people liked this stuff. It was tolerable at best. Once they each had drank 3 cups, he took both of their cups and placed them back on the tray. It was time to say something, and he had prepared nothing. Temari. He hesitated a bit, getting himself together. Our marriage was supposed to be one of duty towards our villages. However, we know that it would be so much more than that for the both of us. We were fortunate to receive a sapling of love which we both nurtured over the last week. Honestly, I am at a loss of words to express the joy that I'm feeling right now, and it's all because of you. He could see Temari struggling to hold back her tears. Hang in there just a bit longer, Haim. He continued, this time with the more traditional vow. I, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, hereby take you as my wife. I will love you and cherish you forever until death do us apart. May our joining be blessed by Kami-sama and the union of our people. Temari followed happily with her own vow, and the rush of emotions coursing caused him to momentarily forget what was next. He turned towards Gigi and asked, with a smile plastered on his face hiding his panic, what is next? Gigi mouthed back, the rings. Temari felt panic rising in her chest when Naruto's eyes widened in panic, his face blanking out. He frowned and, to the surprise of the people present, began patting his robes as if searching for the rings. He stopped in the middle of patting his chest and smiled slyly when he looked at her, looking as if he found it. Temari covered her confusion with a small laugh. What? To the great surprise of everyone present, Naruto reached behind her right ear with his hand, and when he pulled back he held a box. The crowd gasped at that, because first of all, that was not supposed to happen in an event as big as this. This was supposed to be a wedding, strictly adhering to all the proper procedures and protocols. Yeah, I can say on behalf on Naruto, the people thinking the above could go and chuck themselves into a volcano. This was Naruto's wedding, and he wanted to make it as memorable as possible. Second, the first thought that entered into all the shinobi's gathered heads and a few civilians was that Naruto used a storage seal, but there was no smoke that followed the unsealing of the ring. So what was that? While some of the people were thinking Naruto just hid the box in his sleeves, Naruto had just tweaked the storage seal a little so that the smoke that was supposed to be released along with the object was absorbed into another part of the seal. Naruto opened the box, revealing a beautiful silver ring with a diamond on top. This was the ring his mother had given to him. Although it was used by his father to propose, his mother, Naruto, wanted to give his own ring to Temari, so he decided that his mother's ring would be given to Temari on their wedding day. He gently held her hand and slid her ring finger through the ring. His mother's fingers were fuller than Temari's, so Naruto had integrated a seal into the band so it would automatically fit to Temari. Temari looked up curiously. I presume you have brought your ring as well? Naruto smiled and nodded. He reached into his left sleeve and unsealed the ring. I knew that you wouldn't have any pockets in. Even I don't, but it might be easier for me to carry. He held out the box for her. She took it and opened it to find the exact same ring as hers. She smiled and held his hand as she slipped his finger through the ring. Hiraishin smiled, holding back tears of joy. This was a very emotional moment for him, and a very fortunate one as well. Not many shinobi live until his age, and much less live long enough to see their children or grandchildren married. He counted himself as extremely lucky. Now that the rings have been exchanged, I, Sarutobi Hiraishin Sandaime Hokage of Konoha no Sato, hereby declare Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto and Sabaku no Temari as husband and wife. May Kami-sama bless your union, and may your love stand strong forever. You may now kiss the bride. Naruto smiled and caught Temari's lips in a soft but deep loving lip lock. The whole crowd stood up clapping wildly. Naruto broke the kiss and leaned his forehead against hers, both sporting matching blushes on their faces. They turned towards the crowd and smiled brightly. Naruto saw each one of his friends looking more happy than he had ever seen. Kiba was cheering him wildly. Shino for once had a genuine smile on his face that was actually visible. Hinata had tears going down her face, but she looked happy as she gazed at them. Naruto caught Kakashi just as the man wiped a tear that had slipped from his eye. Sakura's eyes were shining with joy, and Sasuke looked like a completely different person with a soft but genuine smile on his face as he clapped for the newlywed. Shikamaru was smiling while clapping softly, but Choji was outright crying. Ino was just like Sakura, but she was cheering with a bit more energy. Their parents' gazes were melancholic, as if remembering a similar time of their own lives. Jiraiya looked like he was the proudest man in the entire world. The smile on his face told Naruto just how much the man loved him. Now that the wedding was over, it was time for the reception, which was being held at the back of their home. Temari hooked her arm with his and they both walked back together. As soon as they were out of the public sights, Naruto flashed the both of them to their home. They had to change clothes fast, for the guests would be arriving in less than 10 minutes. They managed to change clothes in time, with Naruto setting for a tux of his own while Temari switched for a more comfortable attire. The guests arrived, and as the host it was his duty to attend to them, since there were many important political figures from both Konoha and Suna. Naruto and Temari had to attend to almost all of them. It was extremely boring for the both of them listening to the pointless drivel of old men. Finally Naruto had some time to himself when some of Temari's friends from Suna wanted to talk to her. He walked straight to Jiraiya and hugged the man with all his might, catching him by surprise. Jiraiya's eyes bugged out as all the breath left his body when his godson squeezed it out of him, but he was able to gather himself and return the hug. "Thank you for making this the best day of my life, brat," he whispered in Naruto's ear. "You're welcome, pervert." They both laughed and separated. Jiraiya inspected him and whistled, "Damn, you clean up pretty nice in such short time." Naruto shrugged modestly. "Dad's jutsu is just so awesome, you know." Jiraiya nodded. "I know, kid, I know." They both talked a little more, after which Naruto left to find his team. He found them, or more accurately, just Sakura and Kakashi. They both were eating food when Naruto walked up to them. Sakura's eyes widened and she thrust her plate into an indignant Kakashi's hands as she hugged him tightly. "That was so beautiful, Naruto. You and Temari looked extremely dashing and gorgeous." Naruto chuckled as he returned her hug. "Glad to know I could rock that kimono as well." Sakura continued, "You are the first one out of the rookies to get married, you know. How does it feel?" Naruto laughed and put his hands into his pockets. "It really isn't different from what I feel all the time." Sakura quirked an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Naruto spread out his arms. "Like I'm ahead of everybody who is our age." Sakura huffed as she lightly slapped his arm. Naruto turned to Kakashi and smirked. "Nice to see you too, Kakashi." Giving an eye smile, Kakashi commented in his cheery tone, "You know, Naruto, you have too little confidence in me. Can you blame me?" Kakashi actually appeared to think about it. "Perhaps not. Still, you were excellent tonight. I'm proud that you were my team's member." Naruto smiled in gratitude, then frowned. "Where's Sasuke?" Sakura took back her plate from Kakashi. "I think he's heading back home." But Naruto was already spreading out his senses, trying to sense the familiar Uchiha signature. He found it heading towards the exit. He frowned before making his way to him. Sasuke had to admit the wedding ceremony was very well organized. Seeing Naruto look so happy with Temari made him think back to the fond memories he had of his own family. He had gone to the reception, but only to say goodbye to Naruto and head back home for some late-night training. before turning in, but seeing him talking to so many political figureheads, Sasuke decided it was best if he ate and left. He doubted Naruto would be able to free himself for a while. He ate separately from Sakura and Kakashi, and after he was finished he made his way to the exit. Just as he was about to go, a familiar voice behind him spoke out, "Leaving without a goodbye? I thought clan heirs had better manners than that." He frowned and turned around to see Naruto, hands in pocket and a smile on his face. "You were busy." Naruto sighed as if it truly pained him. "Trust me, it's not fun. I wouldn't have talked to them at all if Temari wasn't there." Sasuke scoffed. "Not even an hour and already whipped by your wife. I like to think it as my duty as the clan head." Naruto was now standing right in front of Sasuke. Curiously, he held out his hand. "Thanks for coming tonight." Sasuke rose an eyebrow but did not shake his hand. Naruto chuckled, retracting his hand back. "You really know how to let people down," he continued. "Still, it's nice to see that you've improved from being the anti-social emo douchebag of Team 7. You're still emo though." Sasuke smirked. "And you're still a naive idiot who thinks we're friends." Naruto shook his head. "I never said that." Sasuke shrugged. "Anyways, I just wanted to say goodbye. I'll be heading back now. Good luck on your marriage." As he was walking away, Naruto called out in a sly tone, "Want me to send a clone with you as an escort? It is dark out after all." Sasuke turned back just enough to give a comeback. "I'd like to escort you off a cliff sometime." Naruto snorted. "You can do better than that." Obviously Sasuke was cranky to deal with him any longer. "Goodbye, Naruto." Naruto watched Sasuke till he was out of his sight. As warmed as he was, that Sasuke was opening up ever so slowly, he couldn't shake off the bad feeling that suddenly seemed to have gripped him for some reason. Watching Sasuke walk away gave him a bad feeling. He shook his head. He was overthinking this. He walked back to the party and saw that most of the guests were preparing to leave. Naruto couldn't blame them. It was 11:30. He walked over to his wife, who was talking with Gaara and Kankuro. She spotted him coming and frowned. "Where were you?" Naruto pointed a thumb behind him. "I was meeting up with my old team. Went to say goodbye to Sasuke. After that, I'm kind of surprised he decided to attend our wedding." Temari tilted her head. "Isn't he the one who you were always calling a douchebag?" Naruto nodded, ignoring Kankuro's snort. "One and the same." Gaara then decided to speak up. "We will get going as well. Our stay for tonight is reserved somewhere else. Take care of my sister, Naruto." Naruto clapped him on his shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. "Don't worry, I will." After bidding them good night, Gaara and Kankuro left. A handful of guests who were waiting to say goodbye to Naruto were left. Naruto and Temari bid them good night as well, and when everyone was gone, both of them gave a tired sigh and plopped down on the chairs in the living room. "Fake smiling all night is really hurting my cheeks," Naruto groaned. "True that." She took her feet out of the heels, groaning in relief. "That's much better." Naruto looked outside and winced at how much cleanup was required. "I'll have my clones clean that up tomorrow. For now, I think it's best if we turn in." Temari lifted her head to give him a smirk. "You just can't wait, can you?" Naruto smirked back. "I really don't think you can blame me." Temari rested her head back. "I'm not getting up on my own." Naruto quietly snorted as Temari rested on the chair. There was one thing left to do. He got up and walked down to the basement. He walked by the simulation room towards the stone that maintained the security seals around the house. He cut his thumb and swiped the blood on his right hand and flashed through a set of seals. He then slammed his palm upon the stone, watching as the seal flashed brightly once, signaling that the security was once again activated. He then walked back up, smiling softly on seeing Temari still on the chair with her eyes closed. He walked quietly towards her and lifted her heels, taking them to the shoe rack by the door. He removed his own shoes as well, making it easier for him to remain quiet. An involuntary squeal left her mouth when she was suddenly lifted up bridal style. Her hands instinctively wrapped around Naruto's neck, who was grinning wickedly. This is not the place to fall asleep, nor the time. There is still one thing left for us to do. Temari sighed as she shuffled in his arms to be a bit more comfortable. I am almost jealous of how much energy you always seem to have. It works in your favor tonight. Now let's go. I need to ravish my wife. Temari's giggles sounded through the house before the door to the master bedroom was shut. Sasuke made it back to his compound after 25 minutes of walking. It was like every moment of everyday lifeless. As he passed by an abandoned store, he stopped. Something felt out of place. He jumped onto the rooftop of the store, coming face to face with a group of 3 males and a female, all in varying but similar battle attire. Most notable feature of the attire that Sasuke definitely remembered seeing before was the thick purple rope tied behind them in a bow. What was gross, however, was the pale gray-haired boy with dark blue lipstick. Why would anyone want to wear that? And a second head behind him, and the dark tan boy with 3 sets of arms, Orochimaru's people. They definitely have the skill to gross people out. Down, I'll give them that. Who are you guys? He asked in a tone that was just shy of sounding bored. The tan boy smirked and came at him, but Sasuke jumped over him easily. Even in his tux, the 2-headed guy appeared behind him to try and punch Sasuke, but Sasuke kicked back sharply, sending the guy crashing into a wall. Getting behind his first opponent, Sasuke steadied himself to deal with the big-boned guy coming to land a solid punch. He just flipped him and the tanned boy, the 2 bodies flying towards the other 2. They all crash into each other, disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Sasuke scoffed and turned around to see the 4 looking completely unruffled, but on another building he brushed imaginary dust off his shoulder. Is that the best you can do? The 2-headed guy sneered at him. Quit your babbling, you weakling. Come over here so I can slap the bitch out of you. Sasuke adopted a mock-thinking pose. I know that pedophile talk. Orochimaru sent you guys right. Pale as toothpaste, goes after young boys and gives a totally fake laugh. The guy snarled and took a step forward but was stopped by the redhead. We didn't come here to test him. Orochimaru-sama has already done that. The guy just snorted in disgust. What does Orochimaru-sama need this weak guy for? Regardless, you will never be strong if you stay at Konoha. Mediocre at best, but you will never be able to match your blonde friend. Sasuke narrowed his eyes but waited for them to say more. The redhead continued while looking at him as if he was barely worth her time. Orochimaru-sama said that you were obsessed with killing your brother. He would be so surprised to be wrong. I thought that you would be training your ass off to get stronger. But here you are attending social functions like weddings. She spat the word as if it were a curse. Content to let your blonde friend be ahead of you while you remain behind. It's almost as if you have forgotten what you trained for. Those words struck Sasuke like thunder. He showed no outward reaction, but he was shaken up on the inside. The redhead continued, come with us if you do. Orochimaru-sama will give you power. Sasuke was pretty sure that Naruto would have made a pedophile joke if he were here, but he was not, and Sasuke's mind focused on a single question: had he really gotten so soft that he had lost the sight of his life goal? Then again, he wasn't satisfied with how he was being trained. Kakashi didn't seem to care much most of the time if Orochimaru was offering to train him. Should he refuse or not? His mind flashed back to the talk he had with Naruto in the hospital room. If he left the village, a kill-on-sight order would be placed on his head, and it would most likely be Naruto who would pursue him. Still, was he ready to leave everything behind? The 2 Headed guy interrupted his thought process. We know that the curse mark has been bothering you even if it is sealed. That surprised Sasuke, though he kept a tight rein on his facial muscles. The more you hold it back, the more it will drive you insane. If you come with us, Orochimaru-sama will teach you to control it, harness that power. The offer was looking worth taking every second. That asshole spoke. Sasuke was still a bit unsure though. Before he could think more, the redhead spoke up again. You either choose to come with us to Orochimaru-sama, the path of power, or you choose to remain in the village that is holding you back on purpose, holding you back from achieving your goal. Uchiha Itachi, and just like that they were gone. Sasuke stood on the roof, finally getting some time to think. He could leave the village, but one person came to the forefront of his mind. Naruto. He was perhaps the only guy in the whole village that Sasuke could hold a decent conversation with. Even though Sasuke never openly admitted it, he considered Naruto a friend, perhaps his only friend in the entire village. Not only that, but Naruto had this ability to make Sasuke feel bad about some of his decisions. It was clear even on the D ranks they had been on, he felt he could talk to him more about things than he ever could with any other person. Even if he never did that, Naruto put him at ease somewhat, but at the same time Sasuke felt jealous of him. Naruto was everything. Sasuke was not the most important of that being. Naruto was powerful. Sasuke was not. Sasuke was aware that by the time he reached to the level where Naruto was right now, Naruto would have jumped to a whole new level. He was growing stronger too fast, and Sasuke was afraid that all he would be doing his entire life was play catch up with him. He needed to get stronger faster than what he was getting in Konoha, and the redhead must have been right about the village holding him back on purpose. After what happened with Itachi, they would keep a more careful watch on him. Kakashi was never too inclined to train him unless it was a good day, which was very rare. His bonds would only hold him back. He would never be able to kill Itachi at the rate he was getting stronger. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes. When he opened them, he started walking back to his house, but his walk was different this time. It held a purpose. Naruto. I'm sorry. Naruto felt himself grinning in anticipation as he carried a giggling Temari to the master bedroom. Their bedroom. This was their night. The door was already open as he walked in. Using his foot to close it, he set Temari down on her feet, wrapping his arms around her waist. She in turn wrapped her own arms around his neck, gazing at him with such love that Naruto couldn't help but return with a smile. The acceptance of the thought that they were married was still settling in. They were together until they died. Nothing could separate them. The room was dark except for the light from the lamps. Perfect. Lemon deciding to start off the night's final event. Naruto leaned down a bit, capturing Temari's lips with his own. They had kissed many times by now, but he knew that both of them could tell that this one was different from them all. The kiss was soft as he gently caressed her upper lips with his mouth. He wanted this night to be their most special night. He wanted to make this last as long as he possibly could. Temari's one hand unwrapped from his neck to rest on his left cheek, her left leg coming out of the slit on the side of her dress lifting to rest at his hip. Temari had worn a very beautiful deep blue sleeveless gown for the reception. It wasn't too revealing, but it modestly showed off what she had. Her creamy long legs were slightly revealed by the slits on the side, with the gown having a V cut for her chest. It hugged her figure quite amazingly. Naruto was fully convinced that no girl was more beautiful than his wife. Naruto's right hand went down from Temari's waist to support her leg. His hand came to rest on the underside of her thigh, allowing Temari to rest it there. At the same time, her breath hitched as Naruto lightly roamed his hand back and forth. You are wearing too much for this night, said Temari in a sultry voice as she easily unbuttoned his suit jacket and smoothly slid it off him, leaving him in his shirt and pants. I think I'm making this too easy for you, Naruto teased as he bent his face further down to capture Temari's neck, beginning a series of love bites that caused Temari to start giving those delightfully pleasurable moans. The movement of her fingers, which was smooth before, started to get erratic because of Naruto's switch of contact. Her fingers fumbled for the buttons of his shirt. Never mind the bow tie on his neck. She could feel Naruto smirking in triumph as he continued to lay kisses on her neck, going to lightly suck on her pulse point that stopped Temari's fingers complete for a few moments as her hands contemplated whether to hold his head in place or to take off his shirt so that she could feel those abs of his. They decided to meet in the middle ground, her right hand wrapped around his head while her left went flat against his shirt for one moment, then molding a bit of chakra, she grabbed it into a fist and tore it right off, causing Naruto to pull back in surprise. You tore off my shirt? There was actually very little surprise in his voice, as if he was not completely surprised. It's not as if you'll be wearing it a second time, Temari replied before attacking his lips again. Naruto shivered at the contact of her hand against her stomach, not the one to be outdone. He moved his hand to her shoulders. Then I guess I should even the odds a bit. With that he gently slid off the shoulder straps of her gown, causing the dress to drop down to her hips. Naruto applied a little bit of force to slide it down her hips, causing it to reveal her legs completely pooling around her ankles. Temari broke off the kiss, her face red from the activity, a smirk forming on her face. She bent down until she was on her knees and directly in front of Naruto's cock. Naruto's heartbeat quickened, him knowing exactly what Temari intended to do. He watched in slight awe and anticipation as Temari deftly opened his pants, causing them to slide down, leaving Naruto in his boxers. A large tent had already formed on the inside and looked as if it would tear through his boxers any moment. That looks really uncomfortable, Temari commented as she slowly pumped him through his boxers. Naruto bit his lip to hold a groan, but his hips automatically went forward, desperate for more of Temari's contact. Slowly Temari pulled the boxers down, smiling widely at the large cock that sprung forward free from its grasp. The veins on it were visible and it was pulsating lightly, all 10 inches of it. Temari began to get wet herself as she kept pumping him. I'm so glad that you are mine now, was all Temari said before she took it in her mouth without any warning. Naruto gasped, the sensation being so new and yet so satisfying at the same time, giving him pleasure unlike anything he had ever felt before. If this was what sex entailed, he was going to get badly addicted. Temari was new to this, so she was going entirely on instinct. This was the first time she was giving a blowjob to Naruto, and it was a feeling like nothing she had ever felt before. Of course his cock was big enough that she barely went an inch past the head. She jacked him off at the same time she sucked on the head of his cock. She was blushing madly as she bobbed her head up and down. She used one hand to grip his hip to use as support. Naruto's breathing had gotten quicker as he watched Temari suck his cock like it was a lollipop. His hands came to rest on her head as they untied the single ponytail Temari had worn for tonight. Her hair dropped to the middle of her upper back and she looked just as beautiful as she always did. His hands buried themselves in the mass of her hair, holding her head in place as he lightly pumped in and out of her mouth, taking care that he did not go too deep. After about 10 minutes Naruto felt that he was nearing his release. Temari, I'm close. To his surprise, Temari did not let go of his cock. Instead she only jacked him off faster and sucked him, creating even more vacuum in her mouth. Fuck, I'm coming. Temari's eyes widened as thick ropes of Naruto's cum shot into her mouth. It was a little sticky, and to her pleasant surprise, quite tasty. There was something about its taste that was just uniquely Naruto. She gulped it down as fast she could, but after 4 gulps it was just too much for her. She took the cock out of her mouth. and just closed her eyes in pleasure as the cum was splattered on her chest. There wasn't much remaining, but it was beyond Temari's limit. For now Naruto panted heavily as he stopped coming. That was perhaps the best release he had ever gotten. He watched with delight as Temari gulped down his sperm until she couldn't and just let it splatter against her heaving chest. He decided that he liked Temari covered with his cum. She looked so unbelievably sexy. Temari got up from her knees, wiping her mouth with her hands, leaving a smirk in the place. Not bad for the first time, huh? Then, as if Naruto wasn't even in the room, she looked down at her chest, seeing her black bra covered with thick white cum. Without a second thought, she reached behind and snapped the bra open, leaving it to fall at her feet, exposing her breasts. Looking up at a stunned Naruto, she shrugged as if it was no big deal. Can't wear dirty clothes now, can I? She was unprepared for Naruto to lunge at her like a wild animal, eyes filled with hunger. You are doing that on purpose, aren't you? Without even waiting for her reply, he lifted her up, causing her to instinctively wrap her legs around him to keep from falling. He carried her to the bed and got on it on his knees, placing her down on her back. Temari only giggled as she ran her hands through his hair. Naruto just gazed at her as if trying to put her on fire. Temari shivered. She was definitely feeling some of that heat in her. She shivered in anticipation as she felt his hands drifting downwards towards her panties. His voice was sounding erotic and sexy by now. It's not fair if I'm the only one naked, is it? He grasped the strings on the side of her hips and slowly pulled them down, exposing her glistening wet pussy. Temari shivered as Naruto's breath hit her in her most private area. I like keeping things balanced, so how about I return your favor? He spread her legs so he could have much easier access to Temari's womanhood. He slid 2 fingers inside her folds, her whimper only motivating him. He rubbed his fingers against her inner walls, only serving to raise her arousal further. He marveled at how tight she felt on the inside as he rubbed his fingers against her walls to draw moans of lust and pleasure from her. He bent down and experimentally licked the folds just to see Temari's reaction. Temari cried out with pleasure as her back arched, her face was flushed and eyes closed, her hands stimulating the arousal by rubbing her erect nipples. Seeing her reaction, Naruto grinned and plunged tongue first into her pussy. Arg! The cry only spurred Naruto further as he gripped Temari's smooth and deliciously firm ass for leverage. He licked like the nectar of the gods of ramen was dripping from the pussy and didn't let one drop go to waste. He lapped up her juices like a dog dying of thirst. Temari's world was on fire as the pleasure reached to unimaginable heights. She maneuvered her legs onto Naruto's back, clenching him lovingly. Her fingers weaved through his golden blonde hair, pulling him closer to her, raising her hips for more pleasure. She didn't know about Naruto, but she was almost breathless. Her chest was heaving up and down, trying to draw deep breaths. His tongue moved faster inside her, eating her out like a sweet cake only reserved for him, which only served to draw her orgasm near. I'm coming. She came with a scream and cum she did. Naruto eagerly drank her release, finding the taste to be sweet and delectable. Temari was recovering when Naruto got up, licking his lips with a satisfactory smack. That was a tasty treat. He leaned down to Temari's neck, peppering it with small kisses. Temari tilted her head to give him more access. Now that we are done with the starters, are you ready for the main course? Naruto's cock, which was still erect and more, had grown 1 inch more due Temari's wonderful blowjob. It rubbed back and forth against Temari's clit, drawing a small moan from her. Naruto gave her a chaste kiss as if trying to reassure her. His finger lit up with chakra as he moved it onto Temari's stomach, writing a seal, anti-pregnancy seal. He told her, don't want to get you pregnant with my kids just yet. Temari gave a nod in understanding. Still, the thought of Getting pregnant was exciting but frightening. The head of his cock rubbed against her pussy a few more times before Naruto slowly slid it inside. Both of them gasped out loud for different reasons. Naruto because Temari's walls had clamped tightly around his cock, giving him a pleasure that was simply indescribable. Temari because Naruto was just so fucking huge. Inch by inch he slid inside until he met a barrier. His eyes met a nervous teal pair, but Temari nodded slowly without saying anything. Naruto pushed himself in, forcefully slamming his hips into hers and burying himself into her to the hilt. Temari cried out in pain, clutching Naruto's shoulders tightly as a few drops of blood dripped onto the sheet. It hurts, Naruto. Temari whimpered as a few tears escaped from her eyes. It'll be all right in a few moments, Temari, just bear with me, Naruto pleaded as he caught his lips with hers. He held still for a few moments as Temari acclimated to the pain of losing her virginity. Temari experimentally rolled her hips a little, moaning at the pleasure she now felt in place of pain. You can move now, Naruto, but take it slow please. Naruto nodded as he pulled his head out and buried himself again halfway, this time repeating the motion a few times. Naruto found a nice slow rhythm for himself. Temari's small winces of the remaining pain slowly faded away, now replaced by gasps and moans of sensual pleasure. Go deeper, Naruto. Naruto smiled and leaned down to capture her lips, obliging her by going a bit more deeper while maintaining his rhythm. He picked up his pace. When Temari started responding to the lip lock, he grunted and groaned in pleasure as their hips slammed together. You're so tight, Temari, he grunted between his thrusts. The sensation of her walls squeezing him every time he went in was just amazing. Temari pulled him closer by locking her legs behind his back, held in place by Naruto's hands on either side of her. Temari couldn't believe just how great it felt. You're huge, Naruto. Each word was said simultaneously with a thrust. Naruto's rhythm reached a new height as he moved like a piston in and out of her. Temari's moans were almost constant, now slowly increasing in volume. He glanced down to where the action was happening, seeing his cock shining from being covered in her juices. Temari's breasts were jiggling from the force Naruto was using to thrust inside her. After a short while he felt himself getting close to his release. I'm close, Temari, he grunted as he increased his pace to maximum, feeling her walls clenching around him. It was a miracle that Temari was able to reply to him, me too, keep going. Naruto grunted as he fully buried himself inside of her walls clenching him so tightly that he couldn't keep in the groan. He bit down on her shoulder, increasing body contact. He exploded inside her, his wife gasping at the hotness that filled her up on the inside. Yet Temari ensured that her pussy milked every drop of the obscene amount of seed that he released. Naruto also made sure on his end that not one drop escaped from her pussy. He kept coming for a whole 20 seconds, after which he completely dropped onto her, breathing heavily. His head was buried in her neck, nuzzling her lovingly, licking the spot where he left his mark. I love you, Naruto panted as he lifted up and gazed into her eyes. Temari smiled tiredly and kissed him softly. I love you too, Naruto pulled out of her, and to Temari's surprise, he was still hard as he was in the beginning. Naruto looked up at her with a smile. You up for another round, lemon? And Temari dropped onto Naruto after an exhausting round, her juices spilling down his cock mixed with his cum. Her stomach was a tiny bit bloated with how much of his cum Naruto had filled her with. She laid on his chest tiredly. Where does all that come from? I have never felt so full before. Naruto, who was equally as exhausted as his wife, chuckled as he ran her hand through her hair. Let's just say I have good genes and leave it at that. He was still buried inside her, though he was softening steadily. Still, he himself was surprised with just how much He was able to release the feeling of satisfaction when he released into Temari was something that transcended elation. Naruto wasn't even sure satisfaction covered it or not. Regardless, it was time to sleep. He pulled out of her slowly, allowing some amount of juices to spill out, but neither of them cared enough. They were too tired for that. He pulled the covers over them as Temari snuggled into his side. Already halfway asleep, Naruto turned off the lamp and just pulled Temari closer. His sexual appetite over for the night. Best night ever, he whispered before falling asleep with a wide smile. He was completely unaware of what was happening outside in the village. Sakura honestly did not know why she was roaming the streets of the village this late at night. She tried to convince herself that it was simply because she was in a good mood after her teammate's wedding, that she simply wanted to watch the stars, but that was not to be. Something was seriously wrong. That feeling was instinct. It was a gut feeling, perhaps because she was a ninja. That feeling would be honed over time, but today it was acting up, roaming the empty streets. She didn't know what she was looking for. Perhaps it was because, I didn't know you took late night walks, Sakura. Sakura turned around with a look of total shock on her face upon hearing the familiar voice. There was Sasuke dressed in his genin clothes, sans hite aid and a backpack on. Narrowing her eyes at him, she replied in a suspicious tone, I could say the same about you. Then a stray thought flew into her head, and the possibility was too big to not be questioned about. Genin don't go on solo missions, and I don't see Kakashi-sensei. Tell me, Sasuke, where are you going? Stay out of my business, Sakura. Sakura bit back a gasp at his reply. Sasuke hadn't been this cold, this uncaring since the beginning of their days as Team 7. It had gotten easier to hear some emotion in his voice since he and Naruto became, well, she wouldn't call it friendship, but they definitely had some sort of a bond. He had even smiled at the wedding and the reception tonight, and he looked genuinely happy for Naruto. Now that she looked at him, it seemed his walls of loneliness were back. It is my business when my teammate is about to become a missing nin. Sakura snarled at him, shaking off her momentary shock just in time to see Sasuke walking past her. Her hand shot up to grab his bicep with a bruising grip, spinning him around with all her strength. Don't do this, Sasuke. Leaving us now would mean giving up all the bonds that we have worked so hard to forge with you, the bonds that Naruto has worked to forge with you. I know you care for him, Sasuke, even if you don't care for me, so try to understand that this isn't worth it at all. Sasuke looked at her with uncaring eyes. I did start to think that working with you and Kakashi, working with Naruto, that was my way, but then I remembered what my life's goal is, and I would take whatever path is needed to achieve that goal. Sakura grit her teeth. Revenge won't make anyone happy, least of all you. She hated the feeling of desperation that crawled up her spine. Even though she had progressed, she doubted she would be able to hold Sasuke here. He was in a league of his own along with Naruto. Sasuke's reply was blunt and crushing. Revenge is what I have chosen. Then let us help you achieve it. You don't have to be alone in your pursuit, Yumi. Naruto, we can help you find your happiness. By now tears were spilling from her eyes. Maybe it's just a leftover from my fangirl days, but I don't want the person I love to go out into the cold world and become even colder. I want to be your happiness, Sasuke. I love you so much. Sasuke scowled at her. You are really annoying. Sakura ignored the sting of hurt that came from his statement. She pulled back her arm and threw a punch with all her strength, aiming to knock him out. Of course, Sasuke saw that coming from miles away. Having trained with Naruto, Sakura was a snail to his speed. He easily dodged the punch and used his speed to get behind her. Goodbye, Sakura. That was the last thing she heard before her world went black. Naruto honestly had the best sleep in his entire 13-year-old life here. He was spooning his wife in their bed after some intense love-making last night, of course. His rate of recovery was something that very few people could hope to match. Actually, scratch that, no one could match his rate of recovery. He was the one who had the strongest of the biju inside him. Not anybody else, which was why he found his eyes fluttering open at 5:30 in the morning, arms around Temari, whose back was resting against his chest, back to full energy. She was sleeping peacefully, tired because of the activities of last night. Strangely, Naruto actually felt proud of tiring her out now. He just held Temari close to him as he closed his eyes. Nothing could ruin this moment. Ding dong, of course, he just had to jinx it by thinking about it. He checked his wife, relieved that she was still sleeping. He slowly disentangled himself from her, careful not to wake her. Spreading out his senses, he was surprised to find the familiar yin-laced chakra signature of Shikamaru. He soundlessly walked out of the room without waking his wife. It was only when he reached the front door that he realized that he was buck naked. He hastily formed a half-ram seal, transforming some clothes onto him. Opening the door, he raised an eyebrow when he saw Shikamaru, decked out in his Chunin uniform with a serious expression that was rarely seen on his face. It was obvious that Shikamaru was not on a social visit, so Naruto got straight to the point. What's the problem? Sasuke's gone. If there was even the smallest amount of sleep remaining inside him, it was wiped out by the news that was delivered. Are you saying he left the village? Shikamaru nodded. I checked his house and there were no signs of struggle. Sakura was also found knocked out on a bench on one of the roads he left on his own free will. A small amount of hurt grew inside Naruto. Why would you leave Sasuke? He was careful not to let it show on his face. He forced rational thought into his head. When did he leave? Sometime in the early morning. Tsunade-sama sent me to get you for an emergency retrieval mission. Naruto nodded sharply. I'll meet you in her office in 5 minutes. He shut the door gently and briskly walked to his bedroom. If Sasuke left on his own free will, he shook his head as he entered his room. He wanted answers from the source he had warned Sasuke on what would happen if he were to leave the village, and he had thought that Sasuke had understood. He had thought that he and Sasuke had an understanding between themselves. Guess he was wrong. He washed his face and was about to dress up when a shuffling of sheets from behind him caught his attention as he turned and found Temari waking up, giving him eyes that were barely open. What is it, Naruto? Naruto smiled and simultaneously cursed himself for not having a camera for his wife. Looked absolutely adorable right now, buried in sheets, hair in disarray and rubbing her sleep-laden eyes with her hand. Even her voice sounded like that of a child being forced to wake up. Sorry for waking you, Temari, he said while putting on his armbands, but there is an emergency. Ba-chan has called me in. Now she looked annoyed. Right after our wedding night. He gave her a look of apology. Seems like it. If it makes you feel better, the emergency is big enough to warrant my presence. Holding the sheet to cover her chest, she asked, what is it anyway? He zipped up his Jonin jacket. Uchiha Sasuke has left the village. She wasn't immediately alarmed like him, but she woke up a little bit more. He is your friend, isn't he? He had tied his hite around his bangs by now. I thought so. Now he is a potentially dangerous missing nin. He walked to Temari and sat down by her side, taking her hand in his. He said, I'm sorry, but I really have to go. Temari sighed. Why can't someone else go? Why were you specifically called? Why not some other Jonin? I don't know, Temari, but I have to obey the Hokage's summons, Naruto explained. Temari frowned in worry. I don't like this. Our first morning as husband and wife being interrupted, but go. Naruto smiled. I'll make it up to you. He stole a quick kiss and was gone in a flash. Naruto reappeared outside the office just as Shikamaru was walking up to the door. He grumbled as he reached Naruto. I wish I could do that jutsu. I wouldn't have to walk anywhere after that, Naruto snorted beside him. I doubt you would have chakra to spare. He knocked the door and after hearing the permission to enter they both went inside to see Tsunade sitting behind the desk looking as if no one had asked her to get up at 5 in the morning. Naruto cut straight to the chase. What happened? He actually left on his own free will. Tsunade nodded, face grave and eyes blazing. Yes. Sakura was found knocked out on a bench by the main road. She tried to stop Sasuke but he overpowered her. She told the nearest ninja upon waking we believe he was enticed to by Orochimaru or one of his shinobis. How could a guy like Orochimaru and Shikamaru? Naruto glared at his friend, shutting him up. That is not the priority at the moment. Our first and foremost objective right now is to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke. He turned to Tsunade. I request a team of Chunin and Jonin for this mission. Tsunade's face turned regretful. Sorry Naruto, but I can't grant that request. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why not? We only have the bare minimum Jonin here to protect the village, all the rest being sent out on missions you'll only have to do with Genin. Naruto crossed his arms. I presume I stayed because of my wedding. Tsunade nodded. That is correct. Now I'll give you the only thing I can at the moment. You have the freedom to choose your teammates for this particular mission. As the only Jonin on this team, you are the team leader. Naruto nodded and turned to Shikamaru. If we're going to have to do with Genin, we best hurry to round every tough guy among the remaining rookies, which is sadly only one. The other one is a pretender and the last one is a cookie, quite literally. Shikamaru nodded. I think I know what you mean. I'll get started right away. As he turned to leave, Naruto told him one last thing. You have 10 minutes to assemble who you can. Shika, I'm appointing you my vice team leader. As soon as you assemble everyone you start on your pursuit, I'll catch up. Shikamaru's eyes widened. Wait. What do you? That's an order. Shikamaru, in a frustrated growl. Shikamaru asked him, how the hell am I supposed to assemble who I have in mind in just 10 minutes? Wordlessly, 7 of Naruto's shadow clones popped around them. One of them grabbed Shikamaru and all of them disappeared in a flash as one. Naruto turned to Tsunade with a frown. What is going on? I saw Kakashi last night. Why can't he accompany us? Tsunade shook her head. Kakashi has gone for a mission outside the village. You don't know because he went in the early hours of the morning. He was supposed to leave in the evening, but I only allowed him to stay because you invited him to your wedding. Naruto bit back a curse at that. He took a deep breath and relaxed. Okay, you want Genin to go on an A rank, possibly S rank mission. You'll be sending them to their deaths. What choice do I have? Naruto? Tsunade snapped back in frustration. Naruto glared at her before bowing his head in thought. Lifting it up, he whispered her one question. How do you want to bring him back? What do you mean? Naruto asked the question. In what condition do you want me to bring him back? Tsunade took a deep breath. I would tell you to get him back alive if possible, but since this is Orochimaru we are talking about here, I want you to bring him back in any way you can. We cannot risk Orochimaru getting the Sharingan. Her eyes were hard and Naruto understood the meaning behind her choice of words. Sasuke was to be brought back under any condition, whether it be alive or dead. His teeth gritted. If I am doing this, I want back up. I'm not risking my team like this. Tsunade stood up in a fury, sending her chair skidding back. I told you I don't have shinobi to spare for this mission. Naruto tilted his head. Maybe you don't. A smirk graced his face. But our new allies do. XXXXXXX. Shikamaru was in a bind after Naruto had basically told him to scram, and if that was not enough, sent him off with his clones as help to gather up whatever team he had in his mind. At first he was annoyed, but when he asked a clone that why couldn't they just flash to Sasuke and retrieve him, the clone had in all seriousness informed him that Sasuke didn't have the FTG mark, which meant Hiraishin was out of question. Without wasting time, he had sent one clone each to get Choji, Kiba and Neji. He told the rest to dispel themselves. Shikamaru couldn't get Shino as the guy was on a special mission with his father. They could have really used his chakra-absorbing bugs. Help Lee would have been a great addition to the team. However, he was still recovering from the surgery to put his limbs back together. However, Shikamaru wanted to pull his hair out when the clone that was sent to get Choji said that the Akamichi had come down with a case of food poisoning and as such won't be able to join the team. They were literally down to a 4-man cell now, just like they had started their ninja careers. After putting together a plan of pursuit, they had set off, and even caught up to the Sound 4. Shikamaru's plan had worked, to a point. They had managed to trap one of them with the shadow possession jutsu. Unfortunately, the Sound 4 seemed to have planned for that, which shocked Shikamaru to the core. They had greatly underestimated their opponents and now they were stuck inside an Earth Dome prison, the fat guy named Hirobo holding it from outside and sucking up their chakra through the walls. Kiba yelled in frustration, his claws digging into his hair. Damn it, the longer we stay inside, the more chakra that bastard is taking from us. It sucked, and the unintentional puns were not helping. Neji tried to remain rational and decisive. There must be some sort of weakness that we must find quickly, he muttered quietly, but the frustration was clear in his voice. What weakness? They had been inside for almost 15 minutes and Shikamaru couldn't risk getting any more of their chakra drained. He took a deep breath. Whatever he was about to say, it was interrupted by a thundering crack on one spot of the dome, as if something had been smashed with brutal force on it. They all tensed up as the prison started rumbling and eventually the walls fell around them, only to reveal they all relaxed slightly upon seeing Hirobo facing them, a blank look on his face, the forehead of which having the beginnings of a nasty bruise and small rivers of blood. The most significant thing, however, that caused Akamaru to whimper slightly was the blade that was sticking out from in front the Sound Nin's throat. It was clear to everyone that Hirobo was a dead man standing. The blade slid back and Hirobo fell on his knees, followed by his upper body, his face kissing the ground rather ungracefully. They all looked up to see eyes that were cold as ice and sharp as a sword, the anger simmering in them like boiling lava in a volcano. "And Naruto?" Kiba cried out in shock as he saw Naruto kill the nin without an ounce of remorse on his face. How did you?" "I didn't give him a chance to prepare," Naruto cut him off. "As soon as I sensed him, I used body flicker to get right to him and shoved the blade in his throat. The asshole was too absorbed in his monologue to see me coming." The nonchalant way he spoke about killing Hirobo was extremely unnerving, causing everyone except Shikamaru to question whether Naruto was a closet psychopathic killer. Kiba's face turned into a snarl. "We might have had an easier time if you had gotten here earlier." But Naruto was already walking past him. "I needed to ensure that we at least had some back up. I'm not going to get you all killed because there was a shortage of shinobi in the village now. Come on, we're losing precious time and distance." He started running and the others assumed a formation that Naruto guessed was Shikamaru's idea. The said Chunin caught up until they were side by side. "Naruto, there's something you need to know." Taking his silence as Naruto listening, he continued, "They have Sasuke in a coffin. Sort of. We believe him to be still alive, otherwise it would make no sense for them to kill him. There are 3 others we will probably have to face, and the number of opponents might include Sasuke if the guy really did go willingly," he reported, grumbling. The last bit, "You don't need to worry about Sasuke, I'll take him on if it comes to that," Naruto assured him. Shikamaru nodded at that. Naruto was probably the only one in their team who could stop Sasuke. Naruto continued speaking in a loud voice so others could hear him. "The lack of traps suggests that they expected the lot of you to be handled by the fat guy, which means we have a slight advantage, if only slight." Kiba asked him in confusion. "What the hell are you talking about?" The element of surprise. "They won't be expecting us to catch up to them this quickly, so we have a bit of time to come up with a plan." "Not much though, so we better hurry," Naruto advised as they leapt through the trees. It was clear to Shikamaru that Naruto was using his sensing abilities to track the remaining 3 nin, so the planning was left up to him. He was able to come up with a plan, but before he could tell it to his teammates and Naruto, the latter suddenly stopped, holding up a fist as a sign to stop all of them. Each team member froze on the tree on which they had landed, not making a sound, so as to listen to what Naruto was listening to. Naruto's danger sense had buzzed suddenly, which is why he had stopped. There had to be a trap, or worse, one of the members had stayed behind just in case the fat guy had failed. They had planned this very impressively. Naruto's keen eyes roamed around the trees, trying to spot anything that might be out of the ordinary. His extra sensitive nose picked up a very, very faint smell of vinegar, but Naruto could not make any association of it to the mission. His eyes and ears were unable to pick up anything. "Neji," the sharp whisper caused the said person to perk up. "Look ahead and tell me if we're heading into a trap or not." Neji nodded and silently activated his Byakugan, his eyesight going beyond of what normal eyes were capable of. The veins around his eyes became prominent as his eyes did their work. "There seems to be one of them standing on a branch 500 meters ahead of us, and he has 6 arms as well." Naruto smirked faintly. 6 arms? Huh, not something we see every day. He turned back. "I am sending a batch of clones to scout. They will travel 200 meters ahead of us disguised as us. We will follow them out of sight. Since we don't know the full scope of his abilities, we will engage as soon as he is occupied with the clones. Is that clear?" After they organized themselves in a formation, Naruto sent a batch of clones disguised as the team ahead of them, while they discreetly followed behind. Just as Neji said, the clones were attacked by the sound nin as soon as they were in front of him, out of sight. The team watched with disgusted fascination as the sound nin spun spider webs from his mouth and trapped the clones, spinning a different type of web, a more hardened type. He was about to finish off the clones when Naruto gave the signal to engage. Even though he was surprised, he adapted to the situation very quickly, realizing that the ones he had trapped were only clones. With a brutal maneuver of his webs that told Naruto that they were dealing with no amateur here, he snapped all the clones out of existence. He managed to dodge Kiba's fang attack just in time, spinning a web that hung up the Inuzuka duo. Naruto created 6 clones to distract the now known Kidomaru, who trapped them in another of his webs. Smirking in a feral way, he said, "Let's see which one of you is real." The real Naruto, who had body flickered up high, smirked as he saw Neji advancing silently behind the web weaver. However, before his strike to connect, Kidomaru managed to spot him and dropped down, neatly dodging the strike. Quickly weaving a dense web, he trapped Neji into a cocoon. "My webs are strong enough to hold down elephants with ease. You are no match for them." He then turned back to the 6 clones and then spun his hardened webs. He finished off all the 6 clones, and just as he was in his shock, Naruto acted. He dropped silently from above a kunai, ready to bury itself in the nin's head, when Neji appeared out of nowhere, propelling both of them to another branch. He glared at the Hyuga, half in irritation and half in confusion. "What the hell? How did you get out of that cocoon?" Shikamaru and Kiba joined them while the man glared at them with hatred, wanting nothing more than to kill them. "How did you get out of the webs?" Neji coolly replied. "The Hyuga clan specialize in chakra-based attacks and your threads are full of chakra," meaning, he turned to his teammates and Naruto did not like where this was going. "This fight is best suited for me. Go now and catch up to Sasuke." Shikamaru made a decision faster than Naruto and said, "I say we let him have this one, Naruto." Naruto gave Neji a hard glare mixed with a searching glance. If Neji had not jumped in between, Kidomaru would be lying on the ground, a kunai buried in his head. His hand reached out and roughly pulled Neji close to his face by his collar. "You better be alive after this fight, Neji," he told him. In a harsh whisper. He deliberately didn't tell him to catch up because he knew Neji would be in no condition to catch up to them. Neji gave a jerk of a nod, after which Naruto released him, leaving Neji behind to fight Kidomaru. Naruto, Shikamaru and Kiba leapt away. No one spoke a word, for the tensions were high because they had to leave a comrade behind. It was one of the hardest decisions ninja ever faced. To go or reach somewhere, you have to leave something, or in this case someone behind. "I'm not going easy on Sasuke when I get my hands on him," Naruto growled. "About time. I really want to see that guy's ass," handed to him on a silver platter decorated with diamonds. The growl in his mind almost caused Naruto to miss a step, but he recovered, waving away Shikamaru's and Kiba's searching looks. He gestured them to increase their pace. "Speed up, you two. We have to try our utmost to catch them before the sunset." The trio increased their speed while Naruto continued his conversation with Kurama. "About time you woke up. Tell me you didn't see me in Temari." "No." Naruto sighed in relief. "Good, otherwise it would have been terribly awkward. It's a good thing that I can block myself in your mind, otherwise I would have had nightmares of your mating." "Awkwardness aside, I need to focus on my mission. Can't let my team get killed now, can I?" "I don't understand why you even trusted the Uchiha in the first place." "I was not completely trusting. Okay, I was reasonably cautious. Your current predicament says different." Naruto had no response for that. "Just let me concentrate, okay? I have a feeling that things would only get worse." Kurama snorted. "They always get worse before they get better." Naruto remembered that. The ancient fox went silent after that, leaving Naruto and his team to pursue in silence, even though they kept going relentlessly. The darkness of the night descended upon them, and soon the only light source that they had was the full moon. "We still haven't caught up to them," Kiba growled in frustration. Shikamaru placated him. "It's fine, we'll just maintain distance and wait to attack." Kiba gawked at him. "Until dawn, wouldn't it be better to attack right now while the dark gives us cover?" Naruto and Shikamaru both rose an eyebrow. "So Kiba can think intelligently sometimes." Shikamaru clarified Kiba's suggestion. "A sneak attack, you say?" "Yeah, we can use decoys while one of us grabs the coffin." Naruto shook his head. "As good as that sounds, the dark is only good for an instantaneous advantage. The sneak attack has to be timed perfectly and precisely, otherwise we all end up dead. Not to mention you both don't have night vision, which only increasing the chances of our dying." Kiba grumbled but accepted the argument. Naruto and Shikamaru were far better when it came to calculating strategies. Thankfully he didn't question the fact that Naruto excluded himself out of that statement. Naruto guided them through the dark, applying a tiny bit of Kurama's chakra to his eyes to see through the dark. He kept his senses active for any sign that they had caught up, though he had a feeling that they would have to wait for a long time. Naruto had brought 3 soldier pills with him. He took one and gave the other 2 to his remaining team. They accepted them with a grateful nod of thanks. The sun rose up in the sky and Naruto finally got a lock on a chakra signature ahead of them too. In fact, it was similar to the last two sound. Ninja Naruto concluded that they were on the right track and almost at the end of the trail at the speed they were going. I've got a lock on the last ones, xxxxxxxx, Saken, the warning reached the gray-haired boy in time as he smirked savagely. His hands reached out quickly to catch those of the blonde who tried to bury a kunai in his neck. He grinned at the struggling blonde. You are going to die if that's all you have. There was no change in the expression of his captive, so Saken had no warning at all. A white twister went right through his captive, who was a shadow clone, judging from the smoke and into him, sending him flying back towards the tree branch with his teammate stuck on it. The redhead cursed and prepared to move herself and the coffin out of the way when her eyes widened and she struggled to look at the cause. She couldn't move. Her shadow had been caught by the Chunin, to Yuya move. Saken yelled at her to move, but there was no way for her to do so. Shikamaru released his jutsu at the last minute, causing both of the sound nin to crash into each other. The coffin went flying out of her grasp and straight into the arms of Kiba, who threw it to Naruto. As soon as Naruto caught it, he barked out, "Move it!" Naruto ran off from the clearing with Shikamaru and Kiba close behind. Naruto kept a faster pace than before, so his remaining team members had some trouble following him. Shikamaru grinned. "We can hightail it back to the village, as if it was that easy. You are forgetting that they are recipients to the power of the curse seal and as such would have no problem in catching up with us. In fact, I can sense them following, and Saken is catching up." The Chunin and the Genin looked behind, their eyes widening upon seeing Saken covered in the black waves of the curse mark, and he was steadily catching up to them. Shikamaru grit his teeth. "Naruto, you are the fastest one among us, so," Naruto sharply cut in, "I'm not leaving you behind." Shika, his right hand came up in a half ram. "Brace yourselves." A series of explosions larger than what Shikamaru and Kiba had ever seen rose up. Saken was so into the pursuit, blinded by the rage that these kids had managed to outsmart him, that he failed to notice the explosive tags on the trees. They were put slightly out of sight so as to not alert anyone immediately. Naruto smirked in satisfaction. The path they were on was the same one that they came from, so Naruto had taken precautions in case of a pursuit like this. He had laid out some of his personal tags very systematically for the sole purpose of slowing down anyone who might follow them in their return. His smirk dropped, however, when Saken emerged from the smoke, angrier than ever. "You'll have to try harder than that, you assholes." Unfortunately, Akamaru was surprised by the nin's appearance and as a consequence lost his footing. Momentarily he fell and landed heavily on a trunk of a tree. Kiba immediately changed course to his familiar, Akamaru. Naruto cursed when he saw that Saken had wrapped ninja wire around Akamaru, painfully trying to squeeze him to death, and it seemed that Naruto gave too little credit to the brains of the guy, for he did not forget about them. A kunai came racing towards them, an explosive tag wrapped in the ring. Naruto's eyes widened and he retaliated, a shuriken whizzing through the air to knock the kunai off course. The kunai got knocked off its path, arching to bury itself a few meters away from Saken. Kiba had just reached Akamaru when the tag went off. For a moment Naruto was blinded by the light of the explosion. The smoke that followed it did not help either. Panic spread through him at the thought that Kiba and Akamaru were caught in the blast, and he hastily spread out his senses, trying to get a lock on their signatures. He released a breath of relief followed by a frown of confusion when he sensed that all the three were falling down into a "what the fuck, where did that ravine come from?" For all his observational skills, Naruto was truly perplexed on how he had not managed to spot the deep ravine. In a rare moment where emotion clouded his judgment, he rushed forwards ready to go down to see if they were alive, only to be pulled back by his Chunin teammate. He snarled at Shika. What? Shikamaru only pointed a finger behind them and Naruto turned to see the redhead Tayuya coming for them. Naruto was about to say something when his danger sense buzzed loudly, indicating a particularly large threat heading for them behind his back. Spreading his senses, he found a large source of chakra heading for them, still half a kilometer away and closing quickly. Tayuya shouted, "You assholes!" She was about to continue rushing forward when she suddenly stopped. Eyes trained not at Naruto and Shikamaru but behind them. "You! What are you doing here?" Seeing a mostly overconfident enemy whisper in such dread-filled voice, Naruto braced himself for whatever was coming for them. He acted just at the right time, grabbing Shikamaru by the vest and flash-stepping to another branch, avoiding the newcomer. He was deathly pale and looked as if he was under the effects of a sickness. His white hair was short with two sections wrapped uniquely over his shoulder. He wore a strange lavender bodysuit with splits in the front to show his sweats, but it was the purple bow that let Shikamaru know that shit was about to hit the fan. It distantly occurred to Naruto that he should have left Hiraishin marks at intervals during their pursuit so they could have avoided this sort of chase altogether. He narrowed his eyes at the figure. "Who are you, Kimimaro? How your body is no longer." The whisper was of shock, but Naruto had no problem hearing her, so this guy was suffering from an illness, and from her choice of words it was most likely terminal. "True, that is all. I am good for now." Making sure Orochimaru-sama's dream come to fruition, he spoke quietly, and Naruto internally frowned at the lack of emotion in his voice. "I have my mission and you have yours. I will make sure the new vessel reaches Orochimaru-sama." Naruto and Shikamaru faced the newcomer, who was standing right in front of them. Naruto was spreading his senses as far as he could, trying to locate even one of his markings besides Shikamaru, but no such luck. They were too far out. "Shika, don't forget the mission objective." Naruto, Shikamaru cut in calmly, his eyes not leaving his now chosen opponent, lowering his voice so that only Shikamaru could hear him. He spoke, "I better find you alive, you understand?" Without waiting for a reply, Naruto was gone in a flash step. Kimimaro followed him not even a second later, ignoring Tayuya's cursing. Now that Naruto was alone, he had no need to restrain his speed. He flew through the tree line, making Kimimaro frown as he struggled to keep up with the blonde, let alone catch up. Even with the coffin in his arms, Naruto was managing to maintain his lead on Kimimaro. Kimimaro realized that this blonde shinobi was deviously fast. He pushed his dying body further with the power of the curse seal and started to steadily gain on the blonde, if only slowly. Naruto's frustration was building up as he felt that the lead that was between him and his pursuer started to close up. "Damn it, looks like I will have to release all the seals." There was also some sort of strange energy coming from the coffin, and its taste was making him sick. Not to mention the energy was steadily growing in amount in his close proximity. It wanted to pulse through him but was repelled by his own chakra. Naruto was nervous, even if nothing was really happening to him. Then it occurred to him one of the core fundamental meaning of holding a high rank in the military forces, an advice that Kakashi had taught him shortly after he got promoted as a Chunin or a Jonin. It was up to you to ensure that any mission you do it with utmost precision. A mission should never remain incomplete if you could prevent it. No mistakes, no loose ends. He emerged from the forest into a large clearing. He set down the coffin and waited for his tail to catch up. Sure enough, a few moments later Kimimaro came into sight. He walked calmly towards Naruto, curse marks receding back into the seal. Confident that he could take Naruto on without its power, he murmured to himself, "How to defeat you?" Naruto kept a cold expression on his face. would you happen to know just exactly what Orochimaru wants Sasuke for? Kimimaro did not reply immediately, instead choosing to size Naruto up. Orochimaru-sama has already obtained the immortality jutsu, something that only he understands and is capable of. Naruto dryly returned, "Sure, but I fail to see what that has to do with Sasuke. Immortality doesn't mean that the body will remain, just the soul. His soul is immortal, and to house that immortal soul every once in a while a new flesh is needed." Taking a deep breath to calm his shudders, Naruto spoke back. "So Sasuke is supposed to be the new vessel, I take it. For someone with a terrible sense of fashion and makeup, he has surprisingly good taste." He smirked. In the end, Kimimaro either didn't get the joke or just didn't have a sense of humor. Deciding to waste no more time, Naruto made his first move for Kimimaro. It all happened too quickly. 1 second. The shinobi was standing 30 feet across from him, right hand comfortably resting on the coffin. The next, his face made contact with a violent kick that sent him spinning into the air, but he recovered quickly and just in time to block a punch midair. His opponent was good, very good. The blow had only hurt a bit because of his enhanced durability, but the fact that it even hurt said volumes about his opponent. They landed on the ground and started exchanging blows. Naruto was reasonably cautious when he engaged in a fight with Kimimaro. The bone-like protrusions coming from Kimimaro's palm were obviously to be avoided. Kimimaro was an aggressive fighter, but of the kind that managed to make each one of his moves like a deadly dance in a swift motion. His Hiraishin Naruto came into his hand coated with wind chakra sharpened to the point of being a dagger. Kimimaro apparently saw those as a threat. Even with his own set of weapons as he switched to defense, the sound nin did not allow his annoyance to show on his face at the lack of pattern in the hits that Naruto was throwing at him. Naruto likewise was trying to find an advantage. Those protrusions on his hands were very sharp and annoying. One swipe had come close to his throat. Not only that, but Kimimaro could apparently make those protrusions pop up from anywhere on his body. Naruto had yet to take a hit but was finding it very hard to find an opening to his opponent's style to put a seal on him. Maybe I should spice it up a bit. 2 clones suddenly appeared and Kimimaro found it significantly harder to attack as he was forced to switch to defense. Even though they were shadow clones, they had the skill of the original, and as such 3 slashes found their way into his guard. He snarled, losing his cool a bit, and extended his bone spikes outwards like a porcupine, catching one of the clones and dispelling it into a cloud of smoke. The remaining clone dodged a spike by doing a one-handed cartwheel on top of his head. His right hand, a spike protruding from his palm, came up to dispel it, but he made one crucial mistake in account of his short-term problem. He didn't keep track of the original. As soon as he dispelled the clone, he caught something heading towards him in his peripheral vision. He desperately leapt to the side, trying to dodge whatever it was, even though the compressed ball of wind didn't hit Kimimaro directly. It was close enough that it might as well be a point-blank attack. The explosion violently hurled Kimimaro to Naruto's right, the wind from the explosion having made more than a few scratches on him just as he was about to switch directly to the second level of his curse mark. Something brutally slammed into his back, sending him right back towards the direction that he came from. Spinning like a screw in the air, he grit his teeth because whatever jutsu was used, it grinded on his back, right where he couldn't grow bones from, right where his flesh was, and it really hurt. Naruto kept his guard up even though he'd managed to smash a Rasengan directly into Kimimaro's back. The guy was tough more in a literal sense than the metaphorical. Naruto had figured that for him to use his bones as a weapon, they would have to be extremely tough, tougher than one could imagine. So Naruto had created a Rasengan slightly bigger than his usual and spun it with greater speed than ever before, which meant greater damage to the target. His clone had slapped a marking on Kimimara's head, so Naruto was able to use Hiraishin to catch him off guard. Still, it wouldn't exactly be a surprise to him if Kimimaro got up after that attack. Just as he finished his last thought, he saw a figure slowly rising in the dust cloud that was created after the Rasengan burst. He was obviously in pain, and when the dust finally cleared, Naruto bit back a smirk at Kimimaro's expression. He was pissed off. There was not a single trace of the calm confidence Naruto had first seen on his face. All the composure seemed to have left him, and he looked like he wanted nothing more than to turn Naruto into a sponge by creating a number of holes. That was a bit too disturbing to think about. "You are powerful Konoha shinobi," he said in a controlled voice that was a contrast to the rage-filled expression. His back was hunched a bit in obvious pain. "Never have I met someone who could push me like this, except for Orochimaru-sama." Foul energy began to take an aura around him. "It seems that I cannot afford to hold back any longer." Naruto watched as Kimimaro's power began to grow. Unlike the little black marks that covered Sasuke upon the seal's activation, his seemed to cover his entire body in almost a second layer, giving his skin an entirely new look. Judging by the way he was standing, it probably healed the injury caused by the Rasengan as well. All in all, he looked hideous. Crack confused, both Naruto and Kimimaro turned to look at the coffin. Naruto was about to turn back when nothing happened for a few moments. When the coffin exploded, boom, Naruto stood in his position, unflinching, as he deduced that whatever purpose Sasuke was put into this coffin, that was fulfilled. Sasuke emerged from the coffin looking different. The colors of his skin and hair were all wrong and inverted. Naruto couldn't see his face as he was facing Sasuke's back. "That's enough, Sasuke. You're coming back with me right now." His skin and hair reverted to normal colors. Sasuke laughed, and Naruto frowned deeply when he heard how detached it was, how manic it was. Sasuke walked towards into the forest as if he had never heard Naruto speak. "I'm ordering you to stop right now, Sasuke." Sasuke broke into a run, disappearing into the trees in the direction of the border of the fire country. He completely disregarded Naruto's growled order. Naruto was in a bit of a bind right now. He could not turn, for Kimimaro would jam a bone spike into him at the slightest opening, and if he did not turn, he would lose Sasuke. He could already sense the Uchiha moving at incredible speeds that he normally wasn't capable of. Last time Naruto checked, so he took a risk. He turned around under the pretense of dropping his guard, just like he expected. Kimimaro was at his back in less than a second, a spike ready to stab him through the heart. "Konoha Senpyu." Two things happened after the cry was heard. Naruto flashed away to a kunai buried in the ground a few meters away, and Kimimaro suffered a vicious kick to the spike in his hand, sending him back. Naruto lifted his head up to see, yep, the green spandex bushy eyebrows. It was Lee. The boy turned and grinned. "Naruto-kun, I am here to help." Naruto lifted an eyebrow, hiding his surprise at Lee's arrival. "You were supposed to be recovering, Lee. Why are you here?" "I am here to help. I will stay behind and handle this most unyouthful opponent. You pursue Sasuke-kun." With a brisk nod of thanks, Naruto yanked his kunai out and dashed into the direction Sasuke had gone. The entirety of his team had split up, putting their lives on the line so they could get Sasuke back. This entire mission had been a relay, with every team member running their race. The final lap was up to Naruto, and there was no way he would be losing. He went full throttle. His senses locked onto Sasuke's XXXXXXX. Sasuke felt his power growing, yet at the same time it did not feel like his power, but rather power that was someone else's merging with his own. It was a feeling like nothing else, and it increased to a point that it got hard to contain or control. Sasuke was conscious enough to know where he was and decided that he had been trapped long enough. Now was his time to make his move if they were at where he was supposed to be. Good if not too bad for them. Because he didn't care, he knew where he was supposed to go. He flexed his power and the result was glorious. It was like being freed from the bonds that held you against your will yet only made you stronger. The power was still merged with him and he felt powerful like never before. It was like the power itself was restrained like him. Now it was free and it felt amazing. He was high on power, so high that he could only distantly hear someone calling his name. He paid the call, no heed, only having one destination in mind. He flexed his power again, this time commanding it to make him fast, and it obeyed. The power allowed him to go at speeds that only Naruto was capable of going at. Sasuke knew that his resistance seals had been taken off before he was put into the coffin, so he was almost twice as fast as he was before, coupled with the power of the seal, and he was fast enough to give Naruto a run for his money. See what I did there? Run for his money. He was slowly coming down from the high, so his rationality was coming back. He looked back once to see if anyone was following him or not. He gave a satisfied smirk upon seeing no one and continued on his journey with even greater vigor. He finally came to the border that separated the Fire Country and the Rice Country. It went by a name that was famous, Valley of the End. The place not only served as the border between the two countries but as a famous landmark. This place was carved out when Senju Hashirama fought his best friend Uchiha Madara to death. By the way, Sasuke doesn't know who that is. This is the author informing y'all. Sasuke jumped from the head of the Shodai Hokage down to the water and onto the head of the spiky-haired statue. This was it. Once he crossed this valley, he would sever all his bonds with Konoha. There was no coming back from this. He froze in his tracks, however, upon hearing that achingly familiar voice filled with coldness and simmering rage masked with nonchalance. I hope you know that I won't let you leave like this, Sasuke. Naruto chased after his rogue comrade, frowning at how he was pushing himself. Granted, even he had removed almost all of his resistance for this mission, but for Sasuke to match the speed he was going at with majority of his resistance removed was rather troubling, and he felt a bit guilty for feeling this, but he felt excited. The thought that he might have to use his full power to fight Sasuke gave him a rush that brought a feral grin to his face. For too long he had wanted to have a fight where he could give it his all. He had given it a thought that the coffin that housed Sasuke was part of some sort of process that was supposed to release the full power of the cursed seal, and Naruto knew just how powerful Sasuke was with the seal. He dare say that it would have required every trick in his arsenal to stop Sasuke with the first level of the curse mark without resorting to Kurama's chakra, but now he had a feeling that the upcoming fight will be much more challenging. There was quite a reasonable amount of distance between him and Sasuke due to the latter having an early start, but as he was catching up he frowned as he sensed the chakra signature stop in front of him. Why would Sasuke stop? Did he know that Naruto was in pursuit? Deciding not to let the opportunity slip, Naruto turned full throttle, rapidly closing the distance between him and Sasuke. His eyes widened when he saw Sasuke come into view, but narrowed when he actually deduced just where the two of them had arrived. At a flash step sent him onto the head of Senju Hashirama. Just as Sasuke was once again starting to walk away, straightening up, he spoke in a normal voice that clearly reached the Uchiha. I hope you know that I won't let you leave like this, Sasuke. The Uchiha froze in his tracks, and Naruto watched as he slowly turned towards him. Alarm bells rang in his mind when he took in his appearance. Sasuke pretty much looked like when the power of the curse mark flowed in his chakra network, but there was a clear difference. Sasuke's left side was covered in black marks like before, but his left eye had changed, having a black sclera and a golden iris, which gave him a rather menacing look, not to mention the sick smile that he was sporting. It made him look very deranged. For a fleeting moment Naruto's mind recalled the meeting he had with the last person he saw before leaving the village for pursuit. Flashback: Naruto was briskly walking towards the village gates from where Shikamaru had taken off in pursuit. He was currently in the process of gaining the mindset for the retrieval mission. There was a chance that he might have to kill Sasuke. And Naruto did not like that. If it was possible, he would try his level best to bring him back alive. Even if he had to break every single bone in the Uchiha's body. The thought of killing Sasuke did not appeal to him. Just as he arrived at the gate, he took a deep breath and let it out. Be quick in what you have to say, Sakura. He turned around, a frown gracing his features as he looked at his former teammate. Sakura looked terrible. There were noticeable bags underneath her eyes due to lack of sleep. There were tear tracks on her face, and even now she looked like she was barely holding any more. Tears at bay. Naruto. Her voice broke as she bit her lip, holding back the tears desperately. She then continued in a whisper, "Please bring Sasuke back, I beg you." Naruto sighed as he looked down. Contemplating on what to say, he had a suspicion that Sakura's feelings for the Uchiha were not those of a typical fangirl, but it only added to her misery if Sasuke did not care to return those feelings. He decided to be blunt with her, for if he lied, she would never forgive him. "I will bring Sasuke back, Sakura," he told her with a straight face, and it hurt a bit to crush that glimmer of hope that made itself known on her face. "But not for you." Sakura's lip trembled. What? I will bring Sasuke back because it is my duty to do so as a shinobi of Konoha, because I have been ordered to do so. The bluntness of his words caused the tears to finally flow again. She near shouted at him, her words a mixture of rage and disbelief. Why only because it's your duty? Why not because he's your friend, yours and mine teammate?" Naruto pursed his lips together. "I'll be frank with you, Sakura. Hokage-sama has ordered me to get Sasuke back by any means necessary. Not only that," he continued, despite the growing horror on Sakura's face, "but Hokage-sama has given me very specific instructions to bring Sasuke back. Regardless of whether he's dead or alive." Sakura put her hands on her mouth. In growing dismay and horror, the mere thought of Sasuke being dead at the hands of Naruto. "Please, don't tell me you intend to kill him." Naruto pursed his lips. "I don't, but it might be difficult to get him back alive. He left on his own free will, not to mention he's probably being guarded by some of Orochimaru's finest." He turned and started walking away. "I won't get my hopes up if I were you, Sakura, but I won't stop you from praying for a miracle." Flashback end. By now Naruto had hardened his resolve, shoving the memory of his meeting with Sakura to the back of his mind. He could not afford to get distracted right now. He didn't know why, but a sense of familiarity shot through him as he considered his and Sasuke's positions. It was almost as if they had been here before. Naruto decided to speak first. "Do you have a reason as to why you deserted the village, Sasuke?" Sasuke's answer was detached, as if he no longer cared what Naruto said. "I'm done fooling around with the leaf. And you, Naruto. Konoha cannot make me strong enough for what I need to do." Naruto had to admit that Sasuke was partially right in the regard with what happened with Uchiha Itachi. The village wanted to keep a close eye on Sasuke to prevent it from happening again. Konoha's history with powerful Uchiha shinobi was not good at all. "Regardless, you are coming back with me to the village. Whether you like it or not, my team did not risk their lives for nothing." Sasuke tilted his head as if he was merely curious. "You think you can force me to come back, Naruto?" Naruto's eyes narrowed at how Sasuke so casually disregarded the fact that lives had been put on stake to get him back. Sasuke continued, I don't think you fully understand the power that I now possess, Naruto," and it was true. Ever since his seal had been enhanced, Sasuke could tell that he was substantially more powerful than before. He was sure that he could take on Naruto and win, but he knew that he would have to work hard for it. "You sure do lack your brother's resolve." That froze the blood flowing in his veins. In a low whisper he snarled, "What did you say?" Naruto knew what he did was low. Itachi was a sore spot for Sasuke, and hitting it like the way he did was cruel of him, but he needed Sasuke to see reason before he proceeds to fight him. "Your brother got strong inside the village, Sasuke. You know that he didn't need any outside help to become as strong as he did." "Shut up," Sasuke yelled, but made no move to attack Naruto. "You know nothing." But Naruto pressed on. "Shodai Nidame Sandame Yondaime Sanin Hitaki Sakumo Maida Dai Kakashi Gai." All of these are some of the most powerful shinobi in the world. Sasuke, do you think that they became powerful by seeking outside help? Make your point already. Damn it, my point is all of these shinobi are a product of Konoha, just like your brother was. They were not weak just like your brother. You can become strong as well. Konoha has held me back enough. If that village can't give me the strength I need, I'll take it from elsewhere." Sasuke trampled over Naruto's words as if they hadn't even been spoken. He was sick of this. Naruto was starting to get annoyed now. "You must have dropped a few brain cells somewhere if you think I'll let Orochimaru have that body of yours." "I don't care." Sasuke spread out his arms. "If you think that you can make me come back, then I dare you to try." He was practically inviting him to fight him. Naruto could feel his heart beating faster as adrenaline started flowing. This was his chance to really go all out, but he had to be careful. Sasuke knew how he fought, and he would no doubt be avoiding his palm strikes that Naruto frequently used to slap the Hiraishin mark on his opponents, or just any sort of seal. This would be a completely different type of fight, a fight that was based partially on the mission and partially to see who was the most powerful between them. Naruto had proved himself superior time and time again to Sasuke, but Sasuke seemingly had an edge now, and to be frank, Naruto wanted to drag out the fight simply to pitch himself against the Uchiha to see where each of them stood. Let the fight begin. Naruto made eye contact with Sasuke under the pretense of glaring at him. Sasuke was about to taunt him further when he felt himself freezing up, immediately recalling a similar incident where Orochimaru had done the same thing. The name of the technique sprang to his mind: Kanashibari no Jutsu. Before he could flex his chakra to free himself, Naruto had rocketed forward and had ruthlessly slammed him into the wall behind him, his hand pressed against his throat and holding him up. Naruto gazed intently as he held Sasuke by his throat. That was one of his fastest flash steps, he had to admit, and yet judging by the lack of surprise Naruto knew that Sasuke had managed to see him to a degree, as if he knew that Naruto would do that. Naruto's sense rang a second before Sasuke's knee came up to bury itself in his gut, or what would have been his gut had he not jumped back. Sasuke sprang forward to engage Naruto in a furious bout of taijutsu. His Sharingan had activated the moment Naruto had frozen him, and he knew better than to underestimate the blonde. Naruto was faster than Sasuke, but the perceptiveness of his Sharingan allowed Sasuke to either dodge or block hits by the smallest of the margins before a rhythm could be established in the fight. Naruto spun a kunai in his right hand and slashed at Sasuke, who mentally cursed and jumped back reflexively, failing to avoid the slash completely, and as a result a small tear appeared on the front of his shirt. Naruto gave Sasuke no time to think as he went on the offensive, but Sasuke was willing to take risks. It seemed Naruto was slightly impressed when Sasuke allowed a punch to penetrate his guard right into his gut, but Sasuke retaliated right after Naruto's attack, throwing a punch and successfully connecting it to Naruto's cheek, sending him backwards. Sasuke coughed up blood due to the force of the punch. The timing of those two attacks was such that each was thrown back by the attack of the other. Naruto threw 4 shuriken at Sasuke with deadly accuracy, which Sasuke jumped to the side to avoid since he didn't have any shinobi tools for himself. However, Naruto showed off his own ability to predict his opponent as well. As soon as Sasuke had jumped to the side, Naruto was right up in his guard, his left fist slamming into his ribs. Sasuke coughed up blood once more, knowing that even though they hadn't cracked yet, nasty bruises will be forming in the area, and that thought sent him into a rage, knowing that Naruto was holding back on him. Naruto could have easily broken them, yet he held back, and that was insulting. Sasuke's Sharingan managed to predict Naruto's attack for him to avoid it just in time, but it failed to see that Naruto was setting him up. He winced at force behind the 540 kick. His left hand blocked but was caught off guard when his legs were swiped off beneath him. Naruto took full advantage of the maneuver his shadow clone did. Sasuke's legs were swiped with such force that he was horizontal in the air for a moment, which was all the time Naruto needed. Catching Sasuke by the heel, Naruto spun once and threw the Uchiha down right into the water. He then jumped down onto Madara's finger, watching the splash. Sasuke surfaced in seconds and pulled himself on top of the water. He carefully took note of the receded curse marks. Face it, Sasuke, you have a long way to go until you can match me, Sasuke snarled at the taunt. You have yet to see anything. And stop holding back on me. Naruto narrowed his eyes before jumping down to meet Sasuke halfway. Neither gained any advantage due to their mid-air position except for pushing each other back. Naruto pulled 2 of his special kunai out, one held in a reverse grip and the other in a normal. He then dashed towards Sasuke, the other boy doing the same. Due to Sasuke not having any tools of his own, he was at a disadvantage and was hard-pressed to dodge the deadly strikes his Sharingan was working overtime to predict Naruto's strikes, only partially succeeding. Not only that, but his arms were aching in protest from blocking Naruto's blows and the force behind them. Naruto might be built for speed, but he sure wasn't lacking in the strength department. Naruto dodged a punch and a roundhouse from Sasuke, going into a handstand and spinning to land a vicious double kick to Sasuke's face. Sasuke recovered quickly, however, spinning low and trying to trip Naruto. Naruto flipped forward to avoid that, and Sasuke used the momentum from his spin to throw forward a high kick to Naruto's head. Naruto saw that coming and was able to counter it with a high kick of his own, but he got slightly disbalanced by performing 2 counters such as those back-to-back. Sasuke took advantage of that and landed a 3-punch combo to Naruto's ribs, following it with a knee to the stomach, but Naruto caught his bearings and blocked any further attacks, catching Sasuke's wrist and pulling his arm to the side, leaving an opening. Slapping Sasuke's other arm away, Naruto buried a fist into Sasuke's gut, making him cough blood once more. As payback for the punch combo, Naruto released Sasuke's wrist and struck a punch right into his chin. The force was so great and lifted Sasuke of his feet for a moment. Sasuke tried to push the pain aside, but before he could do so, a foot slammed into him once again in his gut, throwing him almost a dozen feet back. Sasuke recovered, however, mid-roll and was back on his feet just in time to dodge the 3-pronged kunai that would have pierced his thigh before he could perform hand seals for a jutsu. His Sharingan caught another kunai tearing towards him. He hastily jumped back, his hands starting a seal sequence, Kaiten Gukaku no Jutsu, in his haste. However, Sasuke forgot for a split second, only remembering when the fireball made its way towards Naruto what The function of the kunai was sure enough. Naruto flashed to the last kunai he had thrown in. Shunpoed to land a flying kick right in Sasuke's face, who had just landed on the ground. The kick sent Sasuke flying further back, sliding on the water. Sasuke grunted in pain as he flipped onto his feet. This fight really wasn't going in his favor. His blows were doing jack to Naruto, while the others' blows were slowly wearing him down. Either Naruto had some armor on inside the uniform, or the Kyuubi was healing the damage from Sasuke's blows, or the guy just had really high pain tolerance. Flashing through seals, Sasuke had electricity crackling in his hands. Chidori, grinning maniacally, he dashed forward, fully intending to drive the lightning blade through Naruto, although a part of him knew that Naruto would have a definite counter to him. Sure enough, Naruto dashed forward himself, a Rasengan appearing in his instantly. Both of them clashed, and the force expelled was such that water swirled under their feet and raged around them. Both Naruto and Sasuke were trying their damn hardest to push the other back, and push they did. Both of them were thrown back from the backlash of the collision. After a few seconds, Sasuke flipped in the air and crashed into the water, submerging. For a few seconds, Naruto was lucky to have landed feet first on the water and was sent skidding back a dozen feet. He stood up in a stance, senses spread in case Sasuke tried to attack from under the water, but the Uchiha emerged from the water, heaving deep breaths as he stood up, glaring at Naruto. I really thought the Rasengan would be stronger against that. Guess I'll have to do something about this, he countered. My Chidori at full power. Naruto looked at Sasuke with an unreadable look on his face. Then, without warning, Naruto flashed through seals. Sasuke instantly copied them, but cursed the fact that he wasn't able to achieve the effect Naruto did. Clearly this wasn't the full sequence. 2 drills of water sprang on his sides and barreled into him. He was able to avoid one, but the other crashed into him and sent him flying onto the bank rather painfully. Sasuke coughed as his chest screamed in protest. That really hurt. I can't copy his jutsu if he's not using the full sequence in. He knows that. Worse, I don't know water or air manipulation. In his pain, Sasuke failed to take notice that a Hiraishin kunai was buried right behind him. Naruto had thrown it right when Sasuke had crashed on the ground to prevent him from knowing about it, so it stood to reason that Sasuke was shocked and had no counter against the football kick that Naruto smashed into his gut right after. Flashing in front of him, the force sent new waves of pain coursing through him, as well as sending him skidding back a few feet. You can't beat me, Sasuke, not with what you have. Naruto's words caused Sasuke to pause, looking up at Naruto with silent rage. In response to his rage, the curse mark was activated and it spread over Sasuke's entire body as opposed to one side. Not only that, but for the first time Naruto's eyes had some alarm in them as he gazed at Sasuke, not because of the curse mark but because of Sasuke's eyes. A third tomo appeared in both of the eyes. Sasuke's Sharingan had finally fully matured. Sasuke snarled in response, not knowing about the change in his eyes. We'll see about that. Speeding through handseals, a horde of fireballs made their way towards Naruto, who neatly dodged every single one of them. He was barely prepared, however, for Sasuke to be standing right where he was. After he dodged the last fireball on pure reflex, Naruto bent back a full 90 degrees, avoiding the slash at his throat that Sasuke made. Holding Naruto's own kunai in hand, he didn't have time to wonder just how fast Sasuke had gotten under the influence of the curse mark. Because now he was on defensive, he was reminded of the days when he practiced the snake style taijutsu with Anko-sensei. Sasuke was relentless, but Naruto didn't need to know the pattern of the attacks to deliver a counter. His left hand came up to grab Sasuke's right wrist, stopping the kunai From burying itself in his head, Naruto's left leg came up in a high kick but was stopped by Sasuke's other hand. Immediately lifting the wrist he was grabbing, Naruto used his free leg to jump, twisting so that his thighs were around Sasuke's neck. Using all the force he could muster, Naruto flipped back. Slamming Sasuke on the ground on his front, he flipped back but was shocked to see that Sasuke had stood up with him with seemingly no damage. The Uchiha smirked. "You might as well give up if that's all you have." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Looks like I would have to go all out as well." With a half ram seal he released all the remaining resistance seals that were activated. It was a level 7, so it should make a difference. Sasuke's face soured when he realized that Naruto was holding back on him. "Still, looks like you have a death wish after all." With that he put his new speed to test. In a second he was in front of Naruto, throwing punches, kicks, jab, strikes like it was no one's business. He put his everything in his attacks, trying to inflict all the pain he could on Naruto, but soon his anger and sadistic pleasure switched to irritation and shock when Naruto countered all his attacks. Without a problem, he knew something had changed because he could predict Naruto's movements better than before and realized with a start that his Sharingan had finally evolved. Fully grinning, he jumped back, deciding to switch to long-distance tactics. Naruto was glad he got rid of the last of his seals because he would need to be at his peak to counter a fully evolved Sharingan that has been enhanced with an outside source. That short but intense taijutsu bout had pushed him to his maximum, and had told Naruto that this fight had accelerated to a whole new level. He gracefully flipped out of the way of the fireball that Sasuke shot at him, throwing some Hiraishin kunai around the area. Mid-air he had a feeling he was going to need them. He immediately flashed away as the hair on the back of his neck stood up in warning, and it was good that he did because Sasuke had been waiting for him on the spot where he was going to land. Where the hell was this speed coming from? His hands came up in a tiger seal, and Sasuke found himself bound with chains made up of water. Both of his hands were held away from him, and no matter how hard he pushed, the chains held. He looked up in alarm as Naruto did a snake seal and spat a compressed ball of wind towards him. Sasuke did not want to find out the effects of that jutsu, so he did something unusual. For the very first time he substituted with a piece of rock without hand seals. He felt the larger than normal drain on his chakra, but it at least got him out of the way. The piece of rock exploded with a bang, tiny chunks of it being blown apart by the explosive wind. With a few quick seals he sent another fireball Naruto's way, but the blonde simply flashed away, and Sasuke found himself being blown away by an extremely fast wind. The wind was so strong that he was spinning high in the air, and as such was unable to correct his position mid-air. Naruto took clear advantage of that by speeding through seals once more. Sweeten Mizu Tatsumaki no Jutsu, one of his heavy hitters. The jutsu's purpose was to catch Sasuke in its grasp and violently throw him away with the force of a tornado. The spinning vortex of water materialized in a matter of seconds at the spot where Naruto guessed Sasuke would land. Sasuke's eyes widened in alarm when he saw water spinning below him where he would land. He recognized the jutsu as the one Naruto used against Gaara. Just as he landed, he desperately tried to get away, but the vortex had gathered enough speed that the water beneath his feet spun, taking him into the vortex. Sasuke's head spun as his body was violently spun in the vortex, and then he was thrown out from it, his body slamming into the rocks and falling down. His muscles screamed in protest as he got up, and he drew even more power from the cursed mark, making his recovery faster but painful nonetheless. Naruto's eye was twitching in irritation upon seeing Sasuke standing up after what happened to him. The rate of recovery that Sasuke was showing was really getting on his nerves. He knew that the curse mark enhanced the subject, but this was ridiculous. He would have to hit Sasuke really hard with to put him down. It seemed he was about to do some hand seals when an idea popped into his head. It was a crazy one, but if it worked it could put Sasuke down even in his state. It was a plan that lacked any efficiency whatsoever, but more than made up for it in terms of power, and he had that in spades. 6 shadow clones popped around him. He put his hand in one of his pouches and took out an exploding tag. Not just any tag, but the self-replicating one, time to initiate the first part of the plan. Handing the tag to one of the clones, he flashed away to prepare on his part. The clones already knew what to do, and so they made their way down to Sasuke. By the time they had reached, Sasuke had recovered and was mad like no one else. He saw the clones coming and fired off a fireball of epic proportions. One of the clones hung back and formed a bird seal, while the others charged straight towards the fireball. Sweeten Sujaneki, a wall of water sprung up in which the fireball collided. The fireball turned the entire wall of water into steam, which spread around the area of the clones and Sasuke, who snarled, "Don't think this steam can hide you, Naruto. My eyes can see your every move." To prove his statement, he effortlessly dodged a downward axe kick from a clone behind him. With a near instant reflex, he slammed an elbow into the clone's gut, dissipating it. Another came from his side and he kicked it out of existence. 4 to go. He heard them before he saw them, and he effortlessly caught the shuriken out of air right in his hands, flipping up to avoid the attack from another clone. He threw one shuriken at it. The clone poofed out of existence. 3 to go. He threw the shuriken to his right, but only 2 clones emerged, and both of them avoided it. He engaged the 2 of them, and unlike before, he had little difficulty in countering their moves. 1 clone flipped away while Sasuke took advantage of that and punched the other clone out of existence, turning around to deal with the last 2. His eyes widened in alarm when he saw the clone preparing to spit something at him. He cut off the chakra under his feet, going underwater just as the clone spit out air, clearing all the steam from the area. Its chakra supply depleted. The clone vanished out of existence, but Sasuke felt no victory even as he dodged the attack by going underwater, because right now he was staring at a smirking clone. Both of them were surrounded by a large number of explosive tags. Sasuke knew in an instant that this was a clone, because as reckless Naruto was, even he would not attempt such a move in a close proximity. Only one thought went through his mind: oh shit. All the tags exploded simultaneously, and Sasuke was tossed high into the air along with large amounts of water. The force of the underwater explosion was so great that the water and Sasuke along with it was tossed high up in the air, high enough to be a head above the heads of Hashirama and Madara. Sasuke plummeted faster than the water and took a moment to rage and lament at the fact that he had so foolishly thrown away his hip pouch. He angled his body to crash feet first into the water, his entire body, especially stomach and ribs, screaming in protest of the abuse he had been getting from the blonde. Once the water had relatively settled waves but no explosions, he surfaced and looked around, trying to see where Naruto was. Once he was sure that no one was around, he took a moment to breathe. He knew Naruto wasn't gone. The guy wouldn't leave until he had Sasuke with him. Sasuke took a moment to admire the plan that the blonde had come up in such a short time. He knew that this fight was dragging on longer than he liked. Almost half of his reserves had been emptied, but he still was on the losing side of the fight. That thought caused more power to flow into him. He had this feeling that somehow a higher level of power he could reach if he drew more power, but before he could do that, 4 Narutos flashed into existence around him in the vicinity of the kunai. 2 of them closed in immediately, while the other 2 provided long-distance support by throwing in an occasional kunai shuriken or Jutsu Sasuke dealt with the two clones without difficulty and moved towards the other two, but just as he engaged them, something about their movements stood out to him. They were attacking all right, but their movements were complementary to each other, almost as if his train of thought wasn't allowed to continue as two more clones flashed into existence and he was hard-pressed to deal with them. He was so into the fight that he failed to take notice of a blonde blur speeding towards their location. Running on the bank, XXXXXXX Naruto had flashed right near the foot of Hashirama, ready to put his plan into action. While not one of his best ones, it would get the job done. Simply put, he was going to hit Sasuke with every ounce of strength he had. As soon as he got the memories of Sasuke getting caught in the water explosion, he put the next part of his plan into action. He had noticed during their fight that both he and Sasuke had moved quite far from the statues, far enough that they were nearer to the other end of the valley than the statues, almost 700 meters away. He sent 4 clones to Sasuke's location to engage him and distract him while he started running. He put everything in his sprint, every ounce of speed that he could muster, and enhancing it with chakra. By the time Sasuke and the clones came into his vision, Naruto was sure that he was running fast enough to give a freight train a run for its money. His target was the Hiraishin Naruto right in front of him. That was rapidly closing in just as Sasuke had dispelled 2 of the clones, all the while being on the receiving end of punches and kicks. He saw Naruto speeding towards them, but his track was such that he would run right past them. The guy was not even looking towards him, but before he could move in his direction, one of the clones engaged him, greatly increasing his annoyance. The other clone saw the original running and caught his eye, receiving a nod in return. He knew just what he needed to do. He jumped right into the fight along with the remaining clone and was immediately on defensive, but his job wasn't to attack. He only had a 5-second window to execute the plan. Just as Sasuke dispatched the other clone, the remaining one tilted his body to the side to avoid the kick that would have dispelled him as well. His right palm came to rest on Sasuke's back, and then he pushed. Naruto grinned when he saw Sasuke appear just 5 meters before him. The clone had done his job perfectly, teleporting Sasuke into the path of the speeding projectile that was himself. His right fist came up glowing with the color of his chakra, further enhancing the force behind the would-be blow, and the plan was well worth executing because the look of complete shock on Sasuke's face was absolutely worth it. Sasuke was confused just what Naruto was doing running on the banks while his clones fought him. Knowing that this was part of some plan, he knew he had to get rid of the clones or just get out of the way and dispel them from afar, but his confusion only grew when the clone behind him did not attack but just place a palm on his back. It all became clear the instant he appeared right in Naruto's path and saw the glowing fist. Knowing he couldn't get out of the way in time, he had barely crossed his arms in defense when he felt the fist crashing into his already abused arms. Sasuke definitely felt something crack and tear in both of his forearms. The speed with which Naruto had been running only added to the force behind the punch, and Sasuke was thrown back as if he had taken a punch from Orochimaru back in the forest, only the force had been multiplied some 4 or 5 times. He smashed through a rock as if it were cardboard, crashed into the ground and kept skidding, and smashed through another rock before coming to rest. All of his pain receptors were screaming, and he could only wonder why he wasn't. His back felt like it had been torn into 2, repaired and then torn again, yet his resolve did not break. That son of a bitch, that hurts. Where the hell did he bring that punch from? Why can't I beat him? He is always a step ahead of me, and either I fail to realize it or I realize it and still can't do anything about it. I am in no condition to move. I only have a third of my chakra reserves left. My body feels like it has literally Been torn apart. He even hasn't used the Kyuubi's power yet, but I am almost torn apart even after using the curse mark's power. The image of his brother drifted in his mind, his words echoing like a bell, still as weak as always. Foolish little brother. Sasuke's wrists were cracked, if not outright broken, but in spite of the enormous amount of pain he was in, his hands closed into fists. The power of the curse mark flowed into him once more, this time unrestricted. Sasuke drew every drop of power he could from the mark. He would be the winner of this fight, not Naruto. The power, as if agreeing with him, mixed with him, merged with him. Then he stood up, marveling, his form that pulsed with undeniable power. Naruto was breathing heavily as he walked to where Sasuke had stopped after crashing. Sprinting for a long distance such as he did took a lot of breath out of him, but the result was worth it. The power behind the punch combined with his speed was probably enough to shatter a small part of the Hokage's heads on the mountain into pieces. He doubted Sasuke's hands were intact. He stopped before the prone form of his former comrade, looking at it with a small amount of pity. His fatigue had finally started to make itself known. It's over, Sasuke, I win, he whispered. Then the unthinkable happened. It should have been impossible. No one should have been able to get up after a punch such as that. The curse marks on Sasuke's body glowed orange, and then they shifted so that they covered every inch of skin on Sasuke's body like armor. Naruto heard the gruesome cracks, no doubt the repair work on the bones. The skin stopped glowing, and Naruto shifted in a loose stance upon seeing it take on a gray color. Sasuke's hair grew, taking on a blue color and shifting into a form of a mane much like Madara's. Then Sasuke got up. Clearly this was the change in the curse mark that had taken place. Inside the coffin, Sasuke stared at Naruto, an expressionless face, but the smugness was radiating off of him. Naruto couldn't quite hide the shock on his face, and his expression changed into a morbid curiosity as he heard the unmistakable voices of muscles being torn apart, or in this case rearranged. There was no expression of pain on Sasuke's face, but Naruto couldn't quite hide his horror when a giant clawed, webbed gray hand tore out of the left side of Sasuke's back. Another one followed, this time on the right side of Sasuke's back, and both the arms spread, almost taking on the shape of wings. Only when thought went through Naruto's head. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Kurama and he had spoken on the same time, both of their tones echoing with disgust and disbelief. It was utterly disgusting and fascinating at the same time. Sasuke spoke lower than a whisper, but Naruto managed to hear him. My turn. Then he moved. Naruto had flashed as soon as Sasuke spoke to the farthest kunai he could. He watched and moved just at the right moment to avoid Sasuke, who crashed where he was but a moment ago. He didn't have a moment of reprieve when Sasuke flew towards him and punched him with such force that he was thrown back into the wall of the valley, cracks spreading out. From the point of impact, Naruto groaned as he dropped to his knees. The force behind the punch was enough to drop a tree. The only reason he wasn't puking was because he hadn't ate anything, and that his body was significantly hardened from the use of resistance seals. He had barely gotten up when Sasuke was right back in his face. This time he flashed away on pure reflex. His expression hardened, and he flashed away yet again when Sasuke converged on him. Sasuke chuckled. Looks like the tables have turned, Naruto. He then dug his foot where he was and flexed his newly acquired arms, wings. Naruto chose not to flash away this time, dodging the attack with a simple flip. He then locked into an arm struggle with Sasuke. With both their arms locked, Sasuke was surprised for a moment, but then smirked. Naruto's arms shook as he struggled to overpower Sasuke. The latter pushed him back without any appearance of struggle. Finally Naruto allowed his rage to show. You want to do it this way? Fine. Then, Sasuke maintained his smirk when he saw Naruto clearly struggling. He could maintain this power for 10 minutes at most, but it should be enough to beat Naruto into the ground. He forced Naruto back but widened when he saw something that he had never seen on the blonde's face: rage. Sure, he had seen Naruto angry before, but nothing like this. Currently Naruto looked like he was the type of guy who handled all of his problem by blowing them into oblivion. Then he felt it. Naruto's entire frame was then covered into an unfamiliar orange glow. It was clearly chakra, and it took Sasuke only a second to place the familiar feeling of malice. Biju chakra. Naruto squeezed his hands and it was Sasuke's turn to grimace in pain and struggle. His hands were being squeezed and bent backwards painfully, and something sharp was digging into the back of his hands through his newly hardened skin. Nails. Sasuke was desperately trying to free his hands from Naruto's painful grip and completely failing when he was pulled forward for the first time. He glanced at Naruto's eyes and gave a horrified expression. Naruto's irises were completely red with a black split in the middle. They were the eyes of the Kyuubi. Sasuke realized, "You're a real pest." The growl frightened him more than he wanted to admit. Naruto's voice had gone a full octave deeper, and when he spoke it was hard to say who was speaking, Naruto or the Kyuubi. Naruto broke the grip on Sasuke's right hand and punched Sasuke right on the side of his face. With Kyuubi's chakra coursing through him, his strength had been enhanced so much that Sasuke was sent crashing into the wall of the valley so hard that cracks spread from the point where he impacted, roughly in the shape of spider's web. Sasuke shook his head. That strike had hurt more than he expected, but not enough to cause anything more than some minor pain. A roar caused him to look up and his jaw dropped when a full pillar of orange chakra shot up from Naruto into the sky, and cracks appeared on the ground due to the sheer density and the force of the chakra. When the pillar subsided, Sasuke observed the changes in Naruto. His hair had gotten wilder, with more spikes standing up. His eyes were red, and the whisker marks, which Naruto didn't have since the Chunin exams, were back, only much more thicker. Sasuke was willing to bet that Naruto's canines had sharpened as well. Even if his lips were closed, he was surrounded by an orange cloak of chakra, which clung to him like a second skin. His aura and posture screamed of power, and for the first time in the fight, Sasuke felt a little scared. If the fool is so hell-bent on trying to show off his power, Kurama said, "It's only fair that we show him some of ours." Naruto agreed. Naruto allowed a full tail's worth of chakra to flow in him. He was willing to bet that Kurama's one tail contained more power than what Sasuke had right now. Sasuke cautiously took a step forward. Naruto, he never saw the blow coming. The beating that followed for the next 5 minutes was the worst that Sasuke had ever gone through. Naruto was relentless, not giving even one opening, and rained blow after blow on Sasuke. Sasuke tried to use his form speed to get some breath, but Naruto quickly proved to be much faster than him in his own form. Either he was caught by pure speed or he just happened to be unlucky enough to be near one of Naruto's Hiraishin kunai. Naruto was literally a blur, and even Sasuke's Sharingan was unable to catch or predict his movements because they were very fast and very erratic, not to mention very painful. By the end of 5 minutes, Sasuke knew that he had no chance of winning this fight through power. Naruto had proved that he was way ahead in that regard. Skill was out, as well as Naruto's arsenal was bigger than his own. He had less than a fourth of his chakra left, after which his current form would be gone. His only option left was deceit, and he knew just what to do. Naruto was enjoying pummeling Sasuke with his strength. It served the bastard right. He did not hold back at all because he wanted Sasuke to know that he was the one with more power among them. He could hold this form for over 40 minutes, which meant 40 minutes of pure beating, but he was willing to give the guy a last chance to surrender. He walked down on the wall towards him slowly, like a predator stalking a prey. Ready to give up yet, Sasuke, who was bleeding from small cuts, had various bruises forming all over his body, snarled and sprang upward with the intention of snapping the blonde's throat for good, but Naruto simply flashed to a kunai 50 meters behind Sasuke in a crouched position sideways on the wall of the alley. I can't go on for much longer, this form won't last beyond 2 more minutes, and even that's pushing it. I've used up nearly all my chakra, damn it. He turned around and spoke slowly in a drawl, hiding the pain from his voice. Let's end this, Naruto. One finishing move. The one who remains standing wins. Naruto also stood up, spinning a Hiraishin Kunai in his left index finger as if he was bored with all the fighting. He rose an eyebrow at the suggestion. Indeed, let's end this useless fight so I can finally drag you back to Konoha. The growl was as menacing as ever, but Sasuke didn't let that deter him. He smirked. That's yet to be decided. He charged up a chidori in his left hand, but this time the chakra changed from pure crackling white to a sort of gray with a white center. Naruto narrowed his eyes and a Rasengan came into existence on his right hand. The Rasengan was bigger than his palm, and the most curious thing that Naruto found about it was its color. It was a purple, which was rather puzzling since neither his nor Kurama's chakra was purple in color, perhaps a mix of them. They stared at each other and both took off at the same time. Naruto ran sideways along the wall of the valley while Sasuke used his wings, arms to fly equally sideways. They were 5 meters from each other when Naruto threw the kunai in his left hand towards Sasuke's head, who just tilted it aside to let it pass by harmlessly. Time slowed down when they were right in front of each other. Sasuke thrust his arm forward, making it seem like it was going to collide with the Rasengan, which was still on level with Naruto's shoulder. He changed the course of his arm so that the chidori would not collide with the Rasengan but drive itself straight through Naruto's heart. This was his moment of victory. His arm inched forward towards Naruto's chest, but Naruto still kept eye contact with Sasuke, who was grinning sadistically. The chidori would strike Naruto's chest before the Rasengan could meet it. The Rasengan would still collide on his arm, but that was way better than having it on the chest. Victory is mine. Just as the chidori was about to make contact, it happened. Naruto vanished. Sasuke's eyes showed great shock as his chidori passed through nothing but air. He was only able to express it for a moment when an enormous force slammed in the middle of his back, driving him so that he sunk into the rock wall. He gave a grunt of pain and then he realized what had happened. Shit, he teleported to the kunai he threw, as if sensing Sasuke's thoughts. Naruto said, "That was my flying thunder god, level 2 inches." He then fully slammed the Rasengan on top of him. The impact and the power behind the Rasengan was so great that an entire part of the valley's wall collapsed. The wall cracked and shattered into smaller rocks that came down like rain. Naruto had snatched the victory from Sasuke by a landslide. Quite literally, Naruto had flashed away as soon as the rocks had started raining. He watched with no small amount of pride that it was due to his power the wall had shattered. "Don't forget it was my power that you wielded, brat." Naruto grinned fairly. "You know what they say, a weapon is only as good as its wielder." The destruction was truly magnificent. If he had to admit, he flash-stepped to one of the bigger rocks. His senses finding Sasuke buried between some of them, he stood with a straight back and watched as some of the rocks shifted, revealing Sasuke, who was struggling to stand up. His back was surprisingly devoid of any heavy bruises. It seemed that the second skin offered some level of enhanced durability held out Against the Rasengan it still had bruises all over, though with a small marking on the middle of his back. He closed the reservoir inside, allowing his own chakra to flow through him once again. His knees were wobbling as he heaved deep breaths. It hurt so bad that Sasuke was barely holding out from crying. The force of that Rasengan was such that if not for his second form, Sasuke was sure that the Rasengan would have likely killed him by destroying his spine. It was a painful realization that Naruto had after all not held back against him. He lifted his head and he was so exhausted that he could not even bring himself to be jealous, angry, irritated, or frustrated at the sight. Naruto was standing on a rock calmly without any semblance of exhaustion on him. Wind was gently blowing around them, blowing Naruto's bangs to the side. Just for a second Sasuke thought that Naruto looked exactly like his father. He vanished again. He appeared right in front of Sasuke, slamming a palm right into his stomach. Sasuke's knees buckled and he finally lost consciousness as he fell against Naruto. Naruto held Sasuke and gently laid him down on the ground. That paralysis seal should keep you from running until we reach Konoha. He was about to sit down to rest for 5 minutes himself when the distinct sound of footsteps reached his ears. It was faint, but he glanced upwards and was rather surprised to see Kabuto's face peering down at the valley. Coming to rest on him, looked like he was here to collect Sasuke from him. Naruto grinned and held up a Hiraishin kunai towards Kabuto to see if that would scare him or not. Even his right hand came up as if he were about to form a Rasengan. The resident politely sarcastic look was promptly wiped from his face, replaced by a small amount of fear. He turned and walked away, no doubt to report to his master. Naruto put the kunai back in his pouch and sat down in front of Sasuke's for some rest. The fight had been exhilarating, easily the best and the most enjoyable fight he had ever been in, and he did not regret the hurt he bestowed upon Sasuke at all. In fact, in his opinion, the Uchiha could use some humbling that the world did not revolve for him. There was a sound of thunder and Naruto looked up with a smile as rain gently poured over both of them. It worked like magic, for Naruto's muscles seemingly relaxed on their own. It wiped the dirt from his body and face, and the best thing was that it felt like a reward to him. All the hard work he put in this mission, and this was the reward. The thought of his team flashed into his mind and a frown of concern crossed over his features. He could only hope that reinforcements from Suna had reached his team in time. So lost he was in his thoughts that his head jerked up from its resting position on his hands when he heard the voice, "Naruto." He smiled tiredly. "You sure took your time, Kakashi." For once Kakashi did not have a lame excuse. In fact, he did not have any excuse at all. His luck had been the worst for the last 2 days. The first thing he heard after returning from an A-rank mission was, "Sasuke has left the village to join Orochimaru, Naruto and Shik." The second he heard, "Naruto," he had ran out. He had always known that it would always come down to Naruto and Sasuke. He was puzzled as to how it happened. For the past few days Sasuke had seemed content with his place in the village and had developed bonds with his peers. So what the hell happened? He had chased relentlessly after his 2 students in a very unfair time frame, hoping to stop it before it was too late. Flashback. Kakashi looked down at Pakun, who ran at his side. "It's up ahead. I can smell the small amounts of blood. I also smell snakes, but not Orochimaru, the other guy." A small relief went through him at the mention that blood was only spilled in small amounts. Then his eye narrowed. "Kabuto," he murmured. Was Kabuto sent in case Naruto defeated Sasuke? He is going away. Kakashi doubled his pace and reached at the valley, looking down at a sight that nearly dropped him in relief and filled him up with dread. Sasuke was laid on the ground on his back, eyes closed. He looked peaceful, too peaceful actually. Then there was Naruto, who was sitting with his head resting on his hands. He dropped down and tentatively approached them, and only then he saw the seal on Sasuke's stomach. He relaxed a bit, knowing Naruto had put a seal on Sasuke to prevent him from escaping. He winced though upon seeing the amount of abuse Sasuke's body had taken, no doubt by the hands of Naruto. Naruto. Flashback, and he gestured to Sasuke. Is he? Naruto nodded, unconscious and will stay that way for quite a while. Kakashi gave a nod of understanding and looked around. The damage was enough to be visible. An entire section of the wall of the valley had been shattered to pieces. I really thought you would have less trouble bringing him in, considering your knowledge of seals in Hiraishin. Naruto gave a snort and nodded. I would have, but this was more than a mission for me. Both of us wanted to see where we stood in regard to each other. Kakashi raised an eyebrow but remained silent. It was no secret to him that despite of being his superior in terms of rank and power, Naruto shared a rivalry with Sasuke. It was mostly on Sasuke's part, but if there was one person in Konoha that Naruto wouldn't refuse to fight with all his power, it was Sasuke. The bond they shared was strange and rather ununderstandable. And what have you found out? A small smile appeared on Naruto's face, as if being reminded of a joke. He still has a few ways to go. Kakashi could not help the snort that escaped him. I can see that. Looking around, he found one thing out of place. Where's Kabuto? Oh, he did come here to collect Sasuke, but I scared him away. The statement sounded completely absurd. The right-hand man of Orochimaru scared away. Apparently he still remembers the Rasengan I drove into his gut. That sounded believable. Anyone would keep their distance to avoid a repetition of that. Naruto frowned. What happened to my team? Kakashi shook his head. I don't know. I really just came to stop the both of you from killing each other. Naruto nodded in understanding and stood up in a smooth movement. I hope you don't mind carrying him, Kakashi. I am a bit tired and in need of attention from my wife. Kakashi did not mind at all. In fact, he was ready to carry Naruto. As well should the blonde drop in exhaustion, but Naruto looked like he had barely been in a scuffle. Unlike Sasuke, the guy could imitate a dead guy right now. Naruto flashed to all of his markers. Collecting his kunai, he really should figure out a better way to do this rather than flashing to everywhere. Unnecessary waste of chakra. Maybe he could summon them. A summoning contract for the Flying Thunder God. He filed that thought away for later. He came back to Kakashi and turned to him. Let's go, Omake-1. Did you see that? He totally got that from me in your face. Uchiha Fugaku was really not in a good mood here. He was in heaven with his wife enjoying a quiet lunch when he was informed that his son has deserted the village. Quickly his wife and he rushed to their television, which allowed them to watch their sons every now and then. Surprisingly, he found the Yondaime Hokage and his wife at their house as well. Kushina, the ever chippy Uzumaki, replied, both of our children are on the TV. Fugaku and Makoto were horrified that Sasuke was going to Orochimaru of all people to gain power to kill Itachi. Makoto looked ready to cry and Fugaku hated the fact that he could do nothing but watch, but both of them were surprised when they learned that Kushina and Minato's son was in charge of the mission to bring Sasuke back. Ever since they had learned that Naruto had made Jonin, Kushina had been extremely proud and happy, so much that she took every opportunity to gloat about it. Minato did no such thing, but his eyes shined with pride every time the talk was about his son Makoto. His dear sweet wife took Kushina's gloating in stride, long used to her best friend's habits, but Fugaku never liked the fact that Naruto was the genius that was being compared to the likes of his father, and his older son Sasuke was always a bit too slow in his eyes. Maybe that came From having a genius for his older son, they all watched the fight between their sons with mixed expressions. Minato was unbearably smug of the fact that his son was capable of tricking and speeding the Sharingan. The fight came to the current point where Naruto had executed the brilliant plan of punching Sasuke with the force of a freight train. Minato was shaking his head at his son's straightforwardness and lack of efficiency in the plan, but couldn't deny the results. If not for Orochimaru's seal, Sasuke would not have been able to get up again, but Kushina was all too happy to gloat. Even Fugaku couldn't deny that such a blunt plan could only have been thought up by someone who was related to Kushina. Then came the horror. Both the Uchiha, well, only Makoto, but Fugaku was close, cried when they saw what their son had become. Even Kushina had tears in her eyes. Both the parents watched how Naruto was basically tossed around effortlessly by Sasuke for a while. Then Minato and Kushina cheered up on seeing the power of the Kyuubi coursing through their son. It was a literal smackdown. After Naruto harnessed the Biju Chakra, Sasuke stood no chance at all, but the shock came when Minato, who was generally a very cool person, stood up and cheered. Yes, the reason for that was Naruto had used the Hiraishin in the same manner Minato had to take down the rogue Uchiha all those years ago. The irony of that statement was not lost on any of them. Kushina smiled wistfully when the TV switched off. I guess he really is more of your son than mine. Minato, the ever-loving husband, wrapped an arm around his wife and kissed her cheek. He is our son, Kushina, not just mine or yours, but ours. Kushina smiled and nodded. And he really took my words to heart about finding a woman like me. Omake to Madara cursed as he handed over the money to Hashirama, who smiled goofily, as if there was any doubt. Madara scoffed at his rival's statement, "You were just lucky." Hashirama, I am beyond ashamed that my descendant needed foul power such as that to try and beat yours. Tobirama spoke up from behind them, approval lacing his tone. Now that is what I call a good use of my jutsu. Madara glared at the white-haired Senju, who had turned his head and was innocently whistling. While you may think Tobirama was proud of Naruto's maneuver, Madara clearly knew that Tobirama only found joy in the fact that Naruto brought the wall down on an Uchiha. Madara turned away from both of them, watching the son. It was only a matter of a few years before he was revived. Until then he would have to endure as painful as it was. Kabuto's face showed an annoyed facial expression as he jumped through the trees. It had been almost an hour since he sent Kimimaro to retrieve Sasuke in case the Sound 4 had been delayed by Konoha's own retrieval team, but no one had returned. He had been forced to organize a death match on a short notice to select a new body for Orochimaru-sama. While he may have been adamant that he will only have Sasuke's body, he could not deny that the current body had been failing rapidly despite his insistence that he could hold on. Kabuto had Orochimaru-sama change bodies with the lone survivor of the deathmatch, and on his orders immediately departed from the base to get Sasuke-kun, and like most of his missions he had gone alone. While Kabuto had confidence that he could hold his own against someone of Kakashi's caliber, he was not a spy for nothing. His observational and analytical skills were unparalleled, and so he put it to good use. Konoha had recently survived an invasion, which was what Orochimaru-sama had based the Retrieval mission on. With Konoha rebuilding itself, it would no doubt be sending most of its elite force out of the village on missions to maintain its image. The point being, Konoha had no team at the moment that could stand up to Sound 4 and retrieve Sasuke, which meant that the missions should have gone off without a problem. However, Kabuto suspected that Tsunade had sent a retrieval team, and a competent one at that. If it could hold out Sound 4 for this long, the Jonin and Chunin would be out on missions, and genin had no chance of going on an A-rank mission such as this one, or did they? Knowing how paranoid the village was about the Sharingan being under their control, they would send out any shinobi that they had. The only genin that Kabuto could think of were Shikamaru Choji Neji, Shino Kiba and Naruto. Of all of them, only Neji and Naruto stood a decent chance against one of the Sound 4, but Naruto had large reserves of chakra, large enough to spam shadow clones without worry. And he had a good idea of what stealth was about, if the way he saved Hayate from Baki was any indication, and he was ridiculously good, as he had been able to dispatch him off without any trouble. That had been a painful day. Kabuto dropped to the ground and continued running. He was about half a mile away from the border that separated Fire and Rice Country. He only hoped that Kimimaro had succeeded. That guy was on a whole another level from the Sound 4, so there should be no reason to worry, but Kabuto couldn't shake the bad feeling from his stomach. He arrived at the Valley of the End, and his eyes widened. The valley had honestly seen better days. Chunks of rocks had been torn from the walls, and Kabuto's attention was instantly drawn to a specific part of the valley. A whole section of the wall had collapsed. From the looks of it, there was a small mountain of rocks on the ground, but that wasn't all. Kabuto spotted his target for the first time and was utterly shocked. In fact, now that he thought he miscalculated just how formidable Naruto was, it looked like Sasuke had tried to beat Naruto and lost badly. The poor guy looked like he had been through the grinder and then some. Naruto on his side gave Kabuto quite a shock. He hadn't known that Naruto had been promoted to Jonin. No less, though it made sense, since it was Naruto who took him out of the fight with a single move. And it was probably Naruto who felled the wall with his Rasengan. There hadn't been such a devastating fight in this valley since the legendary statues were alive. Then Naruto looked at him, and he gave a sneer. Best case scenario, he was worn out after his fight with Sasuke and he could probably take him. To his astonishment, Naruto grinned and lifted his three-pronged kunai and lifted his palm in a very familiar gesture. It took Kabuto a mere second to make his decision and turn back. Clearly Naruto hadn't been that exhausted that he wouldn't be able to fight. He still remembered the devastating amount of pain he had inflicted on Kabuto, and as much loyal he was to Orochimaru-sama, he wasn't about take a beating like that again. Naruto would probably finish him off this time. Orochimaru-sama won't be happy. XXXXXXX. After almost half an hour of walking, Naruto signaled Kakashi to take to the trees. The sooner they got to the village the better. As they jumped through the trees, Naruto made 4 shadow clones who disappeared into Shunshin as soon as they came into existence. To check on my team, he spoke before Kakashi could ask the question. He was worried about them. He did not want a casualty on his first mission. They sped through the trees without any intention to stop. The mission had been successful, but Naruto wanted to know the costs he had paid, if any. The gates came into their view just as the sun took its leave from the sky. Naruto sighed in relief as he dropped from the tree to the ground. Kakashi following his lead, they walked the rest of the way, both of them organizing their thoughts into order. Naruto's eyes became a little more alert when he saw who was standing at the gates. The Hokage, the Jonin commander Nara Shikaku, a team of medic nin, his vice captain for the mission Gaara Konkuro, and his wife. Why was his wife standing at the gates, looking a little dirty in her changed battle attire, and why did Shikamaru look as if he was seconds away from breaking down? Naruto could spot the expressions of relief on Tsunade's and Shikaku-sama's faces when they saw Kakashi holding Sasuke's body in a fireman's carry. Surprisingly, though, it was Shikamaru who walked towards him first before the medic nin took their cue and rushed towards them. As well, Kakashi handed Sasuke over to them before motioning one of them towards Naruto. Naruto simply waved a hand to the nin signaling that he's fine before turning his attention to Shikamaru. One look at his face told Naruto everything, and his gut felt 10 times heavier. Steeling himself, he asked in a quiet voice, "Casualties?" "No." Shikamaru's voice had a slight waver in it, "but we came damn close." Naruto struggled to not hold the guilt on himself. He tried to tell himself that the circumstances were against them, that their team was not ready for a mission such as this, but the fact that he was the team leader and that his team was so gravely injured under his command somehow amplified the guilt inside. Naruto bit his lip and said, "I know I sound like an asshole, but don't take it too hard on yourself, Shika. You know as well as I do that this team of genin was not ready for a mission such as this. This mission should only have had jonin or chunin, but not genin. We were underprepared for this mission." Shikamaru gave him a look of disbelief. A hint of anger appeared on his face. "Neji and Kiba almost lost their lives, and you're saying that? Don't take it hard on myself." Naruto mentally shook his head. Shikamaru was not thinking straight right now. His emotions were clouding his ability of judgment. "We'll talk later about this, Shika. Tell me, did the backup make it on time?" Shikamaru clearly didn't agree with the change in topic, but answered him, "They made it just in time. Gaara managed to save Lee just before he was killed, while Konkuro saved Kiba from Sakin, and your wife dropped the forest onto Yuya to save me." Naruto's head immediately snapped to Temari, an incredulous look on his face. Just why had Tsunade allowed Temari in the field so soon? Now that he thought about it, his night with her should have left her limping for quite a while, the good kind of sore. Abandoning the train of thought and resolving to talk to her later, he reflected upon Shikamaru's words. A surge of pride went through his chest when he realized that his beautiful sweet wife had killed one of the Sound Four by dropping an entire forest with her windjutsu. If he had known that Sasuke would leave, he would have waited one night to do the deed. She would have been a valuable member of the Retrieval team. Naruto smirked and just wrapped an arm around Shikamaru's shoulders. "Don't underestimate my wife, Shika. It might prove painful to you." On the other hand, he gave a pointed look to the Nara. "Let this be a lesson to you. Strategy is useless if someone could simply overpower you. You gotta train more, man." Instead of gaping at him for the abrupt nonchalance, Shikamaru simply raised an eyebrow. "Shouldn't you be worried about your wife going into the field?" "I'm not going to hold her back out of overprotectiveness. Shika Temari is more than capable of taking care of herself." He ignored Shikamaru's troublesome and reached Tsunade, giving her a lazy salute. "Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama." Tsunade nodded in approval. "I knew you could do it, Naruto. I will see your report on my desk tomorrow morning, I suppose, along with a personal account." Naruto gave her a frown. "Personal account?" Tsunade glanced at Shikaku, who continued, "We need to know the level of resistance Sasuke showed in order for us to decide how severe his punishment should be." Naruto scoffed as he replied, "You don't need a personal account for that. Just take a look at how much I had to beat him up to bring him back. I literally caved his back in with a Rasengan." He did not wait to see their reactions to that. Moving towards his wife, Temari had her arms crossed across her chest, watching him with a careful look. A small amount of concern flashed across her chest when she noted the slight tears in his sleeves and track pants. The bruises on his face had already healed, thanks to Kurama. "Are you all right?" Naruto gave a tired smile to her. He might act aloof, but even he suffered the mental repercussions of beating his former teammate almost to death. "I am, but I need some rest." Temari smiled back. "That you do." She gently grabbed his hand. "Let's go home." Naruto smiled and flashed both of them to their living room, where Temari immediately went to their room to put her fan away. Naruto removed his footwear and sank into the couch with a groan. The journey back hadn't been exactly tiring, but Naruto thought that this particular rank took more out of him than he expected. His mind flashed back to what Shikamaru had told him: half of their team was in a critical condition. If only he had a proper team. Naruto got up from the couch. Best not to continue that line of thought. He would probably have nightmares tonight anyway, so best not to add on to that. He went to his bedroom and entered just as Temari was putting on a large loose t-shirt, giving him a flash of her creamy back, but Naruto had too much on his mind for those things right now. Instead he just started removing his own uniform. I heard you dropped the forest on the red-headed kunoichi. Temari scoffed as she untied the ponytails in her hair. That bitch had it coming. You should tell that Nara to train a bit more. Strategy won't help him every time. Naruto nodded as he took off his t-shirt. Maybe this experience will give him some motivation to train rather than lazing around all day. Temari hummed absently as she walked up to Naruto, wrapping her arms around his front, kissing his neck lightly from behind him. Naruto sighed as he leaned into his wife's hold for the first time. Temari heard Naruto speaking in such a defeated voice and it shocked her. We almost lost Neji and Kiba today, Temari. If only I had been. Temari swiftly turned him around and gently held his face. You will not blame yourself for this mission, Naruto, she sternly told him. You did the best you could with what you had. The others knew the risks of the mission before they agreed to it, so you don't need to drown yourself in guilt. She gave him a soft kiss. Tsunade-sama is the best medic there is, so you don't need to worry. Naruto allowed Temari to drag him to their bed, and once the lights were turned off, he was held by his wife as she whispered sweet things in his ears all the while gently rocking him. Naruto would have verbally appreciated her singing voice if he wasn't gradually pulled into the dark abyss of sleep. XXXXXXX. Morning came, and surprisingly it was Temari who opened her eyes first. She blinked the sleep out of them and looked at the bedside clock. It was 10 in the morning. Was all she could think at the moment she turned back to see Naruto soundly asleep, his hand still wrapped around her waist. Naruto had slept soundly the whole night, for which Temari gave herself a mental pat on the back. She didn't know what had happened between Naruto and his former teammate, but it had been something that had mentally exhausted the blonde. Nightmares were sure to come, but physical comfort is very much effective against those. She tried to gently pry herself away from Naruto's hold, intending to make some breakfast for the both of them, but even in sleep Naruto was unwilling to let her go as his hands tightened in response to her movement. A few more attempts later, which were all unsuccessful, she gave it up altogether, resigning herself to her husband's hold. Glad that you realized. The voice that was rough from the night of sleep spoke in an amused whisper. Temari jerked around, seeing Naruto's sleepy but clearly amused expression. You were awake the whole time. You weren't exactly keeping it subtle. Temari was about to reply to his taunt when she felt something poking her on her thigh. She didn't have to look down to confirm it for what it was. Instead, she just gave him a raised eyebrow. To his credit, Naruto didn't get embarrassed at all. This was his own wife, damn it. What? Temari chose not to deign that not so innocent question with an answer and got out of his hold. Out of the bed she stretched, working out the kinks from her back and giving Naruto a great view of her derriere. He pushed the covers back. Standing up as well, he had had over 12 hours of sleep. After all, he had work to do. Temari was going to her closet to get some clothes out for her shower when a pair of hands encircled her waist from behind, drawing her into a warm body. She moaned as pleasure assaulted her from 3 different places all at once. Naruto nibbled on her earlobe while his hands drifted upwards under her t-shirt to fondle her breasts, and his growing arousal pressed into her posterior. Say, do you have anything important to do today? Not exactly. she breathed out as Naruto began humping into her. Good. That was all he said before he slowly pulled the t-shirt over her head, leaving her completely naked. Except for her panties, he turned her around and lifted her up, her legs automatically wrapping around his waist for support. Without another word, he initiated a tongue battle, which Temari returned enthusiastically as they made their way to the shower. After spending almost a whole hour inside, they finally exited and got dressed. Naruto was wearing his uniform as he was supposed to report to Tsunade and most probably the council. The written report of the mission would have to wait as he had forgotten to form a clone to do it. Temari finished getting dressed and together they both exited the house, preferring to walk instead of just flashing there. Naruto looked at his wife curiously. So how were you sent as backup for my team? Temari frowned on how to reply to that. Tsunade-sama was already aware of whom to call for backup thanks to you, but I wasn't, so I was rather surprised when she called me to her office and asked whether I could be part of the backup being sent to your team. I was perplexed, however, as to why she specifically asked me, but that confusion cleared up when she told me that my brothers were making their way from Suna, so I immediately agreed, she explained, to which Naruto gave a sound of realization. Sorry if it sounds offensive, but I thought you would soar from our activities to participate in the mission, Naruto remarked as he rubbed his neck with a sheepish smile. Temari smirked at him. I was, but there is someone in this village whom you call a grandma after all, and she just happens to be the greatest medic in the world. Naruto nodded, seriously, completely missing the snarking tone in her voice that made complete sense, although he would have to find a way to make messages travel faster. Birds are just too slow. They both reached the Hokage Tower and saw that many shinobi were hustling around as if in a hurry. Naruto gave them no mind as he proceeded directly to Tsunade's office. He wondered just what sort of information Tsunade needed from him to decide the punishment of the Uchiha. Then again, if he had written his report on time, his own account wouldn't have been needed at all. Oh well, he had 3 days to hand in his report. No pressure. They reached the door to the Hokage's office. Naruto knocked on it, opening it only when Tsunade told him to come in. Once inside, he merely raised an eyebrow at Shikaku-sama's presence. He rarely saw the Jonin commander, and not to mention he had the impression that Nara males were not supposed to up before noon. Shikaku-sama should be sleeping right now, considering all he has to do is paperwork. He walked forward until he was standing beside Shikamaru, who looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here. The elders were in the room as well, including Danzo. That put Naruto on edge, because Naruto always felt that there was something that the mummified elder was hiding. Temari closed the door behind and made to stand beside Naruto. Tsunade nodded and said, all right, now that everyone has been assembled. Shikamaru, making the Chunin look at her, I would like to hear your account of the mission. Shikamaru's verbal report was not entirely unprofessional, except there were too many mentions of troublesome. Then again, it didn't surprise Tsunade, although no one failed to notice the tightness in his voice when he delivered his report. He, like Naruto, had experienced for the first time how it felt to almost lose their comrades, even though they didn't. Naruto hastily pushed back the images his mind was conjuring of Neji and Kiba on their deathbeds. He didn't need that now. Temari delivered her report, though hers was extremely short, consisting of merely pursuit and execution. Finally, Tsunade asked him to deliver his part of the report. Naruto described in detail on how he was pursued by Orochimaru's supposedly most powerful subordinate and the bloodline he possessed, how his fight with him was cut short due to Lee's arrival, and how he pursued Sasuke after that. The description of their fight was similar. Naruto described how Sasuke did not hold back against him at all and fully tried to kill him. The elders in the room tensed as he told them how he had been forced to resort to using Kyuubi's chakra by Sasuke's second-level transformation of the cursed seal. After he finished his report, the room descended into silence as everyone tried to organize their thoughts into order. Finally it was Danzo who broke the silence. You said you had to resort to using Kyuubi's chakra to stop him, correct? Naruto lifted his head up slightly at the question. Yes, the power of Sasuke's transformation was far too much for me to handle, and Hiraishin was proving inadequate, which is why I used it. Naruto had to admit the elder's face could have very well been made from stone. There was nothing readable on his face. By saying that you were forced to resort to Biju chakra, you mean to say that you can access the demon's chakra at will and control it. Naruto was getting uneasy at how much focus was being shifted onto him. Wasn't this meeting supposed to be about deciding Sasuke's punishment? In the end he gave a single nod. And how much did you use? A full tail's worth of chakra. Suffice to say it was all he could do to keep his eyes from rolling when Homura and Kotaro tensed up, contempt welling up in their eyes. Danzo, however, merely nodded and went silent after that. That unnerved Naruto far more than he was willing to show. I fail to see why you would want to know that, Elder Danzo, considering that we're only here to decide Uchiha Sasuke's punishment after listening to my husband's report of his resistance, Temari remarked. Raising an eyebrow at him, Koharu stepped forward at the statement, a disapproving frown on her face. At Temari's daring tone, we find that rather hard to believe that you can access and control the beast's chakra at will. You see, our previous Jinchuriki was also thought to be fully keeping the Kyuubi's chakra in check. However, the Jinchuriki went on a rampage during the Third War and it was unable to discern friend and foe. It was because Naruto had his hands folded behind his back that they couldn't see his clenched fists. He took a deep breath and replied, I assure you that I was fully in control of myself. Trust me, if it were the other way around, Sasuke wouldn't be alive right now. And secondly, he fixed the elders with a stern gaze that bordered on a glare, I would appreciate it if you didn't talk about my mother like she was just some sort of beast that went wild. The elders bristled at his tone. Homura retorted, Uzumaki Kushina was a hero who served this village without expecting or getting any form of thanks. Naruto interrupted, his face carefully blank. My mother was a hero, and while I would love to talk about how she has been completely forgotten for her services, that's not why we are here. He then turned towards Tsunade, completely ignoring the sputtering elder. The Hokage's eyes were twinkling with amusement but became serious as Naruto addressed her. I have completed my report, Hokage-sama. Tsunade nodded. Good. Based on your report, as much as I would like to say and believe it, Uchiha Sasuke was acting on his own will. Instead of being influenced by the curse seal, his intentions were to desert Konoha Gakure no Sato and join Orochimaru. Not only that, but he also attacked a superior officer in an attempt to kill him. At that she looked towards Shikaku-sama. What punishment do you propose? Shikaku, the Jonin commander, stroked his beard. To be frank, Hokage-sama, becoming a missing nin automatically gets you a death sentence. However, he continued when he saw the elders ready to protest, and more importantly Naruto closing his eyes in apparent resignation. Since Uchiha Sasuke is the last bearer of the Sharingan that we have under our control, it would be unwise to completely finish it off. Therefore I suggest that he be kept in heavy imprisonment for 1 year and upon his release be suspended from shinobi duties for 6 months, during which he be subjected to psychological sessions to address past trauma and adjust his mental conditioning, because Kami knows the kid needs it. Lastly, upon his resuming of duties he be put on probation for another 6 months. Silence descended in the office as the elders, excluding Danzo, looked at Shikaku in disbelief. Tsunade seemed to be thinking it through, and Naruto gazed at Shikamaru in his peripheral gaze, finding the Nara actually paying attention with sharp eyes. Naruto didn't fault his friend if he wanted execution because he didn't understand Sasuke like Naruto did. After all, pursuing Sasuke did almost cause the death of half of their team. Temari was standing stone-faced, eyes straight. She really didn't know what to think about the entire situation. Deserting your village automatically gets you a death sentence no matter how important you are, but apparently the Sharingan was apparently too important to the village to just be finished off. It was perplexing her that just how far Konoha was willing to go for the Uchiha. Naruto was inwardly relieved. He had feared that Sasuke would be executed as per protocol, and he was ready to defend his friend, but it seemed that there was no need to. In his opinion, 2 years of retirement was way better than being killed. It was somewhat a burden off his shoulders. Tsunade finally came to a decision. While that seems reasonable, I think it's better if we bring it down to 6 months of imprisonment instead of 1 year. Koharu stepped forward. Hokage-sama, in my opinion, even that seems a bit harsh. Perhaps just a 6-month imprisonment followed by 1 month of probation. Surprisingly, Temari was the one who stepped forward against that suggestion. Koharu-sama, the foremost punishment when it concerns a missing nin is death, and that goes for every missing nin. The punishment is already a lot more lenient by not executing him right away, instead choosing to preserve a bloodline. Do you mean to say that you would speak against execution for any other missing nin from Konoha, or is it just Uchiha Sasuke? The silence from the elder told everyone that Temari had been spot on. As it stands, by giving him this punishment, Hokage-sama is already in the danger of being accused of showing favoritism inside the shinobi forces. The only reason that accusation could be swept aside is that the missing nin in question is an Uchiha, and as such the last potentially loyal Sharingan under the village's control. Naruto continued, inwardly pumping a fist at his wife's argument. She sure knew how to put people down. Naruto is correct, Tsunade agreed, much to the displeasure of the elders. Inwardly smirking, she continued, that is the only reason Uchiha Sasuke has not been punished by death. However, by not executing him does not mean the alternate punishment will be light. My punishment stands 6 months of prison followed by 6 months of suspension and psychological recovery and conditioning followed by 6 months of probation. Does anyone have a problem with that? The elders, excluding Danzo, raised their hands. Tsunade rolled her eyes, and her next question was practically dripping with sarcasm. Does anyone else have a problem? When no one raised their hands, Tsunade nodded and turned to the Jonin commander. Sasuke will have finished recovering by the end of next week. Make sure he is immediately transferred to prison after his discharge. Shikaku bowed. As you wish, Tsunade-sama. If we have no further business, this meeting is adjourned. As the elders and Shikaku-sama left, Naruto stayed behind to discuss something private with Tsunade. When everyone had left, he stepped forward. Hokage-sama, can you tell me when I would be able to visit him? Tsunade's expression turned grim as she looked at him. Sorry, Naruto, but Sasuke is under intensive care right now. You may not know it, but almost every bone in his body was at least cracked, if not broken. I'd say he was extremely lucky that he was in the 2nd level of his transformation. Otherwise, I don't think that his spine would have survived the Rasengan that you crashed into his back. Naruto tried not to show the guilt and horror he was feeling at that. He had given only a moment's thought to the level of damage Sasuke might suffer from the Rasengan. He had guessed that the transformation would protect Sasuke from any severe damage. He had only been meaning to disable Him not cripple him entirely. If it were anyone else the Rasengan would have grinded the backbone into dust, but otherwise you should be able to speak with him after 5 days. Naruto released a breath of relief. He then bowed to Tsunade and left the office with Temari. Just as they exited the office they tensed upon hearing the voice behind them. Might I have a moment of your time? Uzumaki Dono. Naruto turned around to see Danzo the elder staring at him with his expressionless eyes. His eyes drifted downwards to the cane and he inwardly frowned. Who's he trying to fool with? The old retired shinobi act only people with walking problems need canes. He's not putting any kind of pressure on it like a man who needs it would. Outwardly he nodded and turned to Temari. Go, all be right behind you. Temari was about to protest when Naruto gave her a pointed look. She reluctantly nodded and walked away. He turned and faced the elder, the slightest hints of annoyance seeping into his voice. I have several other things to do, Danzo-san, so please make this quick. Danzo might not admit this to anyone, but the Jinchuriki was impressive in his capacity to act as the clan head. He motioned him, please follow me to my office. I will try to make this as quick as I can. The both brisk walked while Naruto revised everything he had on this man. His father had left a journal in which a particular section had been dedicated entirely to this man. He had written down that Danzo was fiercely loyal to Konoha and an extremist to boot. His father had also said that Danzo was after the seat of Hokage and would do anything to ensure he would become the Hokage. Given his position as the village's Jinchuriki, Naruto guessed that at some point or the other Danzo might have tried to control him. As they arrived in his office, a thought occurred to Naruto that this could potentially turn out to be a very dangerous situation. I'm sure you're curious as to why I've brought you here, so he wants to do it that way. Sorry Danzo, but I plan to end this as quickly as possible. Outwardly he said, a small part of me is, but let's not waste each other's time. You know who I am and I know who you are. Not even a twitch of his facial muscles, but his voice held a thin curiosity. You do? Naruto tilted his head. I know what you also are. A raise of an eyebrow this time. Do tell. Naruto refrained from smirking at his next statement. You are the root that supports the tree that is Konoha. Now that brought out some reaction which Naruto relished. His lone eye widened and his entire posture tensed up. There was no way that Danzo missed the meaning behind his words. The man took a moment to calm himself and then spoke. I see. And who else knows of this? Naruto shrugged and deliberately gave the man a vague answer. I wouldn't know, though I assume there won't be many since you have gone to some, well, let's say extreme lengths to keep it a secret. Danzo was inwardly frowning at how much Naruto knew about his operations. Keep what a secret, Uzumaki Dono? Naruto gave a thin smile. If you deny its existence, why would you be so interested in it? Danzo sat back in his chair. That was masterfully played by Uzumaki. He mentally applauded. It would be tricky to get out of this corner, Naruto continued. But let's not play around. We both know that root exists and you are its leader despite Sandame's order to shut it down. It's your own private army, which no one else can control, and if anyone else acquires this information they might see it as a rebellion on your front to overthrow the Hokage. Danzo couldn't hide the small flinch. That was a rather bold statement and he couldn't deny it anymore. He returned, my operations are always in best interests for the village. Then I fail to see how you helped when Orochimaru attacked. I didn't see any root operatives during the invasion. Danzo had no reply for that. He had never suspected that someone would ask him this particular question. I had a, perhaps you were hoping that the Sandame would be killed by his former student and would pave the way for you to be Hokage. Danzo narrowed his eyes even though he was inwardly shocked at the unintentional bullseye that Naruto had hit. You Go too far. Uzumaki Dono Hiruzen was my old friend and I would never wish for his death, Naruto exhaled as he leaned back. If you say so. I think we are done here, Danzo-san. I must get back to my wife now. Ah yes, your wife. That paused Naruto in his seat. He could deal with Danzo's sights upon him, but why would he be interested in Temari? What about her? I was wondering if you could tell me. When you were planning to honor the treaty by conceiving an heir, there was a drastic drop in the temperature of the room. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the elder, and Danzo was pretty sure that the Uzumaki was intentionally channeling the cold, dangerous parts of his psyche that he inherited from his father. For the first time in the conversation, there was an air of hostility around the young Jonin. You can wonder all you want, but I don't see how that is any of your business, Danzo-san. But I will tell you this. Naruto got up from his seat and laid his hands on the table, leaning forward. Don't poke your nose where it doesn't belong. You cross my path and I will make you regret it. Before Danzo could make a retort, Naruto turned and walked out of the office. Danzo had to give it to him. The Jinchuriki may not be very subtle when it came to politics, but he had enough subtlety to pass by, and he sure knew how to make a statement. Danzo knew that at the rate he was progressing, Uzumaki would easily become the most powerful ninja of the village in 2 to 3 years. Politically, he had the backing of 2 powerful clans, and Danzo could only hope that Uzumaki didn't do anything that would hinder his plans of becoming Hokage. Well played, Uzumaki, but know this, that between you and I it will be me who comes out on top. XXXXXXX. Naruto caught up with Temari in a flash, and she didn't so much as flinch at his sudden presence. What happened? Naruto shook his head. Nothing. Danzo just wanted to play some mind games with me. I have to admit, Naruto, that guy gives me a bad feeling in the stomach. Naruto gently took the bags of vegetables from Temari. Danzo has plans to be Hokage Temari, and that is all he cares about. He won't pay even the slightest attention to those he tramples on in his quest. We are nothing but pawns for him to play around with. That is what he believes. Temari frowned as they walked towards their home. Pawns, you say? Reminds me of a certain elder back in Suna. I hated that guy. Naruto smiled slightly but then became serious again. He also wanted to know when we were planning on having babies. Temari choked on air, her face reddening rapidly, though from embarrassment or anger it was hard to tell. He what? Naruto shrugged. That was when I told him to fuck off. In no uncertain terms, I have no doubt that he will be keeping a closer eye on us from now on. I will have to upgrade our home's defenses a bit, maybe make a minefield. Just don't go overboard. Temari remarked, amused. Say, how about we get some ice cream? Naruto brightened up a little. I could use some ice cream. XXXXXXX. Looks like the Kyuubi Jinchuriki has grown quite powerful than our last encounter, don't you think so, Itachi-san? Itachi gave the typical Uchiha response to his partner's question. He was silently glad, however, that Naruto had stopped Sasuke from reaching Orochimaru. Nothing good would come out of that now. He didn't need to worry about Sasuke on top of keeping the village safe from outside. XXXXXXX. Naruto arrived on top of his father's head. He felt him before he saw him looking over the village. An unusual spot for you to choose to meet up. Jiraiya smiled in melancholy. I guess you could say that. Both of them stood side by side as they overlooked the village. It was a while before Jiraiya told him why he called him here. Akatsuki has been moving. Oh, Jiraiya nodded seriously. Right now they don't seem to be going after any of the Biju. My sources have told me that they are building their capital right now, leaving the Jinchuriki as they are for now. Naruto raised an eyebrow at him. Why are you telling me this? Jiraiya looked at him with grim eyes, looking his age for the first time in a long time. Naruto, you are my apprentice regardless of your summoning contract. You are Konoha's greatest asset. But most importantly, you are my godson, and I refuse to just sit by when someone is after my godson's life. Naruto folded his hands. Jiraiya had never been this serious with him, but Akatsuki was serious business. A group of S-rank missing nin was no joke at all, and their goal could twist the very way the world operated. What do you want me to do then? For the first time in their conversation, Jiraiya smirked. I want you to come on a training trip with me. Naruto took a deep breath as he turned back to the village. A training trip with Jiraiya. There was so much he could learn from the man, but first, how long would the trip last? 3 years. Naruto pursed his lips. Why 3 years? You see, I have received reports that Orochimaru has switched bodies once again, which is strange, considering how much he wanted Sasuke's body now that he has. However, he won't be changing bodies for another 3 years. Here's the kick though, at the same time Orochimaru has decided to go underground, so have the Akatsuki as well. This gives you a nice 3-year window to get stronger. Strong enough to not worry about them. I plan to make you capable of defending yourself and your loved ones. In that time, when I'm finished with you, you will be one of the most dangerous men in all the nations. Naruto exhaled and sat down on a spike beside his godfather, face contemplative. While that sounds terribly tempting, I would have to leave my wife behind, and you know well enough just how big of a target she is due to her relationship with me. Many things could happen to her, and I can't take that risk. Then it's a good thing that she won't be in the village, right? Naruto's head snapped to Jiraiya, confusion written on his face. What do you mean? Jiraiya smirked as he took out a scroll and handed it over to Naruto. He opened it to see a map of the elemental nations, but a particular path had been highlighted. The path began from Konoha and ended in the mountains between hot water country and the land of ice. It marked a particular spot over there in a red circle. What's this? Jiraiya puffed out his chest. Well, I knew that you would not agree to leave your wife behind, so I came up with an alternative. The spot marked in the red circle is the home of a retired warrior named Ankita Ryu, who specializes in the usage of warfans. Your wife probably knows of her. She can use them unlike anyone I've seen, and trust me, shinobi of Suna don't even compare to her. What I mean to say is, while we are on our training trip, your wife could embark on her own training trip as well. Naruto glared at his godfather and was about to snap at him when he paused. That actually sounded like a considerable idea. Jiraiya's hopes went up on seeing Naruto actually thinking about it. What do you think, and just what makes you think that she will accept my wife as her pupil? Jiraiya crossed his arms and smirked in a triumphant way. Well, recommendation from a Sannin for one, her relationship with you. Secondly, connections are important after all, and last, her latent talent. She is already very much skilled in the usage of her warfan, and if she trains with Ryu, she will probably become the most dangerous wind user in the entire nations at a very young age. You do want her to be strong enough to protect herself without you, right? Naruto nodded, rolling the idea in his head. After a few minutes of thinking, Naruto replied, I'll have to talk to my wife about this, and I'll agree to the training trip only if we escort her to this lady first. Jiraiya thrust out his hand. Deal. Naruto nodded after shaking hands. Deal. And also, when are we leaving? Because I need to talk to Ba-chan and Sasuke before we do. Jiraiya looked conflicted but gave a resigned sigh at that. I wanted for us to leave as soon as possible, but if you need to talk to Sasuke, we can only leave after 5 days. What is it that you want to talk to him about anyways? Naruto brightened up completely, ignoring Jiraiya's question. Great. Though I wonder what Temari will have to say about us separating so early after our marriage for 3 years at that. He stood up, rolling his shoulders. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go. he was gone in a flash after that, causing Jiraiya to scoff. Show off, xxxxxxxx. 5 days later Sasuke was finally moved from intensive care while he just laid on the hospital bed. Only one thought flashed across his mind: how Naruto beat him. He had been thinking pretty deeply about how he had been beaten by his former comrade. Why was he beaten? Was his reason for fighting not strong enough? Was his hatred not strong enough? He slowly clenched his fists as he fought down his frustration. Now that he was in Konoha, it would be a long time before he would be allowed to go after Itachi, and that too if he was lucky. I'm so weak. I wouldn't say that. Sasuke's eyes snapped open at the voice. What are you doing here? Naruto sat down in the seat. I came to talk to you, Sasuke. Sasuke closed his eyes as emotions threatened to overwhelm him. We have nothing to talk about, Naruto. You can leave. But Naruto was persistent like always. Yes, we do. As much as I would like to say that your actions were the result of the influence of the curse seal, they weren't. You were genuinely trying to kill me. Why? Sasuke opened his eyes to gaze at the ceiling. You won't get an answer out of me, Naruto. Naruto sighed despondently. Sasuke, I know that you have the answer to my question. What have I ever done to you for you to try and kill me like that? Because you were in my way. Orochimaru was offering a way to gain power so I can kill my brother, which Konoha would never give me. That is my goal in life, and no one will stop me from achieving it. Not even you. You mean to say that revenge is more important to you than your comrades, than your bonds with them? Yes. There was no hesitancy in his answer, and that stunned Naruto. Sasuke didn't give a crap about anything else other than killing Itachi. Naruto was hoping that Sasuke would at least consider before giving the answer, but he was wrong. To Sasuke, nothing mattered except for killing Itachi. Not anymore. Changing topics to avoid the grief he was feeling, he said, your punishment has been decided. For just a moment Sasuke was afraid. He was afraid that he would die before he killed Itachi, but he pushed it down and asked instead, what is it? 6 months of imprisonment followed by 6 months of suspension from the forces and 6 months of duty with probation. Well, Sasuke couldn't say that he was entirely surprised given how desperate the village was when it came to the Sharingan. They won't be willing to lose the only pair of eyes they had left. Still better than being killed, but this could turn in his favor if he played this right. I see. Don't make revenge your defining purpose in life, Sasuke. It will bring you nothing but emptiness. Sasuke, mark my words, killing your brother would bring you not satisfaction but anguish. Naruto got up from his seat and moved to the door, but before he could touch it Sasuke's voice stopped him. Naruto. Naruto turned his head sideways, signaling that he was listening. When will you come next? Time to visit. Naruto smiled wistfully as he turned around. I won't be coming back for 3 years. Sasuke, I'm leaving for a training trip with Jiraiya. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Then know this. Konoha will not hold me for the entirety of my punishment. I will escape and I will gain power to kill my brother 3 years later when we meet again, and we shall meet as equals. That I can promise. He then continued in a much softer tone, surprising the blonde with the vulnerability in his voice. Naruto. You are the only person in this village who understands me, and you are the only person in this village that is the closest thing to a friend. You may think what you want for me is for the best, but it's not. Itachi's death will give me the closure I need. The least you can do is let me have it. Naruto didn't know what to say to that. On one hand, he could tell this to Tsunade and ensure that security is even tighter so that Sasuke doesn't escape. On the other, Sasuke would never beg like this. It was somewhat sad and pitiful that Sasuke seemed to think that his main purpose in this world was to kill his brother, but it wasn't his place to decide what he could do. Sasuke's punishment had already been decided, but Sasuke's promise There was something in those words that made Naruto take him seriously. Perhaps it was a good thing for Sasuke that Naruto was alone in his visit. He turned and looked directly into Sasuke's eyes, his eyes twinkling with an unknown feeling. Don't give Hokage-sama a reason to finish you off for the sole reason that the Sharingan is more trouble than it's worth. Sasuke scoffed and looked away. Oh, and Sasuke turned his head towards the door to see Naruto looking at him seriously with the barest hint of a smirk. About that day where you said we will meet as equals. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, curious about what Naruto would say. I look forward to it. Naruto left after that. Sasuke snorted softly, turning his head away. Naruto's position as Jonin may not allow him to help him, but he was pretty sure that he just received Naruto's blessings to escape from this village. Naruto knew just as well as he did that Sasuke would only become Naruto's equal if he would be able to train that hard, and it damn sure wasn't going to be in this village. I hope you're ready that day. Naruto, xxxxxxx. Orochimaru sat on his chair thinking deeply. Kabuto's report had upset him greatly. He had never foreseen this event, so now he had to decide upon an alternate initiative. He had to have Sasuke's body, and no doubt Sasuke would be under heavy guard now that he was back in the village. Worse, he had no way to know of any happenings inside the village since Kabuto was his only spy in there. It was starting to look like he would have to play the waiting game, and he did not like to wait. This required some heavy thought. XXXXXXX. It was night and Naruto and Temari were relaxing on their bed. Naruto was gazing forwards with such intensity that it worried Temari a bit. His left hand was resting around her shoulder, his finger gently rubbing small circles on her side. Temari was resting on his chest, but most of her attention was on her husband. Finally she huffed and sat up, straddling Naruto and breaking him from his trance. All right, you've been acting a bit out of it ever since you came home from the hospital, and it's been driving me crazy. What is it? Naruto gazed at his wife with adoration as his hands went up to stroke her sides under her t-shirt. It's actually not that big of a thing. Me and Sasuke talked, that's all. Temari poked him in the chest and dryly pointed out, if it wasn't that big, you won't be slipping into trances ever now and then. Now spill what has got you so worked up. Naruto smirked and sat up, leaning forward and wrapping his arms around her form, planting kisses on her neck. My sweet wife is so caring towards me. Just what did I do to deserve you? Temari moaned as she tried to resist. Don't try to change the topic. Ngh. To her partial disappointment and approval, he stopped and sighed. It's just Sasuke made a promise to me today. Oh, Naruto nodded. Yeah, he said that he will escape, and when we meet 3 years later we will meet as equals. Temari's eyes widened. He told you that he would escape. Have you told Tsunade? Naruto gently grabbed her shoulders and shook his head. Temari, you don't get what I'm saying. He said that he will escape, though I have confidence in our Anbu. Temari frowned at him. Then what do you mean? We both know that is me and Sasuke, that this village will never give Sasuke the power he needs to kill his brothers. For him to say that we will be equals after 3 years, that means that he will have to go back to Orochimaru to gain that sort of power. But even that's not the issue. Temari took a deep breath. It was rare for her to see Naruto so troubled, but she was beginning to get the gist of his and Sasuke's relationship from what Naruto had told her. Sasuke considered him the closest thing he had to a friend. Naruto felt the same, but he didn't hold so much negativity. He wanted to help Sasuke be by his side and prevent him from going down a rabbit hole from which return is impossible. Then what is? Naruto gazed into her eyes that told her how much havoc his thoughts were in. Is it wrong for me to feel that I look forward to that day, that I want him to return to Orochimaru so that he can gain power to become my equal. Naruto sighed and held Naruto's hands. Naruto, only you and Sasuke understand the bond that exists between you. If you look from a standpoint of a shinobi of Konoha, it certainly borders no as treason, but if you look at it as a, well, let's say rivals, then perhaps it benefits your friend. She stroked his cheek with her thumb. Sasuke is driven not just by his desire to kill his brother but to be better than you. You motivate him to get stronger so that he could look at you eye to eye, and that is perfectly normal behavior for rivals. They push each other to get stronger. Sasuke wants you to see him not as a subordinate but someone who is equal to you. Naruto averted his eyes from hers in thought. Maybe you're right. Sasuke's promise is what will drive me along with getting strong enough to protect you. Temari smiled at that. She found it endearing that Naruto wanted to be strong enough for her. Speaking of training, are you sure that you want to undergo training from that lady? Temari rolled her eyes. Yes, I do. I don't see what has gotten you so worked up about that. Most people would give an arm and a leg to be trained by her. She is a legend in the land of the wind. Do you know what she can do with her fans? It said that she can create entire. Naruto smiled and raised his hands in surrender. Fine, fine, now that that is decided, how about we have some fun? He kissed her, pulling her flush against him. She responded enthusiastically, wrapping her arms around his neck. Naruto pulled both of them down on the bed, his hands going down her back. Their activities would continue late into the night. Naruto and Temari were standing at the village gates, making out against the wall. Strictly speaking, Tsunade had talked with them that should they ever be paired together for a mission, they were to act professionally, not as love-struck idiots. But then again, Naruto was on temporary leave along with his wife, so their actions were justified. At least that's what Naruto seemed to think. Izumo and Kotetsu fingered their collar as they failed to avert their eyes from the pair. Man, they sure are going at it full steam, don't you think? Kotetsu shook his head. No, my friend, if they wanted to go full steam, they would be in their bedroom, not here. See, that is how you take care of a woman. Any shout like that would have made any couple spring apart with surprise, but not Naruto and Temari. Naruto just slowly broke their lip contact, turning to look at a Jiraiya who looked like he would burst with joy, a smirking Tsunade and an eye-smiling Kakashi who was positively beaming. Naruto put some distance between himself and Temari, shrugging innocently. It was rather surprising how quickly his face was cleared of its blush. You got late, so we just decided to pass the time. Temari's blush was still receding, but she just huffed and swatted his arm. There's no we, it was your idea. You were the one who jumped on me, and yet you completely failed to resist. Naruto easily returned, smugness increasing along with her blush. Jiraiya could feel his manliness starting to slip away. Even if Minato was never this bold with Kushina, he didn't fail to pass along his penchant for mushiness. He lamented outwardly. He cleared his throat. Ahem, well, let's be going, brats. We need to reach the mountains in less than a week. Though he flinched when Tsunade glared at him. Shut up. Though her face turned into a soft smile when she turned to Naruto and Temari. She drew the former into a hug. Now you take good care of yourself, Naruto. Eat properly and don't work yourself into exhaustion every time you train. Naruto rolled his eyes as he returned the hug. I'll try my best, but no promises. Tsunade punched his arm lightly, then turned to Temari and drew her into a hug. Do take care of yourself, Temari, and try to come back before 3 years are up. This idiot here needs you more than he shows. Hey, Temari was surprised when Tsunade hugged her but returned it nonetheless. I will Hoka Tsunade, someone needs to keep him in check after all. Naruto crossed his arms and pouted to the side. I swear I'm being Attacked today, Tsunade released the hug and stepped back. Kakashi stepped forward, eyes smiling, get strong and maybe we can have a one-on-one match. Naruto scoffed, a challenging glint in his eyes. Trust me Kakashi, when I return you won't stand a chance against me. We'll see Naruto, we'll see. With that they waved goodbye one last time and turned away, walking away from the village. So Kurama, now that we've got a whole 3 years to ourselves, how are you going to train me? Kurama hummed in thought before replying, these 3 years will be a good opportunity to train you to master my chakra. I will push you hard Naruto, and mastering of each tale will only get more difficult as you progress, especially from the 4th tale. I see. Which is why you'll train to master my chakra. In the Fox realm I will be able to teach you better over there, and you will have comparatively less difficulty in mastering my chakra over there. Why, is there something that will aid me? Something like that? Kurama's vague reply caused him to raise an eyebrow. Just how special was the realm of the Foxes? Jiraiya asks once they were out of Konoha's view. So kid, how do you feel about leaving your home for 3 years? Naruto looks at Temari once and looks back, smiling wistfully. Honestly, it feels like the end of an era. He looked up to the sky as if speaking to it. I will become as strong as I can because you are my limit. And cut. This is the end of the story. Buy new story in 2 to 4 days.